Chapter 1, There's a Dragon in My Left Eye. In the afternoon, at a high-speed rail station in Ningxing, the capital of Jiangbei province, Zhang Dong stepped out of the train station, gazing at the bustling crowd and familiar surroundings, overcome with complex emotions. 3 years ago, he had made the resolute decision to work abroad to earn more money, and that stint had lasted 3 full years. The working conditions abroad were harsh, with grueling hours making each day feel like a year. But to save enough for the down payment on a marital home, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Until 3 days ago, when he discovered a crystal inside the mining tunnel containing a dragon-like creature no bigger than an earthworm. Amazed, he tried digging out the crystal with tools, but accidentally cut his finger. Blood flowed onto the crystal. The moment the blood touched the crystal, it transformed into a slender crimson thread, as if alive, swiftly burrowing into the crystal before being absorbed by that dragon-like creature. Having absorbed the blood, the dragon-shaped creature twitched slightly at first. Then, under Zhang Dong's stunned gaze, transformed into a golden streak of light that shot straight into his left eye. It had turned into a tiny golden worm. At that moment, Zhang Dong felt a burning sensation in his left eye, both painful and itchy. Shortly after, he discovered a golden dragon looming in his vision, majestic and awe-inspiring, circling mid-air as it surveyed everything below. Because of this, he gained the ability to see through objects, even perceiving things invisible to ordinary people. For example, he could discern the age and origin of ancient artifacts at a glance. Everything felt like a dream, yet he knew with absolute certainty his life had changed forever. Why work a day job when your eyes can see through anything? Jade gambling, antiques. He could strike it rich just by dabbling in anything now. So he immediately resigned from the company, bought a plane ticket, and flew back to China overnight. He was in such a hurry to return, ready to give his girlfriend, Luo Donley, a big surprise, to provide a better life for his family. And for her too. Haven't told Donley about coming back yet. She must be so surprised when she suddenly sees me, Zhang Dong thought to himself, unable to suppress a smile. After leaving the train station, he walked across the street, planning to grab a bite to eat at a shop opposite. He had endured 8 hours on a plane plus over 3 hours on a train, surviving only on airline food throughout the journey. His stomach was growling so fiercely it felt like his front and back were glued together. Before he could take more than a few steps, a white Porsche Cayenne came charging from his left. The vehicle nearly hit Zhang Dong before slamming its brakes, stopping just inches away from his clothes. Zhang Dong was startled and about to curse when a woman hurriedly stepped out of the Cayenne. The woman had a graceful figure, her crimson dress swirling like flames around her voluptuous curves. Her beautiful features were accentuated by cascading wavy locks. As she approached, a fragrant breeze wafted over. "I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" she asked, her voice thick with self-reproach. She was breathtakingly beautiful by Zhang Dong standards, easily a perfect 12 out of 10. Her body was phenomenal in all the right places, ample where it should be, pert where it counted, exuding an aura of aristocratic elegance and frosty charm. She looked pale, as if she was ill. Seeing she was a stunning beauty, Zhang Dong, who'd been abroad for years, couldn't help staring blankly for 2 seconds before replying, "I'm fine." As he spoke, his left eye twitched, and his vision pierced through the woman's clothes, revealing her snow-white skin. Damn, so big, so white. Zhang Dong was startled. Even though he'd known about his X-ray vision, the sudden sight still shocked him, making his pupils dilate slightly. The woman noticed Zhang Dong staring intently at her and thought he was frightened. She quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry." Zhang Dong's heart was pounding wildly. Feeling embarrassed about staring at the beautiful woman's body, he averted his gaze and repeatedly said it was okay. At that moment, the woman suddenly clutched her abdomen with a pained expression, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Startled, Zhang Dong immediately asked, "What's wrong with you?" The beauty was in such pain, she couldn't stand upright. She swayed and instinctively grabbed Zhang Dong's arm. Her pearly white teeth clenched from the agony. Zhang Dong felt his left eye twitch twice again. As his gaze traveled downward, he spotted a swirling mass of black vapor concentrated around the woman's abdomen, within which a dark worm-like creature writhed. Startled, he wondered, could this eerie worm be the source of her excruciating stomach pain? The instant the beauty clutched Zhang Dong's arm, the black worm seemed to panic, abruptly coiling into itself as the surrounding dark haze visibly thinned. Just like that, the woman's abdominal pain dissipated completely, leaving her visibly relieved. The beauty instinctively released his arm, but within mere seconds, the agony returned with renewed fury, sharper than before. "Ah!" she cried out in pain, instinctively grabbing onto Zhang Dong's large hand again. Just like before, her abdominal pain receded like the tide, leaving her feeling completely relieved. Zhang Dong also noticed this phenomenon. Whenever the beauty came into contact with him, the worms in her abdomen would curl up, the dark energy would contract, and her stomachache would vanish. The beauty's lovely face also showed deep confusion as she released her grip once more. But less than 5 seconds later, the intense abdominal pain struck for the third time. Now truly frightened by the pain, she hurriedly clutched Zhang Dong's hand again. She refused to let go this time, no matter what. Zhang Dong glanced at her slender, jade-like hand, so smooth and soft to the touch that his heart couldn't help but flutter. The beauty bit her lip and said to Zhang Dong, "I'm sorry. I suddenly had a stomachache while driving, so I almost hit you." Zhang Dong replied, "It's all right. Are you feeling better now?" The beauty sighed, "Much better. Actually, I felt a bit unwell this morning, but I didn't pay attention. I didn't expect it to get this bad now." As she spoke, Zhang Dong's stomach growled loudly, a strong hunger pang hitting him. He quickly said, "Miss, I'm fine. You should hurry to the hospital. I'm going across the street to grab something to eat." The woman didn't want to let go of Zhang Dong's hand, fearing her stomach pains would return. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with an idea as she said, "Why don't you ride with me? I know a restaurant with excellent food. Let me treat you to dinner, okay?" Since Zhang Dong needed to eat anyway, he thought for a moment and agreed. The two boarded the white Qian, with Zhang Dong taking the passenger seat. The beauty started the car, steering with her left hand while firmly holding Zhang Dong's left hand with her right, making them look like a passionately in-love couple. This Qian was the high-end 4-engine configuration with rich optional features, costing over 2 million yuan after taxes, a truly powerful performer. Sitting in the car, Zhang Dong thought to himself that once he earned money through his X-ray vision ability, he would buy a car like this too. The beautiful woman introduced herself while driving. Her name was Yiro, 24 years old, currently working at Minguchuan, a subsidiary company. Minguchuan specializes in artwork appraisal, auctions, investment consulting, and more. It's an industry giant with an outstanding reputation. She also learned Zhang Dong's name and smiled, saying, "So you just returned to China? What were you doing abroad?" Zhang Dong said calmly, "Just doing odd jobs." Yiro replied, "That's nice." Zhang Dong glanced at her and asked, "Miss Yi, are you planning to keep hold of my hand?" Yiro's pretty face flushed red as she awkwardly explained, "As long as I hold your hand, my stomach doesn't hurt. Just let me hold it for a while longer." Zhang Dong pondered thoughtfully and asked her, "Ms. Yi, have you eaten anything unclean recently?" Yiro shook her head. "No, everything I've eaten has been clean and hygienic." Zhang Dong attempted to withdraw his hand, causing Yiro to panic immediately. "Please don't," she pleaded urgently. As soon as the words left her mouth, her stomach indeed began to ache again. She hastily grabbed Zhang Dong's hand, clinging to him like a lifeline. Chapter 2. Beauty Yiro. Zhang Dong gave a bitter smile and said, "Miss Yi, if my girlfriend sees this, I won't be able to explain it." Yiro pleaded in an almost begging tone, "Please help me." Then she quickly changed the subject and asked, "Zhang Dong, is your girlfriend in Ningxing?" Zhang Dong nodded. "She works at a cosmetics company nearby, not far from here." Yiro, being sharp-witted, smiled and asked him, "You worked abroad for 3 years. Weren't you afraid your girlfriend might have moved on?" Zhang Dong's heart sank slightly. He had considered this possibility before, but had avoided dwelling on it. He sighed softly and said, "My girlfriend wanted me to buy a home in the provincial capital. But property prices there are so high, and I didn't want to burden my parents too much. So, working overseas for a few years was my only way to save up." Yiro asked, "So, you must have saved quite a bit, right?" Zhang Dong scratched his head nervously. "Well, my girlfriend said her father fell ill and needed expensive treatment. Almost everything I earned these years ended up being sent to her." Yiro widened her eyes and asked, "How much did you transfer?" "Counting what I borrowed from friends, I gave her about 600,000. Yiro exclaimed in surprise. 600,000! Zhang Dong sighed and said, "She was in trouble. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing." Yiro chuckled. "Not bad. You've got heart and honor." Zhang Dong forced a bitter smile, sensing that she wasn't exactly praising him. Before long, the two arrived at a restaurant. The place had a nice atmosphere, with cars parked full outside, and a waiter warmly ushered them inside. They chose a table with a double sofa so they could sit together, conveniently continuing to hold hands. Yiro let Zhang Dong order the dishes. He casually picked two, while Yiro added a few more. While waiting for the food, Yiro mentioned she had originally gone to acquire a folk artifact, but nearly ran into Zhang Dong on her way back. As she spoke, she took out an exquisite wooden box from her handbag. Opening it revealed a beautiful little cup inside. Zhang Dong didn't know much about antiques, but he recognized this cup. Smiling, he asked, "So this is the chicken cup?" Yiro nodded. "That's right." "Then guess, is it real or fake?" Zhang Dong took the cup and examined it carefully. Suddenly, his left eye twitched, and the dragon in the air circled as if scrutinizing the cup. Then he saw countless layers of images emerge on the cup, each belonging to the Qing dynasty, featuring officials, an emperor, artisans, and inscriptions. When all this information came together, he immediately concluded that the chicken cup before him must have been a personal item used by Emperor Qianlong. "This is a Qianlong-era replica," he blurted out after seeing these details. Yiro's eyes sparkled as she gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive." Emperor Qianlong adored chicken cups so much that he ordered replicas to be made. Even as a replica, its value remains extraordinarily high. A single cup like this would fetch at least tens of millions. "Where is the genuine chicken cup then?" Zhang Dong asked. "An authentic chicken cup is far more valuable. If sold at auction, it would fetch at least 200 to 300 million. Zhang Dong gasped in astonishment. "That expensive?" Yiro replied. "Of course. Rarity dictates value. There are very few chicken cups from the Changhua era left in the world. Barely over a dozen exist globally. Such rarity naturally commands high prices." When the waiter served their dishes, the ravenous Zhang Dong wolfed down his food. Noticing his appetite, Yiro ordered several additional dishes with an amused smile as she watched him eat. During the meal, Yiro shared considerable knowledge about antique appraisal with Zhang Dong, even sending him an e-book on Jade identification. Zhang Dong wanted nothing more than to gamble on raw jade while eating, quickly flipping through the book in one go. Thanks to the dragon-like creature in his left eye, he could memorize and fully comprehend everything in the book after just one reading. After the meal, noticing Yiro still clutching his hand, Zhang Dong couldn't help but say, "Miss Yi, maybe I should help you with your stomachache first." Yiro's beautiful eyes lit up. "You have a solution?" Zhang Dong nodded, then suddenly released her hand and jumped aside. Yiro instantly panicked, her face turning pale as beads of sweat dotted her forehead. The abdominal pain struck again. "Help me." She frantically reached for Zhang Dong. Only then did Zhang Dong grasp her hand, and immediately the black worm-like entity quieted down, her pain receding like the tide. "See, I can suppress your abdominal pain," Zhang Dong said. "It's true. The moment I hold your hand, the pain stops," Yiro replied pensively. Zhang Dong was observing the insect with his penetrating vision and said, "Miss Yi, whenever the insect inside your stomach moves, you'll experience stomach pain. Yiro widened her eyes, both shocked and fearful. You mean there's a worm in my belly? Zhang Dong nodded, yes. But that worm was terrified of me. Every time there was physical contact between us, it would immediately behave. Yiro, as sharp as ice and snow, realized she might be able to leverage Zhang Dong's help to completely rid herself of that damn worm. After some thought, she said, Zhang Dong, I need to conduct an experiment. I'll touch different parts of your body separately to test the worm's reactions. I hope you can tell me how the worms respond. Zhang Dong thought to himself, you can't just touch me randomly, yet he nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yiro proceeded to touch different parts of his body, his legs, stomach, arms, and chest. She discovered that the closer she touched to his head, the calmer the worms became, and the pain faded faster. Zhang Dong's observation was quite similar. When Yiro's hand touched his face, the worm was nearly frightened to death, trembling all over and practically scared shitless. After hearing Zhang Dong's discovery, Yiro quickly made her judgment. Biting her lip, she said, close your eyes. Zhang Dong didn't know what she was planning, but cooperatively shut his eyes. The next moment, warm lips pressed against his, breathing out a sweet fragrance. His eyes flew open in shock. The sensation was both thrilling and intoxicating. At that moment, Yiro's beautiful eyes were tightly closed, her long lashes quivering slightly. After a brief moment of tension, Zhang Dong felt a fire ignite in his belly, and he couldn't resist wrapping his arms around her slender waist. At this very moment, a golden streak shot out from his left eye, entering Yiro's mouth and diving in her abdomen, precisely locating that black worm. The golden streak was actually the golden worm from his left eye, transformed from the dragon-like creature. Terrified, the black worm curled up into a ball, trembling uncontrollably. But the golden streak showed no mercy. It devoured the black worm in one bite, causing the dark smoke to dissipate. The next second, the golden worm transformed back into a golden streak and flew back into Zhang Dong's left eye. After the golden light returned, Zhang Dong sensed a surge of warm energy radiating from his left eye, coursing through his body with an incredibly soothing sensation. Feeling the peculiar discomfort in her abdomen vanish, Yirong quickly but gently pushed Zhang Dong away. Still intoxicated by the moment, Zhang Dong remained frozen in position, staring blankly at her. Wiping her lips, Yirong shot him a sidelong glance and asked, Still not satisfied, are you? Zhang Dong scratched his head and quickly said, Yeah, that was satisfying. Chapter 3. Shameless to the extreme. Yiro gently punched him, then waited half a minute. Sure enough, her stomach didn't hurt anymore. Her beautiful eyes immediately lit up as she smiled and said, My guess was right after all. If just holding hands can suppress the bugs, then if we were to go mouth to mouth, the bugs would definitely be even more terrified. See, I'm not in any pain at all now. Zhang Dong had already noticed that the black bug had been eaten by the golden one. He smiled and said, Miss Yi, the bug is gone. Your stomachache won't come back. Yiro exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. The pain was unbearable. Thank you, Zhang Dong. As he spoke, Zhang Dong's X-ray vision caught another delightful scene. Overwhelmed by continuous stimulation, his nose warmed up and a trail of blood trickled out. Reaching out to touch it, he suddenly felt extremely embarrassed and quickly said, I'll go wash my hands. Watching Zhang Dong flee in disarray, Yiro pursed her lips and smiled, murmuring softly, Hopeless guy. In the restroom, Zhang Dong couldn't shake the image of Yiro's alluring figure from his mind. Suddenly, he felt a heat in his left eye, and then he could see inside his own body. This ability is called inner vision for cultivators. But no one has ever been able to see their own body with such crystal clear precision as he could now. He saw the tiny golden insect inside his left eye, currently nibbling on the head of a small black insect. Meanwhile, the golden insect's body was emitting golden light waves that permeated throughout his entire being, filling him with extraordinary comfort. Back when he was abroad, he'd already discovered his left eye's special abilities. Not only could it see through objects to appraise treasures, but it also granted him telescopic and microscopic vision, along with astonishing dynamic visual acuity. When it comes to vision, all his metrics far surpass ordinary people. After washing away the nosebleed, he returned to his seat with a flushed face. Yi Ro smiled and asked, "Would you like to order another dish?" Zhang Dong, "I'm full. Thank you, Miss Yi." After a pause, he asked, "Miss Yi, is there a place in Ning City where one can gamble on raw jade stones?" Yi Ro was taken aback and asked, "You want to gamble on jade stones?" Zhang Dong nodded earnestly. "Yes, I want to gamble on jade." Yi Ro smiled and said, "Well, you've asked the right person. I happen to be going to pick out some jade myself. Why don't we go together?" Zhang Dong laughed. "Great." Yi Ro made a phone call to summon the company's purchasing manager and Old Gu, an expert in jade. After all, betting on rough jade stones was far too risky. She didn't want Zhang Dong to lose money on this venture, so she went out of her way to find him an expert. After hanging up, she smiled and said, "I've called our company's Old Gu. He's a master in the world of jade gambling. Much safer to have him along." While waiting for people to arrive, Zhang Dong took the opportunity to finish another book on jadeite appraisal to refine his knowledge structure. Half an hour later, a sharply dressed man in a suit and an elderly gentleman arrived at the restaurant. They were none other than Lu Feng and Elder Gu. After brief introductions, the four of them boarded a business sedan and headed straight to Jadeite Street. Jiangbei Province's capital, Ningxing, is the nation's second-largest jadeite distribution hub, with Jadeite Street being its most famous market. Emerald Street stretches for 3 kilometers, with hundreds of shops and dozens of jade processing workshops lining both sides of the road. Don't be fooled by the small size of those shops. Each displays raw jade materials worth millions, even tens of millions. The car stopped at the eastern end of Emerald Street. The group stepped out to walk along the road flanked entirely by shops, with numerous vendors also setting up stalls roadside. Lu Feng pointed to a rather large store and said, "Director Yi, that one has many old pit materials. Shall we go take a look?" Yi Ro nodded. "All right." She also needed to purchase some materials for her company while here. The group entered the shop to find all kinds of jade materials displayed on the counter and floor. Speculative raw stones, cut stones, and many partially open specimens. The shop was spacious, divided by a folding screen in the middle. As soon as they entered, Zhang Dong heard a familiar woman's voice coming from the other side of the screen. "Zijuan, haven't you picked one yet? I'm exhausted." This was followed by a man's lewd chuckle. "I fucked you twice last night, and you didn't complain about being tired then?" The woman cooed playfully. "Stop it. There are people around." Zhang Dong's body stiffened. Wasn't that his girlfriend, Luo Donley's voice? Yi Ro noticed Zhang Dong's reaction and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Zhang Dong shook his head without speaking. Just then, the woman behind the screen said, "Darling, that idiot suddenly said he wanted to return home a few days ago." The man snorted coldly. "That fool should just die abroad." The woman chuckled. "Let's not talk about dying. I spent over 400,000 of his money on cosmetic procedures before." The man immediately grinned and said, "To be honest, that money wasn't wasted. Plastic surgery worked wonders. You're much prettier now than before." The woman was none other than Luo Donley, who rolled her eyes at him. "Stop trying to sweet-talk me. If you hadn't complained about me not being pretty enough, would I have gone under the knife in the first place?" The man said smugly, "Of course my Zhou Zijuan's woman has to be beautiful. Wouldn't it be embarrassing otherwise? Come here, give me a kiss." "No." Luo Donley coquettishly refused. Zhang Dong clenched his fists, completely understanding now. Not only had this woman betrayed him, she'd even used the money he earned to get plastic surgery, just to please another man. His muscles tensed, his face turned livid, and fury filled his chest. Yi Ro sensed something and asked, "Is she your girlfriend?" Zhang Dong's eyes reddened with anger, agony, humiliation, and resentment. Waves of complicated emotions surged through him, leaving his entire body trembling. Feeling Zhang Dong's anger, Yi Ro squeezed his hand and said softly, "This isn't your fault. Moreover, such a woman isn't worth your heartache." Yi Ro's words snapped Zhang Dong back to reality. He took a deep breath and stepped around the screen, coming face to face with Luo Donley. Luo Donley had been chatting and laughing with a long-faced man in a patterned short-sleeve shirt. When she looked up, she saw Zhang Dong's stormy expression. She froze for a moment before her expression drastically changed, exclaiming in alarm, "Zhang Dong, you've returned to the country." At the same time, she also noticed that Zhang Dong was accompanied by Yi Ro, and the two seemed rather close. Yi Ro appeared strikingly beautiful with noble bearing and voluptuous curves. Compared to this natural beauty, she, an artificially enhanced one, immediately fell short, the difference painfully obvious. At this moment, far from feeling any remorse, she was strangely overcome with rage as she demanded of Zhang Dong, "Who is she?" "Zhang Dong, how dare you have an affair with another woman?" Zhang Dong stared at this woman who seemed both familiar and strange. She no longer resembled herself from his memories. Her facial muscles appeared stiff, her chin pointedly sharp, the very image of the stereotypical snake beauty face. Moreover, she'd gotten breast implants, but lifts everywhere bore traces of cosmetic surgery. Yi Ro said coldly, "You're utterly shameless. Zhang Dong went abroad to work for 3 years because of you. You mentioned your father was sick, so he sent you money, but you used it for plastic surgery. And then you went after other men. How does your conscience allow this?" Chapter 4. Open your eyes. Zhou Zijuan kept staring at Yi Ro. This woman was breathtaking, an absolute rarity in this world. He extended his hand with a grin. "Beautiful lady, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Zijuan, a jewelry businessman." Yi Ro didn't spare him a glance, speaking calmly. "I'm not in the habit of shaking hands with strangers." Luo Donley grew even more furious. She stood up and pointed at Zhang Dong, demanding, "Zhang Dong, who exactly is she?" Yi Ro couldn't stand Luo Donley's attitude any longer. Deliberately wrapping her arm around Zhang Dong's, she leaned in closer and declared, "Of course I'm his girlfriend. I'm a natural beauty, no need for plastic surgery." Killing with words, Luo Donley was so infuriated she could practically taste blood. Despite spending over 400,000 on plastic surgery, she still paled in comparison to Yi Ro's beauty. Being called out like that left her seething with frustration. What's even more infuriating is that the wealthy second-generation boyfriend I worked so hard to snag was now leering at this woman with undisguised lust. Zhou Zijuan still smilingly praised her. "This young lady is truly blessed with natural beauty, utterly admirable." Yet Yi Ro remained indifferent to him, which instantly irked him. Zhang Dong fixed his glare on Luo Donley and coldly demanded, "Do you have something to say?" Luo Donley let out a disdainful humph and proudly clung to Zhou Zijuan's arm, declaring, "Zhang Dong, truth be told, we were never right for each other from the very beginning. The Zhou family runs a jewelry business with assets worth hundreds of millions. As the heir to the Zhou fortune, Zijuan's future is boundless. What can a mere wage earner like you possibly compare to him? Anyone with half a brain would choose him as a boyfriend. Was I wrong to pick him?" Yi Ro frowned and said, "It's your right to choose whatever boyfriend you want, but you shouldn't have deceived others and used their money for plastic surgery. You're shameless, despicable." Luo Donley retorted angrily, "He's the idiot. I never begged him for money." Zhang Dong was so furious his temples throbbed, wishing he could punch this shameless woman to death. Yi Ro couldn't stand watching anymore and said solemnly, "Over 3 years, Zhang Dong gave you 600,000. You have 1 month to repay this money, or I'll expose your dirty deeds to the media and sue you in court." Luo Donley gasped in shock and fury, shrieking, "Who are you? What does this have to do with you?" Yi Ro replied coolly, "I'm Zhang Dong's girlfriend, so of course it has everything to do with me." Luo Donley grew uneasy at once and immediately turned to Zhou Zijuan, coquettishly seeking his help. Already displeased by Yi Ro's dismissive attitude toward him, he sneered coldly, "Listen, pretty girl, this is none of your business. You'd better stay out of it." Then he pointed at Zhang Dong's nose and threatened, "Boy, if you dare cause trouble, I'll make sure you regret it." Zhang Dong was already seething with anger, and being pointed at like that made him snap. He threw a punch that landed right on Zhou Zijuan's nose, making it bleed instantly. "Ah, he's hitting people," Luo Donli screamed. Zhang Dong, seeing red, went up and slapped Luo Donli twice, leaving her stunned. Yiro quickly pulled him back, while Lu Feng and Old Gu also stepped forward. "You just wait." Zhou Zijuan wiped his bloody nose while making a call to summon backup, not daring to fight back because he knew he was no match. Zhang Dong's face was as dark as water, his cold gaze fixed on the man. For 3 years, he had toiled and sweated overseas, striving for their shared bright future. Even when he first discovered his X-ray vision, his immediate thought had been to use it to provide her with a better life. Yet in the end, this was how she repaid him. Yiro patted his arm consolingly. "This trash isn't worth your anger. Didn't you want to try your luck with jade stones? Let me take you around." Zhou Zijuan's nose was still red and swollen. Having finished his phone call, he glared coldly at Zhang Dong and said, "You little bastard, how dare you hit me? This isn't over." Zhang Dong raised an eyebrow mockingly. "Go ahead and call your people, punk. I'll be waiting." Luo Donli wore an expression of contempt as she said, "Zijuan, don't bother with him. He's just a low-level laborer, not worth your anger." Then she added haughtily, "Zhang Dong, are you here to gamble on raw jade too? High-end things like jadeite aren't for working-class riffraff like you to understand. You better stay away." Unlike our Zijuan, who came to Emerald Street this time to purchase jade worth 10 million yuan, Zhang Dong said coldly, "High-end jade? I can pick winning stones with my eyes closed." Zhou Zijuan was utterly unconvinced and sneered. "Quite the bragging skills you've got there." Zhang Dong glared at him. "Your so-called billionaire status means nothing in front of me. I'll show you something remarkable right now." Yiro knew all trades had their own tricks, so she gave Old Gu a meaningful look to have him keep an eye out. Zhang Dong walked over to a pile of jadeite rough stones, examining them closely. These were all completely unopened stones with intact outer skins, varying in size from large to small. The cheaper ones cost thousands or tens of thousands, while the expensive ones were worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Seeing this greenhorn Zhang Dong actually dared to gamble on stones, Zhou Zijuan looked at him as if he were an idiot and sneered, "Kid, do you think stone gambling is that easy? I'm telling you, gambling on uncut jade stones is just like entering a casino. 9 times out of 10, outsiders lose." Zhang Dong ignored him. His eyes could penetrate the interior of the raw stones. Drawing from book knowledge, he noticed one cantaloupe-sized rough stone contained an ice jadeite area about 20 centimeters in diameter, with beautiful green floating flowers and relatively pure coloration. Some areas were fully green, suitable for making ring faces. Overall, it could yield 7 or 8 bracelets plus some small accessories, with each bracelet worth at least several 100,000 yuan. After checking the price tag, 880,000 yuan for the raw stone, he knew this was the right move and immediately declared, "This is the one." The elderly Mr. Gu was in his 50s, fairly gaunt in appearance, with small yet remarkably perceptive eyes. At that moment, he shone a high-beam flashlight onto the raw stone. After a brief inspection, he remarked, "It's decent overall, but the gambling risk is substantial. The asking price of 880,000 yuan isn't low." The implied meaning was crystal clear. If it were up to him, he wouldn't touch this stone as the risk was too significant. Zhou Zijuan puckered his lips in disdain and continued taunting him. "Kid, anyone can see you're a complete amateur at first glance. This kind of cement skin material rarely produces high-grade jade. The piece you've chosen will definitely be a dud." Zhang Dong glanced sideways at him. "Really? Then dare to make a bet with me?" Zhou Zijuan frowned. He wasn't afraid of a wager. "What do you want to bet?" he asked. Zhang Dong replied, "If I'm wrong and it's a dud, I'll pay you 880,000 yuan. Likewise, if I'm right and it turns lucrative, you pay me 880,000. Zhou Zijuan's father had worked in the jadeite market for years, and growing up surrounded by it, he knew the odds of this piece appreciating were slim. He immediately clapped his hands and declared loudly, "Fine." If you win the bet on its value increasing, I'll pay the 880,000. But if you lose, you owe me 880,000. Lu Feng and Elder Ge shook their heads inwardly, thinking this guy was utterly reckless. How could he make such an uncertain wager? Did he have too much money to burn? Yiro, however, gave Zhang Dong a deep look. After what had happened before, she sensed something enigmatic about him and believed he wouldn't gamble lightly with someone. Since he dares to do this, it means he must have some degree of confidence. Considering that Zhang Dong might not have that much cash on hand, he signaled Lu Feng to first pay the 880,000 yuan for the goods and retrieve the raw stone to the neighboring processing workshop. Zhang Dong knew exactly where the green jade would appear, so he immediately marked a small circle with a pen and gestured for the craftsman to cut directly at that spot. With this type of raw stone, it's usually standard practice to first open a window to examine the interior before deciding on the cutting method. Zhang Dong's approach made Old Gu and manager Lu shake their heads repeatedly, but since Yiro remained silent, they didn't say anything. Zhou Zijuan stood aside with his arms crossed, wearing a cold smile. Kid, better get ready with 880,000 yuan. There's no way this rough stone could bring you luck. Zhang Dong, what's the hurry? Only cutting it open will tell. In less than 5 minutes, a 3-centimeter thick slice was cut from the raw stone. Old Gu took the slice, and with just one glance, his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Ice Jadeite, genuine yang green. It's a winning bet." He had spent half his lifetime in the jade gambling trade, and his discerning eye instantly made the judgment. Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat. He'd actually won the gamble. Could he truly be a master at jadestone gambling? Chapter 5. Principal plus Interest. Zhou Zijuan's face darkened. He walked over, shining his powerful flashlight on again and again, stubbornly insisting, "What growth are you talking about? This jade material looks utterly mediocre to me." Old Gu sneered. "Take a good look. This is young green ice jade, with several exquisite floating flowers. This piece could make at least 7 bracelets, each worth no less than 350,000. And these areas are fully emerald green, perfect for making ring faces. The value of this material absolutely won't be less than 2.8 million. Zhou Zijuan clearly had no intention of honoring the debt, sneering coldly. "Your word doesn't count here." Yiro's expression turned icy as she said chillingly, "Daring to welch on Ming Guxian's debts? You've got some nerve. 880,000. Not a single cent less." Ming Guxian's reputation was indeed formidable, and the Yi family behind it wasn't to be trifled with. Zhou Zijuan knew he couldn't weasel out of this debt, his face turning extremely ugly. Yiro continued calmly, "It doesn't matter if you refuse to acknowledge the debt. I'll have people spread the word that the Zhou family can't be trusted. In the jewelry business, nothing is more damaging than a reputation for dishonesty. By then, what you'll have to pay will far exceed just 880,000 yuan." Knowing he couldn't escape liability, Zhou Zijuan snorted heavily and said through gritted teeth, "It's just a few 100,000. Do you really think I'd stoop to cheating?" With that, he immediately transferred 880,000 yuan to Zhang Dong. But he still couldn't swallow his pride. 880,000 yuan. Luo Domley had only scammed 600,000 from this guy. The injustice burned in his gut. His eyes darting craftily, he said, "Zhang Dong, dare to gamble with me again?" After checking the transfer message, Zhang Dong replied coolly, "Sure, I'll keep you company till the end." Zhou Zijuan said, "There's a jade treasure house up ahead. Let's each pick a piece of raw stone and see who can make the biggest profit. Dare to bet." Zhang Dong, with his ability to see through objects, naturally wasn't afraid and asked, "How much do you want to wager this time?" Zhou Zijuan stared at him intently. Whichever stone proves most valuable, the loser must pay the winner the actual market price of the jadeite. For example, if mine's worth 1 million and yours 800,000, I win, you lose, and you pay me 1 million. Well, still feeling bold. Zhang Dong, what's there to be afraid of? You go first, I'll be right there. Zhou Zijuan snorted disdainfully, paying no further attention to Luo Donley as he turned and strode towards Jade Treasure House. Olga no longer dared to look down on Zhang Dong either. He cautioned, "Mr. Zhang, the materials at Jade Treasure House are rather expensive, and the owner has considerable connections." Yiro chuckled lightly. "It's all right. Regardless of win or lose, this expenditure will be accounted for under the company's budget." Lu Feng quickly interjected, "President Yi, it's better to keep personal and company matters separate." He worried that if Zhang Dong lost the bet, it might result in financial losses for Minggu Pavilion. "Zhang Dong, President Yi, this is my personal matter. For the payment of the materials later, please ask Miss Yi to advance it for me first. I'll repay Miss Yi after I make the money." Yiro knew Zhang Dong must have some confidence, nodding with a smile in agreement. Not long after, the group made their way towards Treasure Jade Workshop. Lu Zhongyu, the owner of Treasure Jade Workshop, was quite renowned locally. A decade ago, he took $50 million to gamble on jadeite in Myanmar and ended up making over 3 times more. Instant fame with a single battle. Later, he opened a jade shop called Precious Jade House on this Emerald Street, specializing in high-end materials. Zhou Zijuan arrived at the shop first. The owner of Precious Jade House was actually his second cousin. They shared some distant family ties. He came early, hoping the shop owner could help him defeat Zhang Dong. This time, he wouldn't just win back that 880,000 yuan. He'd make his opponent pay dearly. Lu Zhongyu looked at his nephew, whom he had only met a few times before, with a faint smirk on his face. "Zijuan, how exactly do you want me to help you?" he asked. Zhou Zijuan wasted no time. "Uncle, I remember you have a few treasured pieces here, your store's prized possessions. Could you sell me one of them?" Zhou Zijuan gave him a knowing smile. "Goods are meant to be sold after all. If you can afford it, you're welcome to buy the whole lot. However," he continued, "none of those materials come cheap. The smallest piece starts at 6.8 million. Are you sure you want to make the purchase?" Zhou Zijuan nodded vigorously. "I'll buy it. But uncle, could you think of a way to make my material more valuable than the other guys?" Lu Zhongyu thought for a moment and said, "Easy. Even at their worst, those materials are worth several million. If I only sell to you and not to him, he won't be able to beat you in the competition." Zhou Zijuan's eyes lit up as he said, "Thank you, uncle. When I beat that kid, I'll definitely give you a big red envelope." Lu Zhongyu waved his hand. "No need for red envelopes. But I must remind you, if that person's luck turns out to be incredibly strong, even gods couldn't stop them, then don't blame me for not helping you." Zhou Zijuan laughed. "How could that be? Those kinds of sudden big wins in gambling on raw jade only happen a few times a year. I refuse to believe that kids' luck holds indefinitely." As soon as the two finished their discussion, Zhang Dong's group with Yiro arrived. The moment Zhang Dong saw all the jadeite displayed in the hall, his eyes instantly lit up. These fabrics aren't cheap, with prices casually reaching hundreds of thousands, even millions. Zhou Zijuan walked over and said with smug confidence, "Zhang Dong, you'd better choose carefully." Luo Donley also overheard Zhou Zijuan and Lu Zhongyu's conversation. Feeling even more triumphant, she clung to Zhou Zijuan's arm and said, "Zhang Dong, as the saying goes, windfalls never enrich the destined poor. Don't come crying when you lose later." Zhang Dong glanced at her with disgust and said coldly, "Luo Donley, Zhou Zijuan is bound to lose. Because you brought him bad luck." Luo Donley flared up. "You're the one with rotten luck." Then she slapped a bank card on the table angrily. "I'll bet with you too. I bet you'll lose for sure. There's 650,000 in this card. If you lose, you'll owe me 650,000. Zhou Zijuan looked surprised and asked, "Donley, where did you get this money?" Luo Donley smiled and said, "This money was earned from my job and was originally meant for buying dowry items. But now that there's some overconfident fool daring to challenge you, of course I'm standing by your side." Yiro immediately turned to Lu Feng and said, "Verify the funds." Lu Feng took the card and quickly confirmed through the bank that it indeed contained 650,000 yuan, promptly nodding to Yiro. Zhang Dong thought this would be the perfect opportunity to reclaim that 600,000 yuan. So he nodded and said, "Fine, I'll take your bet. If I lose to Zhou Zijuan, I'll compensate you 650,000 yuan. But if I win, that 650,000 will be mine." Lua Danley said confidently, "Sorry, but I'm afraid I'll be making another 650,000 off you." Zhang Dong ignored the two of them, focusing intently on selecting raw stones. It must be said, Bao Yufeng had plenty of good materials, but only two truly caught his eye. One was priced at 990,000 yuan and weighed over 60 kilograms. This was a Muna material with a thick rind, a color band on the surface, and cracks, a stone with very high gambling potential. Through his X-ray vision, he saw that the raw material contained extensive patches of high-ice Fuliang green jade. However, it was buried quite deep, so deep that light couldn't penetrate far enough to reveal it. Drawing from his knowledge, he estimated this piece could be worth tens of millions. Without hesitation, he declared, "I'll take this piece." Unlike Zhang Dong, Zhou Zijuan directly pulled out a massive rough stone from within, its surface streaked with multiple colored bands, weighing over 200 kilograms and priced at 8.8 million. Watching Zhou Zijuan haul out such an enormous slab, Yiro frowned delicately and said, "Zhou Zijuan, is this really necessary? A material worth nearly 10 million isn't even comparable to one worth 1 million. Zhou Zijuan immediately retorted, "President Yi, did I ever stop him from choosing expensive materials?" Yiro was about to say more when Zhang Dong calmly interjected, "It's all right. Expensive materials don't necessarily mean greater value. I'll use this piece to compete with him and make him concede defeat willingly." He had actually seen through that piece of jade material. The internal quality was indeed good, but there weren't any major surprises. Its actual value didn't exceed 10 million yuan. Chapter 6. Earning tens of millions, feverishly Old Gu opened his mouth to say something, but was stopped by Lu Feng tugging his sleeve, so he stayed silent. Both parties made their respective payments and then transported the materials to the neighboring workshop for cutting. Zhang Dong drew a line on the material and instructed the master to cut it along that line. Zhou Zijuan was much more cautious. After all, it was material worth over 8 million, and even the scraps couldn't be wasted. So he had the master make an initial inspection cut first. When Zhang Dong finished cutting, everyone couldn't help gasping in surprise at the sight of the vibrant green revealed at the window. Premium ice-grade imperial jadeite. Elder Gu was the first to exclaim, his eyebrows shooting up in astonishment. Yiro immediately moved closer to examine it, then joyfully said, "A major win. Elder Gu, could you estimate its value?" Measuring the dimensions with his hands, Elder Gu smiled and said, "This could make at least 20 bracelets. The leftover materials can still be used to make plenty of small trinkets. Just this high ice, full sun green bracelet alone is worth at least 3 million. 20 of those would be 60 million. Including the other small pieces, the total value wouldn't drop below 75 million. Lu Feng's expression grew complicated as he gave Zhang Dong a deep, searching look. How on earth had he pulled this off? Pure luck? Zhou Zijuan's face looked even more miserable than if he'd just lost his father. Over 70 million down the drain. I'm afraid my own skills are far from reaching this level. Will I lose again? Luo Donley even swallowed hard. Oh my god. 7.5 million. If she were still Zhang Dong's girlfriend, wouldn't all this money have been hers? She couldn't help but edge closer to Zhang Dong, only to be abruptly pulled back by Zhou Zijuan, who glared at Zhang Dong through gritted teeth and said, "Don't celebrate too soon. My stone hasn't been cut yet." The crowd shifted their attention back to Zhou Zijuan's stone. As Zhang Dong had observed, the open window revealed no surprises, too much cotton-like inclusions, merely approaching ice jadeite quality. Only a small portion showed green hues, and even that coloring appeared uneven. Zhou Zijuan realized he might have lost, but unwilling to admit defeat, he ordered the craftsman to cut the stone directly from the 1/3 mark. Old Gu shook his head slightly and said to Yiro, "Madam Yi, young Master Zhou's material is only worth this much. At best, The value of bracelets and pendants made from it would be 7 or 8 million. Yiro was genuinely happy for him and said to Zhang Dong, "Zhang Dong, the raw stone you bought is quite remarkable. If you're willing, you might consider selling it to Mingguxian." Zhang Dong nodded, then turned to Zhou Zijuan and said calmly, "According to our bet, you owe me 75 million. Yiro, some people might go back on their word." Zhou Zijuan remained silent with a cold expression, yet his heart pounded with tension. 20 minutes later, the stone was cut open, and unsurprisingly, there were no surprises. The two pieces of jade had mediocre texture, too many inclusions, and were worth at most 10 million. Yi Rou spoke up, "Young Master Zhou, the difference is clear. Pay up." Zhou Zijuan turned his head and snapped fiercely. "Pay what? His piece is worth 5 million at best. Far worse than mine." Lu Feng couldn't help but sneer. "Zhou Zijuan, if you can't afford to play, then don't. Otherwise, you're just making a fool of yourself." Zhou Zijuan snorted coldly. It was over 70 million yuan. There was no way he would ever admit to it, even if beaten to death. Yi Rou picked up her phone and played a video. It was the entire process of their stone gambling. Turns out she had recorded everything from start to finish, documenting it all. "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I'll take this video to Boss Zhou. If he denies it, that's fine too. I'll just send this footage to Zhou family's competitors." Zhou Zijuan's face turned ashen. The Zhou family did indeed have a powerful rival. Between them, these two families virtually monopolized the local jewelry trade. If their competitor got hold of this video and made a big deal out of it, it could easily ruin their business. Gritting his teeth, he said, "President Yi, our Zhou family isn't to be trifled with either." Zhang Dong stared him down and asked, "If our positions were reversed and I was the one trying to weasel out, what would you do?" Zhou Zijuan stared at him intently and asked word by word, "I can give you the money, but dare you take it?" He was clearly threatening Zhang Dong, yet the latter showed no fear and replied coolly, "If you dare to give it, I dare to take it." Zhou Zijuan chuckled sinisterly. "Good. No matter how much you take from me today, I promise you'll pay it back twofold." Yi Rou, Zhang Dong, this raw jade, when crafted into jewelry, would be worth at least 75 million. Even if we're just selling the materials, the price wouldn't be less than 60 million. Zhou Zijuan said with a darkened face, "I don't have that much cash on hand. For the 60 million, I'll transfer 30 million first. The rest can be deferred." Zhang Dong wasn't afraid of him reneging and replied, "Fine." Soon, he received the transfer notification messages. 30 million was deposited into his account in 6 separate transactions. At this moment, Luo Donley's face turned pale. That 650,000 was hard-earned money she made last year working nightclub shifts, and now it was just gone like that. But even Zhou Zijuan couldn't deny it now, let alone her. Under Yi Rou's gaze, she transferred 650,000 to Zhang Dong with extreme reluctance. After receiving the bank notification, Zhang Dong said, "For the remaining 30 million, just write an IOU." Surprisingly, Zhou Zijuan complied quickly this time and wrote the IOU without hesitation. With the IOU in hand, Zhang Dong and his group left triumphantly. Luo Donley's heart was bleeding. She whispered comfortingly, "Zijuan, it's okay. You just got lucky, slap." Zhou Zijuan slapped Luo Donley across the face, sending her tumbling to the ground. He glared at her viciously and spat, "If it weren't for this damned woman, would I have lost 60 million? 60 million. I could have played with 100 women prettier than you. Get lost. Get the hell out of my sight." Luo Donley stood frozen in shock before bursting into loud sobs. Without even a backward glance, Zhou Zijuan stormed off. Boss Lu Zhongyu, who had witnessed the whole scene, eyed Zhou Zijuan's murderous expression and asked, "Still can't accept it?" Zhou Zijuan said viciously, "Uncle, I must kill him." Lu Zhongyu, a man who had weathered many storms, smiled and said, "Young people are too impulsive. To take revenge on someone, you don't necessarily have to resort to violence. He made 6 million off you, so wouldn't it be more satisfying to make him lose 200 million? Zhou Zijuan was taken aback. "Uncle, Do you have a good idea? Lu Zhongyu replied, "Next month, a warlord in Myanmar is privately selling rough stones. Large quantities, top quality. The general and I are good friends. I'll arrange a setup that'll guarantee he loses everything down to his underwear. If you're still not satisfied, I can even ask the general to help eliminate him for you." Hearing this, Zhou Zijuan's eyes lit up as he said, "Uncle, then I'll be counting on you." Lu Zhongyu patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry. This isn't the first time I've set up something like this. I guarantee he won't be coming back. You still owe him 30 million, don't you? Use that as an excuse to lure him into going to Myanmar with you for Jade gambling." Lu Zhongyu nodded vigorously. Understood. Meanwhile, without hesitation, Zhang Dong sold the 2 pieces of raw jade to Minggu Emporium for 63 million. Just like that, he suddenly had over 90 million in capital at his disposal. As the business vehicle headed toward the company, Yiro's beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity as she asked with a smile, "Zhang Dong, what are your plans for the future?" Zhang Dong shook his head. "Haven't decided yet. I'll rest for a while first." He wasn't in the mood to look for a job right now, and besides, he didn't actually need work. Yiro smiled. "Would you be interested in working as an art appraiser at Minggu Xian?" Chapter 7. Divine eyes shatter illusions. Zhang Dong froze, pointing at his own nose. "Me?" Yiro nodded. "Of course. With your discerning eye, you're a rare talent." She continued, "The base salary is 30,000, plus year-end bonuses. How about it? Would you like to consider it?" Zhang Dong's interest was piqued. The salary didn't concern him much, but he was an amateur in appraisal and lacked sales channels. Working at a professional institution like Minggu Xian would not only facilitate his learning, but also make monetization easier. With that in mind, he nodded and said, "All right, I'm willing to give it a try." Yiro was delighted and smiled. "Then let's head back to the company right now." Half an hour later, the car pulled up at the office building where Minggu Xian was located. Minggu Xian is a subsidiary of the Minggu Group, a leading enterprise in the industry with an annual revenue of over 20 billion and profits in the billions. Among these, Jiangbei Minggu Xian is one of the group's 4 major branches, accounting for 30% of its turnover. And Yiro is the true controller of Jiangbei Minggu Xian. Minggu Xian has 7 major business departments. Along the way, employees continuously greet Yiro respectfully, addressing her as President Yi. The two arrived at an extravagant office, which contained a bedroom, an office space, and a reception lounge. Yiro invited Zhang Dong to take a seat before summoning her secretary, a fair-skinned, long-legged beauty dressed in a white professional suit, to complete Zhang Dong's onboarding formalities. Zhang Dong followed along for a couple of errands and soon received his employee ID and necessary supplies. With some time left before the workday ended, Yiro smiled and said, "Zhang Dong, you must be exhausted from the journey. Why don't you take a rest in the inner bedroom?" Zhang Dong replied with a chuckle, "CEO Yi, I'm not tired." Lu Feng was also in the office. Hearing Yiro's words, he slightly furrowed his brows. He knew very well that Yiro's bedroom was never open to others. Today, she actually allowed this newcomer to rest inside. He immediately felt displeased and shot Zhang Dong a cold glance. At this moment, Yiro gently furrowed her delicate brows and pressed her fingers against her neck. Zhang Dong, being observant, asked, "Director Yi, is your neck bothering you?" Yiro massaged her slender neck and replied, "Perhaps it's from sitting too long in the car. The muscles of my neck feel sore and achy. It's fine, just an old issue. It'll pass in a couple of days." During his time working abroad, Zhang Dong learned a massage technique from the locals that works wonders for stiff necks and back pain. He immediately offered, "Miss Yi, I know some massage techniques. Let me give you a massage. It might help relieve your discomfort." Lu Feng grew anxious upon hearing this and quickly intervened. "That's unacceptable. President Ye's status is too distinguished for you to just casually massage." Yet Yiro brightened up, waving Lu Feng away with a gesture before smiling and saying, "Really? Then quickly give me a massage." Lu Feng could only watch helplessly as Zhang Dong places large hands on Yi Roshue's jade-like neck. As fair as snow, kneading and squeezing before pushing the door open angrily to leave, his gaze turning even icier. While massaging, Zhang Dong occasionally caught glimpses of alluring scenery beneath her collar. His heart raced wildly, and he quickly averted his gaze, focusing earnestly on the massage. Moments later, faint golden strands of light gradually appeared between his fingers. These golden lights were emitted by the tiny insects in his left eye, constantly pulsating throughout his body. Now, these golden lights infiltrated Yi Ro's body along with the massage, bringing her immense comfort. The soreness quickly faded, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and relaxation. Zhang Dong, your massage technique is amazing. My neck doesn't hurt at all anymore, she praised enthusiastically. 15 minutes later, the massage ended. Not only was Yi Ro's neck pain completely gone, she actually felt even more comfortable than before the discomfort began. Smiling, she said, "Your technique is really excellent. So soothing. I'll have you give my grandfather a massage too when we get back. It'll be a wonderful surprise for him." Zhang Dong chuckled. "I can see, Director, you must share a very close relationship with her grandfather." Yi Ro smiled faintly. "When I was very young, my father married another woman and completely neglected me. My grandfather, worried that my stepmother might mistreat me, kept me by his side until I came of age." After saying this, she took some literature on antique appraisal from the nearby bookshelf and handed it to Zhang Dong. "These are the books I usually read. If you have time, you could go through them to gain some experience in art appraisal." Zhang Dong treasured them like rare gems. After receiving the books, he sat down in the reception room and began flipping through them. In less than an hour, he had already finished reading 3 books. He was about to start the 4th when it was time to get off work. Yi Ro smiled and said, "This feels incredible. To show my gratitude, I'm treating you to dinner tonight." Zhang Dong asked, "Director Yi, is there somewhere nearby we could drink? Tonight's on me." Yi Ro shot him a glance, nodded, and said, "There is." The two took the elevator to the parking level. Since Yi Ro stepped out first and the garage was empty, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Not far away was her parking spot, the Porsche quietly waiting where it had been left. After taking 7 or 8 steps, Zhang Dong suddenly caught a whiff of a strangely sweet metallic scent. The surroundings then shifted, the lights vanished, leaving only Yi Ro standing beside him. Yi Ro reacted the same way. She halted mid-step and surveyed their changed environment in astonishment, whispering, "Zhang Dong, aren't we in the parking garage?" Zhang Dong's expression remained unreadable. His left eye suddenly burned as the dragon-like creature materialized in mid-air, gazing coldly down at the ground below. In an instant, he saw through the illusion, and the scene before his eyes returned to normal. Then he spotted a man in a black trench coat with a black mask approaching from a distance, muttering words under his breath as if casting a spell. Yet Yi Ro remained trapped in the illusion, oblivious to everything, clutching Zhang Dong's hand tightly. "Don't be afraid," Zhang Dong pretended as if he were still lost in the illusion. "It must be a ghost wall." Hearing the term ghost wall, the man in the black trench coat flashed a cold smirk. He quickly closed the distance between them, pulling out a long black needle, and thrust it toward Yi Ro's nape. At the very moment he struck, Zhang Dong abruptly delivered a savage kick to his crotch. The needle clattered to the ground as the man gaped soundlessly, crumpling to his knees in slow motion. Thwack! Zhang Dong seized the opportunity to deliver another punch, this time square in the face, sending blood spraying. The illusion shattered instantly, revealing the battered trench-coated man to Yi Ro's widened eyes. "Who sent you?" Zhang Dong demanded, voice icy. He had barely finished asking when a car came speeding toward them, prompting him to hastily pull Yi Ro behind a pillar for cover. The car screeched to a halt, and 2 masked men rushed out, dragging the trench-coated man inside before speeding away with tires screeching against the pavement. Emerging from behind the pillar, Yi Ro's delicate face was frosty with anger. Zhang Dong, thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, I might already be dead. Zhang Dong asked. Ms. Yi, who were they? Yi Ro fell silent, as if deep in thought, before suddenly letting out a cold laugh. The only one who'd used dark arts against me is her. Zhang Dong couldn't help but ask. President Yi, who is this you mentioned? Chapter 8, Treasure Hunting at the Night Market. My stepmother. Ever since grandfather assigned me to oversee Ming Guxuan's operations in Jiangbei province, she's been targeting me. She wanted her own daughter to take the position, but unfortunately that scheming woman had no ability aside from playing tricks. Zhang Dong understood that wealthy families were entangled in numerous interests, and scheming was inevitable. He said, President Yi, you must be especially careful from now on. Yi Ro looked at Zhang Dong beside her, his earlier performance having filled her with a sense of security. She said, Zhang Dong, from now on you're not just Ming Guxuan's appraiser. You'll also be my personal bodyguard. I'll pay you double salary. Zhang Dong smiled. No need for double salary. One is enough. That won't do. 2 jobs mean 2 salaries. From now on your base pay will be 60,000. Yi Ro waved her hand, unusually displaying her domineering female CEO side. Zhang Dong had no choice but to say, all right then, thank you, President Yi. Before getting in the car, he used his special vision to check the vehicle thoroughly, only starting the engine after confirming there were no issues. It was already mealtime, and Yi Ro directed Zhang Dong to drive to a roadside stall, saying, their skewers are pretty good. Today we drink until we're drunk. Zhang Dong nodded, all right. The two ordered a few stir-fried dishes, dozens of skewers, and 2 crates of craft beer. After a few bottles of beer, they gradually became more talkative. Yi Ro talked about her family background and the experiences of these past years. Zhang Dong also shared his own stories from these years with her. Halfway through the beer, 5 men wearing black tank tops came out from inside the shop. Among them, a man in his 40s with tattooed arms spotted Yi Ro, her delicate beauty and alluring figure making his eyes instantly light up. He was never a good guy to begin with, and with alcohol lowering his inhibitions, seeing such a beauty instantly aroused his lustful courage. With a leering grin, he walked straight to Yi Ro and sat down beside her, reaching his hand toward her fragrant shoulder. Yi Ro's willow leaf brows slightly furrowed as she leaned toward Zhang Dong, causing the man's hand to miss its mark. Undeterred, he grinned and said, Hey, beautiful, let's get acquainted. As he spoke, he reached out again, this time trying to touch her face. Zhang Dong's eyes turned cold as he grabbed the man's wrist and shouted, Where do you think you're touching? The tattooed man scowled and yelled, F***CK, meddling in my business? You're looking for death. He leaped up and threw a punch straight at Zhang Dong's face. In that instant, Zhang Dong's adrenaline surged. His left eye twitched violently as the dragon's gaze loomed over the scene. Immediately, the tattooed man's movements slowed in his vision, just like slow motion in a movie. Although surprised, Zhang Dong reacted swiftly, tilting his head while simultaneously throwing a punch at the man's jaw. His movements clearly couldn't keep up with his vision. His fist only connected with the jaw after the opponent's punch had already missed. Thud! With a dull sound, the tattooed arm man went down after eating that punch. The other 4 wouldn't stand for this and immediately closed in. Zhang Dong grabbed a chair and charged forward. Their movements seemed as slow as turtles to his eyes. Every strike of his hit its mark. Crash! First, one man was knocked down by a strike. Then he swung the chair leg and hit the second man's head, splitting it open on the spot, blood streaming down. The remaining 2 threw punches at him, but he seized the momentum to pull them, sending them crashing to the ground so hard their front teeth were broken, clutching their mouths in pain. Witnessing the scene before her, Yi Ro was deeply shaken by Zhang Dong's ferocity and bravery. Zhang Dong was already boiling with anger and was about to rush over and kick them hard, but Yi Ro grabbed his arm, shaking her head. Stop fighting. I've called the police. A few minutes later, a police car arrived. The officers seemed to recognize Yi Ro and treated her with great courtesy. After asking a few questions, they took those men away for investigation. As for Zhang Dong, they only questioned him briefly as a formality. The scene was chaotic. Zhang Dong voluntarily compensated the shop owner 300 yuan. With their drinking plans ruined, the pair had no choice but to leave. Back in the car, Yi Rou suddenly said, Ning City has a world-famous ghost market that opens at 9:30. Would you accompany me for a stroll? Zhang Dong had nothing else to do anyway, so he nodded immediately. Sure, let's go together. Since they'd both been drinking, they took a taxi to the ghost market. The so-called ghost market was located within a nature park in the suburbs of Yin City. When they arrived at the park, dim yellow lights were scattered everywhere, resembling clusters of will-o'-the-wisps. Zhang Dong asked, President Yi, with such dim lighting, can you even see the items clearly? Yi Rou chuckled and replied, You can use a flashlight, but the goods at the ghost market are a mix of genuine and fake. Whether you can buy the real deal depends entirely on your own discernment. Finally entering the ghost market, Yi Rou stopped at a stall selling calligraphy and paintings, picking up a scroll to examine. Due to the dim lighting, she turned on her flashlight. Zhang Dong's gaze swept across the stall, and soon he was drawn to a small hanging scroll. He saw multi-layered scenes emerging from this artwork, revealing through these impressions that it was an authentic work by Emperor Huizong of the Northern Song dynasty, previously collected by renowned connoisseurs through successive dynasties. The painting depicts 7 types of birds, hence named Seven Fowls painting. Yet when he unfolded the scroll, he discovered it wasn't portraying birds at all, but rather the popular 8 steeds painting. The 7 fowls painting he sought was actually hidden inside the scroll's mounting axis. Keeping his composure, he asked the shopkeeper, How much for the 8 steeds? The owner glanced at him and said, 5,000. This is a rare piece by a renowned modern master. Seeing he wanted to buy the painting, Yi Rou quickly examined it for him, then shook her head repeatedly. This 8 horses painting is just mass-produced handicraft. It's worth 200 yuan at most. The street vendor grew visibly displeased, protesting, Miss, if you're not buying, fine, but don't talk nonsense. Zhang Dong chuckled. Boss, I really like this painting. How about cutting me a deal? Say, 1,000 yuan? I'll take it for 1,000. The vendor had originally acquired this painting years ago in the countryside for just 10 yuan, rumored to be part of some wealthy landowner's collection back in the day. He naturally didn't take the rumors seriously, thinking he'd be lucky to get a few hundred yuan for it. Now that Zhang Dong offered 1,000, the man put on a reluctant expression and said, Young man, how about this? I can see this painting means something to you, so I'll sell it at a discount, 1,500 and not a penny less. Knowing there was a genuine masterpiece hidden within, Zhang Dong worried complications might arise if he hesitated, so he immediately agreed and paid 1,500 for this painting of 8 steeds. Leaving the stall, Yi Rou smiled and said, Though the painting isn't worth much, if you truly like it, then it's worth it. Zhang Dong didn't explain further, simply saying, Let's go see what else is here. After that, the two wandered through most of the night market, but didn't find anything particularly special. Some items were decent enough, but the prices were too high to make them worth buying. Yi Rou did manage to pick up a few things she liked, though, making the trip worthwhile after all. Seeing there were only a few stalls left, the two prepared to leave. On their way back, Zhang Dong noticed several Buddha statues of varying sizes displayed not far away. One of the statues suddenly emitted countless golden rays of light. This sight shocked him. Could there be some precious treasure hidden inside the statue? He immediately walked over, picked up the 30-centimeter tall golden Buddha statue, and said with a smile, The craftsmanship is quite good. Boss, how much for this Buddhist statue? The proprietor was a one-eyed old man dressed in ethnic minority attire, with a patch over his left eye. He extended a single finger, 10,000. Chapter 9, The Golden Sutra and 7 Birds Diagram. Yi Rou frowned. This Buddha statue doesn't look antique. It's made of plaster. 10,000 is too expensive. The old man said, Young lady, this statue is gilded. Craftsmen with this skill are rare nowadays. Zhang Dong nodded. Fine, 10,000 it is. Ignoring Yi Rou's protests, he decisively purchased the statue. Leaving the ghost market, Yi Ro sighed deeply. Spending 10,000 yuan on a plaster Buddha statue, you're really quite devoted. Zhang Dong smiled. He walked to a secluded spot, suddenly turned the statue upside down, and punched the base with one fist. The base was made of plaster and shattered instantly under the blow. He reached inside and pulled out a golden scripture. The scripture consisted of over 30 pages, each crafted from thin sheets of gold, densely inscribed with characters. Zhang Dong glanced at the cover and saw 3 ancient characters inscribed, Ling Fei Jing. Yi Ro exclaimed excitedly, "A golden scripture! Zhang Dong, you're amazing. How did you know there was something valuable inside?" Zhang Dong chuckled. "Just a lucky guess." As Yi Ro flipped through the ancient scripture, she marveled. This thing must be at least 1,000 years old. If auctioned, it'd easily fetch millions. Zhang Dong grinned smugly. "Not bad for 10,000 yuan, huh?" Yi Rue gave him a thumbs up. "A total steal." Putting away the scriptures, the two took a taxi back. Yi Ro booked a hotel nearby for Zhang Dong while she returned home to rest. After checking into the hotel, Zhang Dong first took out that 8 horses painting and found tools to dismantle its scroll. The scroll was hollow. From it, he pulled out a tightly rolled painting. When unfurled, it revealed none other than Emperor Huizong of Song's 7 Birds masterpiece. "I wonder how much this painting is worth. Tomorrow I'll ask Miss Yi to evaluate it for me." Putting down the painting, he began studying the golden scripture. Looking at the classical Chinese text on it, he found it obscure and utterly incomprehensible. Just as he was about to give up, his left eye grew warm, and the dragon-like creature appeared, coiling around the scripture. Suddenly, the Lingfei scripture began to glow, and within the golden light emerged 12 sets of images, each showing a golden figure repeatedly performing a series of movements. He also saw that within the golden figures' bodies, energies of different colors were circulating, appearing to be some kind of energy flow path. Zhang Dong froze in shock. Wasn't this exactly like the martial arts manuals described in martial arts novels? Shocked as he was, he instinctively began practicing the first set of movements. But after completing just 1/3, his body became intolerably uncomfortable. At that moment, the golden light waves emitted by his left eye took effect. The discomfort vanished, replaced by an incredible lightness in his body. Gritting his teeth, he pushed through and completed the first set. Upon finishing the first sequence, he sensed a newfound thread of energy taking root in his body. This energy darted about like a tiny mouse. Following the circulation path demonstrated by the golden figure, he focused intensely on guiding this single wisp of energy through his meridians. Cultivation is an extremely difficult endeavor, achievable only by those with exceptional talent and guidance from a master. Yet, with the aid of his left eye, Zhang Dong completed the first set of movements, gaining his first stream of true qi. The first attempt was challenging, but the second went much smoother. With each repetition, the true qi within him grew stronger. After practicing 10 times, the true qi had become remarkably substantial, flowing through his meridians like a murmuring brook. Zhang Dong didn't dare to overdo it. After practicing 10 times, he sat down to rest and soon fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up the next day, he found his skin covered in a layer of black, greasy substance with a sour, unpleasant smell. Startled, he hurried into the bathroom to wash it off. Just as he finished washing up and changing clothes, Yi Ro rang the doorbell. Today, she wore a purple dress, looking noble and beautiful. With a smile, she asked Zhang Dong, "Did you rest well yesterday?" "That's great. President Yi, could you take a look at something for me?" He invited Yi Ro into the room and carefully took out the painting of the 7 birds, slowly unfurling it before her. Yi Ro's beautiful eyes widened gradually as she exclaimed, "Heavens! This is Emperor Huizong of Song's 7 Birds painting." Zhang Dong nodded. This 7 Birds painting was hidden inside the scroll of the 8 steeds. Its owner must have been worried about its safety, So they came up with this method of concealment. Taking a deep breath, Yi Ro said, "What a treasure. This painting is worth at least several tens of millions. Zhang Dong, if you're willing to let it go, I can put it up for auction. As for the commission fee, I can give you a 50% discount." Zhang Dong laughed and said, "All right, let's do the auction then." Yi Ro was delighted. She looked Zhang Dong up and down with a smile and said, "You're amazing. A true master doesn't show his hand. First the Golden Sutra, now the Seven Birds painting. You're practically a treasure hunting expert." Zhang Dong quickly waved his hands in denial. "I was just lucky, that's all." Yi Ro snorted, "I don't believe that for a second." Afterwards, she and Zhang Dong had a buffet dinner at the hotel. Before they could finish the meal, she received a phone call that made her visibly anxious. She quickly dialed another number, and when the call connected, she asked, "Andy Liu, how is my grandfather?" After listening for a few minutes, she hung up abruptly, her worry deepening. Zhang Dong glanced at her and asked, "President Yi, what's wrong?" Yi Ro sighed softly. "My grandfather hasn't been seen for 2 days. I'm worried about his safety." Zhang Dong responded, "Then why not call him directly?" Yi Ro shook her head. "His phone hasn't been reachable since last night. Something must have happened. Otherwise, that woman wouldn't be in such a hurry to get rid of me." Zhang Dong. "President Yi, why don't you ask your father?" Yi Ro flashed a contemptuous smile and said, "He's completely under that woman's control. Asking him would be useless." After a moment's thought, she declared, "We're going to Haicheng." Zhang Dong was somewhat surprised. It was over 200 kilometers away, at least a 3-hour drive. Yi Ro continued, "I must see grandfather to make sure he's all right." Zhang Dong nodded. As her bodyguard, it was naturally his duty to escort her. "Very well," he said. "I'll take President Yi to Haicheng." Yi Ro had someone drive the car to the hotel yesterday and left it in the parking lot. The two took the elevator to the underground parking lot. Just as they were about to get in the car, a dark plume of smoke suddenly surged from the roof of the car and lunged straight at Yi Ro. Yi Ro froze, completely unable to react. Zhang Dong, however, saw clearly that the dark smoke was actually a swarm of black flying insects, hideous in appearance and clearly nothing good. Fearing Yi Ro might get hurt, in his desperation, he swung his palm to strike at the swarm. With a wave of his hand, he felt a surge of heat in his left eye as a dragon's roar echoed in his mind. A wisp of golden light shot out and instantly devoured the black insect. The golden light returned to his left eye, and the tiny golden insect continued emitting golden waves, purifying his body. Chapter 10. Destiny's savior Yi Ro, still shaken, asked, "What was that?" Zhang Dong slightly furrowed his brows and said, "A type of insect quite similar to the one that was inside your stomach before. Someone must have used these bugs to harm you." Then he recalled plots from novels and murmured, "Could these be goo insects?" Yi Ro turned pale. Goo insects. Had someone planted a curse on her? Zhang Dong reassured her, "Don't be afraid. I know how to deal with these things. Get in the car, let's go." Soon after leaving the hotel, the car entered the highway, and Zhang Dong concentrated on driving. Yi Ro kept making phone calls throughout the journey, contacting different people and gathering information from various sources. After finishing the last call, she closed her eyes and waited for updates. About 10 minutes later, her phone rang. After listening for a while, her eyes reddened as she asked, "How long has he been unconscious?" "All right, I understand. Thank you, Elder Su." Zhang Dong glanced at her and asked, "President Yi, any news?" Yi Ro wiped away her tears gently. "My grandfather is in a coma. His condition is critical. Elder Su said he can hold on for at most half a month." After a moment's thought, she added, "That woman has already sent people to control where my grandfather is staying. I must go see someone to seek his guidance." Zhang Dong asked, "Who is this person?" Yi Ro replied, "An old friend of my grandfather's. He's a reclusive master. If he's willing to help, there might still be hope for my grandfather." Zhang Dong asked, "Where does this master live?" Yi Ro replied, "He lives on Lingyun Peak." Hearing it was Lingyun Peak, Zhang Dong was somewhat surprised and said, "Lingyun Peak in Qingshan County?" Yi Ro asked, You know Lingyun Peak? Zhang Dong smiled and said, My home is in Qingshan County. Lingyun Peak isn't too far from my place. I used to go hiking there often during my middle school years. Then he turned on a navigation and said, We'll reach Lingyun Peak in about an hour and a half. After driving for a while, he added, This Taoist master must be quite remarkable. Yiro nodded gently. My grandfather once told me that if I ever faced great difficulties, I should go to Lingyun Peak to seek Master Longyan's help. He would surely assist me. After an hour's drive, the car entered Qingshan County and soon arrived at Lingyun Peak. Lingyun Peak, standing over 1,000 meters tall, had only one winding mountain path leading upwards, accessible solely by foot. Gazing at the cloud-shrouded summit, Yi Ro offered a wry smile. Still clad in high heels, she knew climbing would be impossible. Zhang Dong also noticed Yi Ro's discomfort. Glancing at the long mountain path ahead, he said, Miss Yi, let me carry you up the mountain. Yiru looked at him in surprise. Carry me up? That would be exhausting. A mountain over 1,000 meters high would leave even an unburdened, ordinary person sore all over after climbing to the summit, let alone carrying someone else. Zhang Dong smiled. No problem. We can rest when tired. Seeing no better option, Yiro nodded reluctantly. Much obliged then. Zhang Dong bent down as Yiro climbed onto his back, her arms lightly encircling his neck. Feeling the soft touch against his back, Zhang Dong's heart skipped a beat. Quickly regaining his composure, he focused his mind and began striding up the mountain. Though carrying another person, he still moved with swift, effortless steps. Half an hour later, the pair arrived before the gate of a Taoist temple. Wispy clouds drifted around the temple grounds, creating an ethereal, otherworldly atmosphere. Outside the Taoist temple, where the ground was relatively level, Zhang Dong placed Yi Ro gently on the ground. Her delicate face flushed slightly as she smoothed her hair and said softly, Thank you for your effort. Zhang Dong grinned. No trouble at all, he replied, appearing remarkably composed without even breaking a sweat. Just then, a young Taoist acolyte of about 15 or 16 emerged. Glancing at the pair, he clasped his hands in greeting and said, My master invites you both inside. Without delay, the two entered the courtyard and were ushered into the temple by the young acolyte. The modest temple housed statues of the three pure ones, before which a Taoist priest sat cross-legged, his eyes half closed in contemplation. Zhang Dong actually couldn't discern this person's age. At first glance, he appeared to be in his 50s, yet upon closer inspection, he seemed more like someone in their 30s. As he stared at the man, he noticed a wisp of energy circulating within his body along some peculiar meridians. Compelled by curiosity, Zhang activated his own qi and began mirroring the stranger's energy flow pattern. This man turned out to be none other than Taoist priest Longyan. The priest smiled faintly. Missy has grown so much. Last time I saw you, you were just a little girl. Yiro suddenly knelt before the Taoist priest. Reverend, my grandfather remains unconscious. Can you save him? Longyan Dao Zhang sighed lightly. Birth, aging, illness, and death. Such is the eternal order. This is his fate, I fear. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Zhang Dong, who had come with her, and he suddenly let out a surprised Zhang Dong's heart skipped a beat, thinking to himself, could the priest have discovered his secret observation of the mystic arts? Master Longyan suddenly chuckled and changed his tone, saying, Take this young man to your home. He'll be the one to wake your grandfather. Both Yeru and Zhang Dong froze, exchanging bewildered glances. Master, I don't know any medicine. I'm afraid I can't be of much help, Zhang Dong admitted honestly. Master Longyan smiled and said, You are the destined benefactor in her life. You will surely be able to help the Yi family. Yeru's eyes brightened. Knowing that Master Longyan never spoke idly, she bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Taoist Master Longyan nodded. Don't see your grandfather yet. Go the day after tomorrow. Yiro froze. Why? Taoist Master Longyan shook his head. The time isn't right yet. Yiro asked a few more questions, but Taoist Master Longyan refused to elaborate. She had no choice but to excuse herself with Zhang Dong. After carrying Yi Ro down the mountain again, Zhang Dong smiled. President Yi, it's getting dark. Let's rest in Qingshan County for tonight. Taoist Master Long Yin said they could go to Haiqing the day after tomorrow since the matter wasn't urgent. Yi Ro replied, All right, let's rest in Qingshan County tonight. Though Zhang Dong hadn't been home for years, he was still quite familiar with his hometown. He drove to the best hotel in Qingshan County, the Shanshui Grand Hotel. The hotel offered excellent environment and service. After checking in, Zhang Dong let Yi Ro rest first while he prepared to make a trip back home. Zhang Dong's home is located in a small town on the eastern side of the county, nestled between mountains and rivers with beautiful scenery. The locals have built camping sites, farmhouse restaurants, and fruit-picking gardens here, attracting a large number of tourists from the urban area. Zhang Dong's home sits at the eastern end of the town. His parents operate an orchard year-round, cultivating various fruit trees on the mountain slopes and tending to them daily. Zhang Dong took a taxi home and saw his cousin Zhang, who's standing at his doorstep, cursing loudly with a ferocious expression on his face. His parents were hiding inside the house, too afraid to come out. Seeing Zhang Dong get out of the car, Zhang Hu froze for a moment before raising his eyebrows and shouting, Zhang Dong, just the person I wanted to see. Come and talk some sense into my second uncle. Zhang Dong's face darkened. Zhang Hu, did you eat shit or something? Coming to my house to pick a fight. Zhang Dong and Zhang Hu had never been on good terms. They'd been scrapping with each other since childhood, so Zhang Dong didn't bother being polite. Zhang Hu erupted in fury. Zhang Dong, you've grown some nerve, yelling at me like that. He shoved Zhang Dong as he spoke. The energy from the golden insect greatly enhanced Zhang Dong's physique, giving him extraordinary vision. Zhang Hu's movements appeared in slow motion before his eyes. With a slight sidestep, he deftly pulled his opponent off balance. Zhang Hu cried out, as he stumbled to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Dong delivered a kick that drew another howl of pain. Hearing the commotion, both parents rushed outside. Zhang Dong's father, Zhang Baoxing, and mother, Tang Lan, were simple, honest folk. Dad, Mom, Zhang Dong asked, why was Zhang Hu here shouting abuse at our family? Tang Lan sighed and explained, your uncle wants to buy our contracted orchard to turn it into a cemetery plot. Your father refused, so they came every day to curse. Zhang Dong hauled Zhang Hu up and asked coldly, Zhang Hu, is this true? Zhang Hu shouted angrily, Zhang Dong, your father won't take the money when he could. Isn't he an idiot? Tang Lan retorted, Zhang Hu, your father makes tens of thousands from selling just one cemetery plot, yet you expect us to hand over 50 acres of mountain forest for just 30,000? Of course we refused. Zhang Dong sneered. 30,000 to buy out dozens of acres of mountain land? That's quite the cunning calculation. Just then, a middle-aged man rushed over, shoving Zhang Dong aside angrily. Zhang Dong, what do you think you're doing? Chapter 11. A glowing medicinal herb. The newcomer was slightly built but carried an air of authority. None other than Zhang Hu's father, Zhang Dong's uncle Zhang Baokai, who also happened to be the village chief. Zhang Dong stepped back a few paces and retorted, Uncle, your son Zhang Hu spews shit with his mouth yet shows up on my doorstep to vomit filth. Aren't you going to rein him in? Zhang Baokai flew into a rage. How dare you talk like that? If your parents had any sense, would Zhang Hu have cursed at them? Zhang Dong sneered. Not letting you take advantage means having no sense? Since you're so sensible, why don't you give me $1 million first? Zhang Baokai glared coldly at his nephew and said, Zhang Dong, those few years abroad have made you bold, daring to speak to your uncle like this. In his youth, Zhang Baokai had studied martial arts and later ventured to other provinces. His broad experience was why he'd risen to become the top leader. Most people in the village were somewhat afraid of him. Zhang Dong said curtly, no need for idle talk. The mountain land my family contracted isn't for sale. Zhang Baokai chuckled and said, all right then, if you won't sell, I can't force you. With that, he gave Zhang Hu a meaningful glance, and the father-son duo quickly took their leave. Tang Lan looked worried. After they had gone farther away, she said, Xiaodong, your uncle has many tricks up his sleeve. I'm afraid he might try to harm you. Zhang Dong replied calmly, Don't worry, Mom. 3 years away from home, and everything looked exactly the same. The courtyard had been swept clean. A big yellow dog darted out from its kennel, wagging its tail around Zhang Dong. Da Huang was already 7 years old, Zhang Dong's childhood playmate. Though their master had been absent for years, the dog recognized the young man at first glance. Zhang Dong patted Big Yellow's head and laughed. Big Yellow, you've gotten chubby. In the evening, Tang Lan slaughtered a chicken. With her son having been abroad for 3 years and living frugally on plain soups, she prepared to make a lavish dinner. Seeing there was still time, Zhang Dong sent Yiro a message asking if she'd already gone to bed. Yiro replied promptly, Can't sleep, going downstairs for a snack later. Zhang Dong, my mom just killed a chicken. Why don't you come over for dinner? I'll send you the address. Yiro, is it convenient? Absolutely. All right, I'll leave in 10 minutes. Mom, my boss is coming over for dinner, he called out to Tang Lan in the kitchen. Tang Lan anxiously asked, Xiaodong, your boss is coming? Won't eating at our place seem too shabby? Zhang Dong, not shabby at all. I saw plenty of mushrooms in the fridge and some ham in the kitchen. Let's stir-fry them all for dinner later. Zhang Baoxing asked, Xiaodong, what business is your boss in? Zhang Dong replied, She deals in cultural relics and antique authentication. I work under her and make 60,000 a month. Both parents were startled. A monthly salary of 60,000. That's incredibly high pay. Tang Lan and Zhang Baoxing busied themselves preparing a feast. Stir-fried ham, stir-fried chicken, sautéed wild mushrooms, bamboo shoot stewed with cured pork, snake soup, and several side dishes. 4 cold dishes and 8 hot dishes in total. The food was nearly ready when the Porsche Cayenne pulled up at the gate. Zhang Dong's home was right at the village entrance, making it easy to find. Soon after, Yiro stepped out of the car, now dressed in a flowing black dress. As they entered the courtyard, both Tang Lan and Zhang Baoxing came out to greet them. Even the family dog, Da Huang, wagged its tail in welcome. Carrying 2 gift boxes, Yiro smiled and said, Hello, Uncle. Hello, Auntie. Sorry to intrude. Tang Lan's eyes lit up at the sight of such a beautiful girl. No intrusion at all, she quickly replied. We're so glad you could come. Please have a seat. Leading their guest to the living room, Zhang Dong brewed a cup of wild mountain tea for Yiro, all home-roasted leaves with excellent flavor. After exchanging pleasantries, the group sat down to eat. The dishes were authentic hometown cuisine. While presentation was humble, the flavors were outstanding, eliciting constant praise from Yiro. After dinner, Da Huang scurried inside, searching for bones to gnaw on. By chance, Zhang Dong noticed a crushed leaf wedge between the dog's claws, one radiating a faint spiritual glow. His heart stirred. His left eye could see it while his right eye couldn't, which clearly meant this broken leaf was extraordinary. He plucked the leaf fragment and asked Big Yellow, Big Yellow, where did this come from? The dog sniffed the leaf and immediately bolted away, forcing Zhang Dong to chase after it. Director Yi, please enjoy your tea first. I need to step out for a moment. The man and dog ventured into the mountains until, near the summit, Big Yellow darted into a bamboo grove. There, nestled in a small mountain hollow, grew a medicinal herb. Zhang Dong noticed that these medicinal herbs were all emitting a faint spiritual glow, accompanied by a fragrant herbal aroma. He snapped a photo with his phone and compared it online, only then realizing this was a wild mountain ginseng. He let out a hearty laugh, reaching out to pat Da Huang's head in praise of its cleverness. Da Huang wagged its tail enthusiastically, overjoyed. Grabbing a sharp stone, he deftly dug up the ginseng in just a few strokes. It measured over 20 centimeters long, shaped like a human figure, and weighed no less than half a pound. As the saying goes, 7 tails make a ginseng, 8 tails make a treasure. In ancient times, 1 gene equaled 16 tails, so 8 tails was half a gene. The wild mountain ginseng in Zhang Dong's hands already exceeded 8 tails, making it a ginseng treasure. After digging up the ginseng, he descended the mountain and returned home. Seeing the ginseng in Zhang Dong's hand, Yirou's eyes lit up as she asked, "Is that ginseng?" Zhang Dong nodded. "I'm not very familiar with it, but I looked it up online and it seems to be ginseng." Yirou carefully took the ginseng and examined it closely before saying, "This is a mutated variant called a ginseng treasure. This ginseng treasure of yours must be at least 300 years old. Ordinary ginseng doesn't live very long, but some mutated varieties can grow for hundreds or even thousands of years. We call these ginseng treasures." "The ginseng king?" Zhang Dong laughed and asked. "So is it valuable?" Yirou answered seriously. "That depends on luck. If you find a right buyer who needs it, selling for 10 million wouldn't be impossible." Tang Lan and Zhang Baoxing exchanged glances. 10 million. Yirou said, "My grandfather is in a coma. This wild ginseng might be useful. Zhang Dong, please sell it to me." Hearing that the ginseng might help Yirou's grandfather, he replied, "Something I dug up myself doesn't need payment. Feel free to take it, Chairman Yi." Yirou shook her head. "That won't do. I'll give you a fair price." After conversing for a while, it had grown late. Since staying at his home wasn't convenient, Zhang Dong drove Yirou back to her hotel. Zhang Dong was Yirou's bodyguard, so naturally he also stayed at the hotel at night, though Yirou occupied the inner room while he stayed in the outer one. As night fell, he sat cross-legged on the sofa, circulating the vital energy within his body according to the pathway taught by Taoist Long Yen. Thanks to his left eye's ability for internal vision, his energy circulation was exceptionally smooth, completing a full cycle in no time. After completing the cycle, he felt a noticeable increase in his internal energy, and his body brimmed with comfort. With the previous experience, transferring the true energy no longer required internal vision afterward. And so, Zhang Dong practiced continuously for 7 celestial cycles, resting only when the qi in his body had reached full abundance. The next morning, he awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated. Once Yirou also got up, the two went together to enjoy breakfast, local delicacies that Yirou took great delight in. After breakfast, Zhang Dong drove Yirou up to the mountain his family had contracted. It was early spring, with flowers blooming across the landscape. The perfect time to admire the blossoms and take a leisurely hike. Reaching the summit, Zhang Dong heard rhythmic shouts of exertion. "Hey! Ha!" coming from the opposite side of the mountain. The two of them ran to the mountaintop, where they saw an elderly man teaching 2 youths how to practice martial arts. Every posture and movement precise and well executed. Chapter 12. Learning by watching. When the old man noticed strangers approaching, he merely nodded without paying them much attention and continued instructing the 2 youths. Zhang Dong and Yirou sat down to rest and casually observed the man teaching the martial techniques. What he taught was quite simple. First, stance training. Second, walking along the edge of a vat. And third, 3 basic fist techniques. The stance training was so straightforward that Zhang Dong grasped it just by watching. He could even discern how the man's internal energy was circulating within his body. However, the 2 boys always failed to stand properly, as if some invisible force was preventing them from succeeding. Walking the vat seemed simple enough to him. One had to move quickly along the edge of a vat 1.5 meters in diameter without letting it wobble or slipping off, while gradually increasing speed. The 2 boys walked slowly and couldn't even complete a full circle before falling off. Finally, the 3 fist techniques he taught were relatively simple, consisting of just a few repetitive moves, which the 2 boys managed to mimic decently. After watching for half an hour, Yirou had rested enough. Zhang Dong waved to the old man teaching boxing, and the 2 began their return trip along the same path. When they reached the mountainside, Zhang Dong spotted several people talking in his family's orchard. Zhang Baokai and Zhang, who were both there, along with 3 men standing opposite them, apparently negotiating something. "Uncle, what are you doing in my family's orchard?" Zhang Dong asked as he approached. Seeing Zhang Dong, Zhang Baokai put his hands on his hips and said, "Xiao Dong, these men are all big bosses. They're planning to develop a cemetery on this mountain. I've discussed it with the boss, and will compensate your land at 10,000 yuan per mu. 50 mu would make it 500,000 yuan. No sale. Zhang Dong refused outright. He knew perfectly well that if his uncle was offering 500,000 yuan, the profit he stood to make couldn't be less than 5 million. 50 mu of woodland, even a conservative estimate, would yield 300 to 500 grave plots. At 30 to 50,000 each, that's a profit of 10 to 20 million. Seeing Zhang Dong's reluctance, Zhang Baotsai's face darkened. Little Dong, do you know who this boss is? If you don't give him face, your family will have a hard time ahead. Among the three men, a middle-aged man in black stepped forward. A snake-shaped scar lay across his face, with big, bulging eyes that gave him a fierce appearance. His gaze swept over Zhang Dong as he said, "Young man, you only have the contracting rights to this land, so it's not technically your family's property. If you refuse to agree, the village can unilaterally sell the land to me. By then, you won't get a single cent." Zhang Dong narrowed his eyes. The mountain forest leasing period is 60 years, with over 40 years remaining. If you want to reclaim the leasing rights, just compensate the orchard's output value for the remaining 40-plus years. He took out his phone, opened the calculator, and said, 10 acres of apricots, yielding 1,500 gene per acre. Over 45 years, that's 675,000 gene total. At 2 yuan per gene, roughly 1.75 million yuan. 15 acres of fragrant pears, yielding 1,200 gene per acre. Over 45 years, that's 810,000 gene. At 2 yuan per gene, totaling 1.62 million yuan. Zhang Dong tapped away at his calculator before finally announcing 45 years. Based on this year's market prices, the orchard's output value would be approximately 6,550,000 yuan. But that's just this year's pricing. As residents' living standards improve in the future, fruit prices will consequently rise. If prices increase by 3% annually, the output value in 45 years would reach 3.8 times this year's amount. Overall, you'll need to compensate our family at least 15,720,000 yuan. The profit is calculated at 40% of the output value, which amounts to 6,288,000. After hearing Zhang Dong's offer, Zhang Baotsai's expression turned uglier than if he'd eaten a dead child. He said darkly, "Xiao Dong, you're like a toad boasting. Such big talk. 6,280,000. You really dare to ask for that much?" Zhang Dong responded, "Business is about mutual willingness. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy." The scar-faced, middle-aged man sneered, "Kid, believe it or not, I can take your family's land without spending a single cent." Zhang Dong looked at him and said, "I don't believe you." The middle-aged man snorted coldly and gave a meaningful glance to the two men beside him. Both stood about 1.85 meters tall with muscular builds and cold, sinister eyes. Taking the cue, the two men moved to flank Zhang Dong, one on each side. Zhang Dong, who had just finished watching a boxing match, took a step forward with his left foot, assuming slightly staggered footing with his body relaxed. The man on the left suddenly reached out to press down on his shoulder, while the other grabbed at his arm, clearly trying to restrain Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong swayed his shoulders in accordance with a newly learned boxing technique. As the internal energy within him surged, he swung his arms outward. The two burly men were sent flying like broken kites, flung 7 or 8 meters away, one crashing into a fruit tree and the other slamming against a large trunk. The two were wounded by the true qi, unable to get up for quite some time, their faces pale, sweat pouring like rain, limbs weak as if drained of strength, hearts pounding wildly. Zhang Dong reached out and placed his hand on the scar-faced man's shoulder. The latter turned pale. The two men who had just fallen were his toughest fighters, yet they had been taken down in an instant. This guy was undoubtedly a master. "Brother, let's talk this out," he quickly said. "The price you're asking is very reasonable. We can negotiate." Zhang Dong patted his shoulder and said, "Then go back and think it over carefully. 5.7 million yuan. If you're willing, I'll sign the contract with you right away." The scar-faced man nodded repeatedly. All right, I'll definitely give it serious consideration and get back to you with an answer, brother. Zhang Dong, you all need to leave right now. Yes, we'll go immediately, the man replied hastily. As Zhang Dong and Yiro walked down the mountain to leave, the scar-faced man wiped the cold sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh of relief. He bent down to help his subordinate up, but the man waved him off, saying, Boss, I've got no strength left. My body feels completely drained. This man is a master. You absolutely must not provoke him, the scar-faced man sighed. Who would have thought this young man could be so formidable? Zhang Baokai froze momentarily before hastily saying, Scarface, I watched Dong Zhang grow up. Who would know his capabilities better than me? He's no master by any stretch of the imagination. Scarface gave him a cold glance and asked, How many years has it been since you last saw him? Zhang Baokai replied, 3 years. He's been working abroad these past 3 years. Scar sighed, that explains it. 3 years is enough time to forge a master. The man sitting on the ground said, Boss, this man is extremely skilled. What if we asked him to confront the martial arts expert that He Yuanhu hired? He Yuanhu was Scarface's longtime rival. The two had been vying for dominance in Yun City for years, with victories and defeats going back and forth between them. However, He Yuanhu recently invited a martial arts master from the border province to settle matters through boxing with Scarface's people. Settling through boxing refers to conflicting parties each hiring a martial arts master to compete in skill. The losing side must make concessions. Last time, when the expert Scarface invited lost the boxing contest against the opponent, they suffered significant losses. Recently, conflicts between both sides have flared up again, with He Yuanhu demanding another boxing match, leaving Scarface deeply troubled by this matter. His eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Right, I'll go pay my respects right now. When Zhang Dong returned home, he noticed a Passat parked at his doorstep and recognized it as his brother-in-law's car. Walking inside, he saw an adorable little girl about 5 or 6 years old, chasing Huang the dog around and trying to feed it snacks. Huang's belly was already noticeably round from eating too much. It clearly wanted no more, but the little girl was so earnest that the dog couldn't bring itself to refuse. Uncle! Seeing Zhang Dong enter, the little girl screamed with joy and came running over excitedly. Zhang Dong crouched down, stretched out his arms to hug her, and said with a smile, You've grown into quite the young lady now, kiddo. Although he'd been working away for 3 years, Zhang Dong frequently video-called his niece, so there was no sense of unfamiliarity between them. A young woman in her late 20s emerged from the house, bearing some resemblance to Tang Lan. She was Zhang Dong's elder sister, Zhang Hong. Half of her face was bruised and swollen, as if she'd just been badly beaten. Chapter 13, Avenging My Sister. Seeing the injuries on Zhang Hong's face, Zhang Dong's expression darkened. Sis, who did this to you? He demanded. Zhang Hong avoided his gaze, quickly saying, It's nothing, I just fell. Zhang Dong shook his head. Sis, you can't fool me. Those are from being hit, not from falling. At this moment, a man in his early 30s stepped forward. With an honest face, he said to Zhang Dong, Little Dong, you're back. He was Zhang Hong's husband, Zhang Dong's brother-in-law, named Li Kongming. Brother-in-law, did you hit my sister? Who gave you that scar on her face? Zhang Dong raised an eyebrow, his expression turning cold. Since childhood, his sister had been the one who cared for him most. Back in their school days, her frail frame had carried him all the way to the elementary school in town. Whatever delicious food was at home, she always let her younger brother Zhang Dong eat first. With their parents often busy away from home, it was always Zhang Dong's elder sister who cooked for him. One could say Zhang Hong held the same status as parents in Zhang Dong's heart. He would never tolerate anyone bullying his sister. Li Kongming hastily waved his hands. Xiao Dong, how could I possibly hit your sister? Tang Lan walked out, her expression grim as she said, Xiao Dong, it was your brother-in-law's younger brother who hit her. Zhang Dong was furious. Who does he think he is? How dare he lay a hand on my sister? His rage sent surges of internal energy wildly swirling, his hair actually standing on end. Li Kongming felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly explained, Xiao Dong, my brother was drunk that day. He truly didn't mean it. Tang Lon sneered. Didn't mean it? Then, why wasn't someone else hit? Are we Zhang's easy to bully? Zhang Dong pulled Zhang Hong aside and demanded, Sister, I'll stand up for you. Tell me, why did Li Kongliang hit you? Zhang Hong knew she couldn't keep it hidden any longer. She sighed and said, If I hadn't missed you so much, I would have waited a few more days before coming back to spare you and mom the worry. Actually, it's nothing serious. My father-in-law receives over 8,000 in pension every month. These past few years, the pension savings card has been in Li Kongliang's wife's hands. Yesterday was my father-in-law's birthday. Li Kongliang's wife was showing off her 10,000 yuan purse and 5,000 yuan shoes, then called me a frump dressed in country bumpkin clothes. I got so angry that I mocked her, saying she had no qualms spending old people's money. Because of that remark, Li Kongliang suddenly jumped up to hit me. If your brother-in-law hadn't grabbed him, he would have even come at me with a knife. Zhang Dong narrowed his eyes. Sis, both our sons. Your in-laws are way too biased. Zhang Hong sighed. Duan's father is a convict who killed someone. My father-in-law and mother-in-law are both terrified of him. Zhang Dong said coolly, Being an ex-con isn't something to be proud of. Why should we fear him? Later I'll take you home. I'll settle this for you. Zhang Hong quickly said, Lil Dong, don't go. It's not a big deal anyway. It's all in the past. Zhang Dong shook his head. No, this matter isn't over. Zhang Hong then noticed Yi Rou standing nearby and quickly asked, Little Dong, is this your boss? Yi Rou smiled and said, Sister, my name is Yi Rou. Zhang Hong quickly responded, Please come in and sit. Li Kongming remained silent the whole time, making Zhang Dong increasingly furious. He almost wanted to kick him. Zhang Dong suddenly asked, Brother-in-law, is Li Kongliang at home? Li Kongming hurriedly answered, Xiao Dong, Kongliang is at the construction site. He just contracted the town's landscaping project. Before Li Kongming could finish, Zhang Dong stood up and stormed out. Zhang Hong rushed after him, but Zhang Dong had already sped away in his Qian, leaving a trail of dust behind. Zhang Donglai happened to see people working on a greening project in the town while on his way, and he decided to go settle accounts with Li Kongliang. On the main road east of the town, Li Kongliang was directing a group of people planting trees and flowers. He had secured this project through connections, and with just a month's work, it would easily earn him 70 or 80,000 yuan. Next to him, a balding man in his 50s said, Kongliang, after this job's done, your dad will find you the next one. The bald man had a fierce appearance. His name was Du Gui, who had killed someone in a fight over a decade ago and was consequently sentenced to life imprisonment. He had only been released the year before last. Upon learning that his daughter had already married and his wife had run off with another man, he sought out Li Kongliang. At first, Li Kongliang kept his murderous father-in-law at arm's length. But later, discovering that Du Gui had extensive connections and could help him find work, he quickly became deferential to the man. Li Kongliang grinned and said, Dad, that's perfect. Once I make the money, I'll definitely take good care of you. At that moment, a Qian pulled up in front of the two men, and Zhang Dong stepped out. Zhang Dong had met Li Kongliang a few times before, though they weren't acquainted well, but he still recognized him. Zhang Dong. Li Kongliang sensed something amiss and instinctively took a step back. Zhang Dong stared at Li Kongliang and demanded, Li Kongliang, you've got some nerve hitting my sister. Before Li Kongliang could speak, Du Gui stepped forward and gave Zhang Dong a sidelong glance, saying, Kid, I know about Kongliang hitting your sister. She deserved it. Who your in-laws give their money to is their business. What right did she have to interfere? Zhang Dong asked, Who are you? Du Gui snorted coldly. I'm Kongliang's father-in-law. Zhang Dong said coldly. This is between me and Li Kongliang. Stay out of it. Get lost. Du Gui was furious. Relying on his prison record and murderous past, he didn't take Zhang Dong seriously and shouted, Watch your mouth, punk. Ignoring him, Zhang Dong grabbed Li Kongliang by the neck and slapped him without hesitation. Whack! The slap left Li Kongliang dazed, unable to regain his senses for a long moment. Enraged, Du Gue swung a punch at Zhang Dong, only to be kicked flying. Asterisk smack. Slap. Asterisk. Zhang Dong slapped Li Kongliang more than a dozen times with both hands, then dragged him by the hair to the pond and dunked his head in the water. Li Kongliang struggled desperately, but he was no match for Zhang Dong's strength, choking on several mouthfuls of water. Finally, Zhang Dong yanked his head out of the water and said coldly, "Go apologize to my sister now. See if she can forgive you. If you don't want to, that's fine too. I'll make sure you drink your fill today." Li Kongliang was frightened and cried out, "Zhang Dong, I was wrong. I'll go apologize right away." Du Gue rushed over to help his son-in-law, only to be flung into the pond by Zhang Dong with a single hand, drenching him completely. Knowing he was no match, he dared not approach again. And so Li Kongliang, covered in mud and dripping wet, drove his car to Zhang Dong's house. Du Gue was also on the bus. Unable to defeat Zhang Dong in a fight, he decided to confront Zhang Dong's parents instead. At this moment, a Range Rover was parked outside the Zhang family's gate, with Scar standing by the car, accompanied by 6 of his underlings. Scar scratched his head and asked, "Why aren't they back yet?" One of his underlings suggested, "Boss, should we head back first?" Scar slapped him across the face. "We're already here, and you want me to leave empty-handed?" Just then, Li Kongliang and Zhang Dong's cars arrived. As soon as they got out of the cars, Scar approached with a respectful expression and cupped his hands toward Zhang Dong, saying, "Brother Zhang, I sincerely apologize for my earlier disrespect. I've come specially to offer my apologies in person." Du Gue had met many people in prison and naturally recognized Scarface, turning pale with fear. Did he know Zhang Dong? Zhang Dong was somewhat surprised to see the man had come to his home. Assuming he still hadn't given up, Zhang Dong asked coolly, "Still trying to buy my orchard?" Scarface hastily waved his hands. "I wouldn't dare. The land is yours. Only when you're ready to sell would I dare make an offer. And whatever price you name, I'll pay without bargaining." Zhang Dong's heart stirred. "So you have something else to discuss?" Chapter 14, Ding Kiln Lotus Bowl. Scarface nodded and said, "Brother Zhang, shall we talk in the car?" Zhang Dong nodded, and the 2 men got into the Range Rover. It was a 4-seater version with spacious and comfortable seats, where they sat on opposite sides. Scarface said seriously, "The moment you made your move today, I knew immediately you were a true master. I've recently arranged to settle a feud with my rival through a martial arts contest at Side Tower. He's brought in a real expert. I don't have anyone around me who can stand against him now. I wonder if Brother Zhang would be willing to lend me a hand. Of course, I wouldn't ask for your help without compensation. As long as you can defeat them, I'll pay this much." He extended 3 fingers, meaning 3 million. Zhang Dong said coolly, "I have no interest in fights. Find someone else." It's true he knows a bit of martial arts, but those were just recently stolen techniques. This level of skill might work against ordinary people, but facing a true master would be quite another matter. Scarface laughed and said, "Brother Zhang, no need to answer right away. Take some more time to think it over. We can talk anytime." After exchanging a few words, one of the underlings outside noticed Du Gue. He paused for a moment, then waved Du Gue over. The 2 had been cellmates before. During their time inside, Du Gue had served him meals, washed his feet, and folded his blankets, treated like nothing more than a servant. Seeing the man beckoning him, Du Gue's body seemed beyond his control as he stumbled eagerly forward, his face wreathed in smiles, saying, "Brother Xiong." This Brother Xiong asked, "Kid, what are you doing here?" Du Gue's eyes darting, first offered him a cigarette, then said, "Just hanging around nearby, nothing much." Then he tilted his chin toward Zhang Dong's direction and asked, "Brother Xiong, does Scarface know him?" Brother Xiong lowered his voice. "This one is a true master. Scarface has business with him." "A master?" Du Gue shuddered inwardly, his initial intention to stand up for his son-in-law instantly extinguished. He wanted to inquire further, but Zhang Dong had already walked out and headed straight home. He immediately gave his son-in-law Li Kongliang a kick and snarled, "Why aren't you apologizing?" Li Kongliang wasn't stupid. He knew his sister-in-law's brother wasn't someone to provoke, especially after just being taught a lesson. He promptly followed Zhang Dong into the courtyard. Zhang Hong and the others were all in the yard. When Li Kongming saw his younger brother's disheveled appearance, he froze and asked, "Kongliang, what are you doing here?" Li Kongliang walked up to Zhang Hong and knelt down with a thud, saying, "Sister-in-law, I was wrong. I apologize to you." Zhang Hong was shocked and looked at Zhang Dong. "Sister, you can keep him kneeling until you feel better before letting him get up." Zhang Hong, being kind-hearted by nature, said, "Let it go. Since he's admitted his mistake, we won't pursue it further." Zhang Dong glared at Li Kongliang and said, "Later, you return that pension card to your father. That's their retirement money, not for your wife to buy luxury goods." Yes, I'll definitely return it," Li Kongliang said with a bitter expression. Li Kongming quickly helped his younger brother up, and the two brothers went outside to talk. Zhang Dong called Tang Lan into the room and handed her a card, saying, "Mom, there's 1 million in here. Give some to my sister when you can. Don't say it's from me, otherwise she'll definitely refuse." Tang Lan knew her son was making good money now. She smiled and said, "All right, I understand, Mom. Back then, your father and I had no capability, and we couldn't prepare much dowry, so we were looked down upon by the in-laws. Now that you've made something of yourself, Xiaodong, we should properly make it up to her." After settling that matter, he went to find Yi Ro. She had been staying in Zhang Dong's room reading a book and smiled upon seeing his return. "Feeling better after venting?" Zhang Dong nodded. "I taught that bastard a lesson." "President Yi, when are we setting off?" "Tomorrow, then," Yi Ro said. "Tonight there's an antique exchange gathering in Yun City's collectible circle. Will you come with me?" Zhang Dong asked curiously. "What exactly is an exchange gathering?" Yi Ro explained. "It's an old tradition where participants bring 1 or 2 items to study and discuss with each other. If you see something you like, you buy it. If someone offers a suitable price for your item, you sell." Zhang Dong said, "Manager Yi, but we didn't bring anything back with us. What would we use to participate?" Yi Ro smiled and said, "Isn't there an antique street in Yin City? Let's go browse there first and see if we can stumble upon any treasures." Zhang Dong nodded. "All right." After having lunch at home, the two drove to Yun City's antique market. Yun City's antique scene enjoys nationwide fame, having produced several major collectors of our time. Yun City's antique market holds prestigious status across China, being ranked among the country's top 10 antique markets. The antique market resembled a commercial street, with various shops lining both sides and temporary stalls set up in the middle passage. When the two reached the street entrance, their sweeping glance revealed there were actually more stalls than customers. Clearly, this so-called top 10 antique market didn't live up to its name. Zhang Dong had no particular target in mind, browsing casually while making small talk as they walked. Though his gaze was casual, every object within his visual field revealed its vital essence to his penetrating sight. Most items at the street stalls carried a contemporary vibe, with the oldest dating back just over a century. Having walked halfway down the street without any discoveries, Zhang Dong noticed a particularly bustling shop with a steady stream of customers. He turned to Yi Ro and said, "Let's check out that store." It was a porcelain shop with various exquisite pieces showcased on display shelves, each more refined than the last. Yet at a single glance, Zhang Dong could tell only a handful among the hundreds of items emanated any ancient aura. He picked up a Ming Dynasty bowl and asked for the price. It turned out to cost over 300,000. The bowl is genuine, but it's a folk kiln product. This price is clearly too high. At that moment, a shrewd middle-aged man dressed in black entered, clutching a blue bundle in his arms with a tense expression. He bought the thing in the countryside for just 1,000 yuan. After checking online later, he felt it might be quite valuable, so he decided to come here and consult the experts. I asked several dealers along the way, but they all claimed it was a counterfeit. The moment the man entered, Zhang Dong noticed him. With just a glance, he detected the distinct aura of the Song dynasty emanating from the item the man was carrying. Upon closer inspection, countless images flashed before his eyes, and he immediately realized the wrapped bundle contained a Ding Kiln lotus bowl. After studying 2 authoritative books on porcelain appraisal, he quickly reached his conclusion. Ding Kiln is one of the 5 famous kilns, renowned for producing white porcelain along with black glaze, green glaze, and red glaze. It is particularly celebrated worldwide for its exquisite white porcelain. The middle-aged man was holding a white porcelain bowl from the Ding Kiln, crafted during the Northern Song dynasty. However, it had spent most of its time hidden in a tomb until being unearthed 3 years ago. With just one glance, Zhang Dong had already fully grasped this object's history. He immediately approached with a smile and asked, "Uncle, are you looking to sell something?" The middle-aged man swallowed hard and nodded. "Yeah. How did you know?" Zhang Dong chuckled. "Just a guess." "Uncle, what's that treasure you're holding in your arms? How much are you looking to sell it for?" The middle-aged man replied, "This is a family heirloom. I'm planning to sell it for this much." He spread out his right hand and waved all 5 fingers. 50,000, Zhang Dong ventured. The man shook his head and said with utmost seriousness, 500,000. Zhang Dong was astonished. 500,000? Whatever you have must be extremely valuable. Could you tell me what it is? The old man lowered his voice. "I've done my research. This should be Ding Kiln porcelain from the Yuan dynasty. Though not as valuable as pieces from the Song dynasty, it's definitely worth no less than $1 million. Is 500,000 too much to ask?" Zhang Dong rubbed his chin and said, "I'm a man who likes to try his luck. Tell you what, I'll buy this piece for 300,000, cash payment, no inspection." Chapter 15. The exchange. The middle-aged man froze, utterly puzzled. "Without inspecting the goods, aren't you afraid they might be fake?" Zhang Dong replied, "That's exactly why I said it's a gamble. What do you say, old-timer? Care to take the bet?" The middle-aged man had originally planned to sell the item as long as he could get 10 or 200,000 for it. Now Zhang Dong was offering 300,000 without even looking at the goods. Why would he refuse? After all, he couldn't be certain whether the item was genuine or fake. If he could, he wouldn't have settled for just 500,000. The middle-aged man immediately agreed. "Deal. The item is yours." Zhang Dong promptly took the old man to a nearby bank, withdrawing 300,000 from the counter to hand over to him. 300,000 stuffed into the briefcase made it bulge conspicuously. Fearful of attracting thieves, the middle-aged man hailed a taxi and left in haste. Yiro had remained silent the entire time. Only now did she speak up. 300,000 for some unknown object. You're truly something. Zhang Dong smiled as he unwrapped the cloth bundle, revealing a shoebox inside. When he opened the shoebox, it was filled with old cotton padding. After brushing aside the cotton padding, a pure white, jade-like bowl emerged before their eyes. Yiro froze for a moment before carefully picking up the bowl with both hands to examine it closely. After about half a minute, she took a deep breath and declared, "Thin as paper, white as jade, with a dense and firm body, lustrous and smooth glaze, exquisite patterns, and this signature here. I conclude this must be a Ding Kiln artifact from the Northern Song dynasty." Zhang Dong purposely feigned a pleasantly surprised expression. "Seems I've got quite the luck." Yiro couldn't help but feel suspicious. Was it really just luck? Zhang Dong, "President Yi, can we take this to the trade show?" Yiro smiled and said, "This bowl is worth millions, of course. Come on, let's keep looking around." At this moment, Zhang Dong, exhausted from overusing his eyes, withdrew his penetrative vision ability and simply looked at things in an understated manner. In the meantime, Yi Ro bought another item, spending 450,000 yuan. It was said that she could likely make a small profit from it. After wandering for over an hour, Zhang Dong regained some energy, but Yi Ro was already preparing to leave. At the end of the antique street, a stall displayed some old redwood furniture, most of it from the Qing dynasty. A man in his 70s, leaning on a cane, sat in an antique armchair with his eyes half closed. With just a glance, Zhang Dong spotted a treasure glow within the cane. Focusing his gaze, he realized it concealed 45 beads inside. Based on what he had learned from books, these beads were top-grade Danju pearls used by Qing dynasty emperors, each bead worth hundreds of thousands on the market. He immediately stopped and pointed at the cane, asking, "Boss, this cane of yours is quite nice. Qing Dynasty, isn't it?" The old man's half-closed eyes widened as he smiled. "You got a good eye." This was Prince Gong's personal cane, passed down to his descendants before my father acquired it. "I've been using it for decades now," Zhang Dong praised. "Truly a treasure. Would you be willing to part with it, boss?" The old man smiled and said, "Since I've brought it out, it's for sale. This item is crafted from rare and precious wood, and the gems inlaid on it are all fine pieces. How about this? If you like it, you can take it for 1,000,000. 1,000,000 wasn't cheap, and Yiro couldn't help remarking, "The cane is indeed nice, but the gems on it are all later replacements, man-made imitations. If you're serious about selling, how about 100,000? Yiro immediately spotted the flaw in the cane and directly slashed the price to 100,000 yuan. The old man repeatedly waved his hands, saying, "I won't sell it for 100,000. Might as well keep it for my own use." After some back and forth, they eventually secured the cane for 200,000 yuan. With the cane purchased, the two returned to the car. Zhang Dong asked, "Do you have a dagger?" Yiro curiously responded, "What for?" Zhang Dong tapped the cane and said, "It's hollow inside. I want to check if there's anything in it." Yiro's heart stirred as she pulled a screwdriver from the toolbox. Zhang Dong forcefully pried open a section of wood from the cane's base with it, causing 2 round, glossy beads to roll out. He then stood the cane upright, letting all 45 beads inside tumble onto the seat. Yiro gasped excitedly. "Oriental pearls." Zhang Dong chuckled. "A single Oriental pearl is worth at least 200,000 to 300,000. We've hit the jackpot this time." Yiro stared at Zhang Dong as if he were some kind of marvel and asked, "This is unbelievable. How did you know the cane was hollow?" Zhang Dong explained that when the cane came into contact with objects, it produced a hollow sound, which led him to conclude that its interior was empty. Yiro gave a thumbs up. "Brilliant. 45 Eastern pearls. They're worth at least 10 million. The two returned to the hotel, rested for a while, and then headed together to the exchange gathering. The event was held at a place called Four Seasons Villa. Four Seasons Villa was a hotel owned by Li Donghai, the wealthiest man in Yun City. The hotel covers more than 3,000 acres and took 10 years to build, boasting an interior of magnificent luxury. At this moment, the spring and autumn pavilion of Four Seasons Villa was entirely reserved, hosting hundreds of collectors from across the country who had gathered to exchange and admire their prize collections. The spring and autumn garden had 3 halls, each containing 60 tables. At this moment, some of the tables were already occupied with people gathered in small groups. Yiro, as the owner of Mingukshuan, not only secured an invitation to the event, but was also treated with higher regard than ordinary collectors. The organizers had seated her at a table in the center of the hall. After locating her seat, Yiro had Zhang Dong bring out the Ding Kiln bowl. Nearby collectors immediately gathered around. Is this Ding Kilnware? Thin as paper, white as jade. Could it really be Ding Kiln?" At that moment, a bespectacled man in a blue suit approached. His wrist bore a gold watch worth hundreds of thousands. After leaning in to examine the bowl for moments, he adjusted his glasses and asked Yiro, "Is this yours?" Yiro hummed in acknowledgement, waiting to hear his explanation. The bespectacled man said, "This should be a later imitation piece, though the craftsmanship isn't bad." Hearing his own possession dismissed as counterfeit, Zhang Dong felt irritated. Instead of arguing, he asked, "What makes you say that?" The bespectacled man smiled slightly and began explaining. "Let me clarify. Ding kilns used wood-fired ones. During the heating process, this created uneven bubble patterns on the porcelain, which are easy to identify. Since wood-fired kiln techniques are hard to replicate, imitation pieces must use modern firing methods, resulting in completely uniform bubbles." Zhang Dong nodded. "That's correct, which is why you should take another careful look at this item." The bespectacled man was slightly taken aback. He had dared to make that definitive statement precisely because he'd seen this bowl earlier today. An elderly man had come to sell this very bowl, and he'd examined it thoroughly before declaring it a modern replica. "No need. One glance is all I require to assess an item, he said coolly. Yi Ro, really? There are several porcelain appraisal experts present. Why not invite them over to take a look? She picked up the porcelain bowl, stood up, and walked towards an elderly man. The gray-haired old gentleman appeared vigorous as he sat there sipping tea, surrounded by his several younger companions. Noticing Yi Ro approaching, the old man smiled and said, "Little Yi, what brings you to Yin City?" With a cheerful smile, Yi Ro replied, "Uncle Zhu, I came to join the excitement. This afternoon I found something interesting. Would you mind examining it for me?" Everyone showed astonishment upon seeing the old man. This elder, named Zhu Jiang, was a titan in porcelain appraisal and a major collector of ceramics, with over 10,000 precious porcelain pieces in his personal collection. Chapter 16. Seeing through at a glance, the bespectacled man also approached, nodding as he said, "Elder Zhu, I believe this piece is a counterfeit." Zhu Jiang took the porcelain bowl, examined it under a magnifying glass for about half a minute, then set it aside. Turning to Yi Ro, he said with a smile, "Girl, you've got quite the luck. How much did you pay for it?" Yi Ro extended 3 fingers. 300,000. Zhu Jiang laughed heartily. "Not bad. The piece is genuine, but it differs from typical Ding kiln porcelain. It was fired in a coke kiln. This Ding kiln artifact has only fragmentary records extant, leaving little known about it, but I happen to be knowledgeable." The crowd nodded in unison. Yi Ro also expressed admiration, saying, "Master Zhu, without your expertise here, no one could have authenticated this bowl." Zhu Jiang laughed heartily and said, "I've actually been searching for Ding kiln pieces. How about letting me have this one?" Yi Ro smiled. "Since you fancy it, please take it as a keepsake." Zhu Jiang turned to his young and beautiful female assistant. "Issue a check for 15 million. After writing the check, he handed it to Yi Ro and said, 15 million, neither too high nor too low. If you change your mind, you can come get it from me anytime." Yi Ro nodded. "All right, let's do as Uncle Zhu suggested." The bespectacled man's expression darkened. Never had he imagined he'd misjudged the piece. He had just let slip a genuine Ding kiln treasure. But he quickly composed himself and smiled, saying, as expected of Elder Zhu's sharp eyes, "I've learned something valuable today." Old Zhu glanced at him and said calmly, "Are you Zhou Wenwu's son?" The bespectacled man nodded. "Junior Zhou Kong, you're speaking of my father." Zhu Jiang gave a non-committal and said nothing more. Zhou Tsong extended his hand toward Yi Ro with a smile. "Zhou Kong, you must be President Yi of Minggu Xian." Yi Ro didn't shake his hand and replied coolly, "Mr. Zhou's reputation has reached my ears." Zhou Tsong didn't feel embarrassed. Withdrawing his hand, he smiled and said, "Do you have time for dinner tonight, President Yi?" Yi Ro replied coolly, "Sorry, I don't have time." Zhou Tsong frowned slightly. His family background was no worse than Yi Ro's. This woman really knew how to slight someone. Adding to his earlier misjudgment about the Ding kiln porcelain, which had slipped through his fingers, frustration bubbled in his stomach. He immediately remarked, "Surely you didn't come to Yin City just for the trade fair, President Yi?" Detecting the insinuation in his words, the sharp-witted Yi Ro smiled faintly and replied, "What exactly are you implying, young Master Zhou?" Lowering his voice, Zhou Tsong said, "Let's talk over there." The group made their way to the corner, where Zhou Tsong lowered his voice and said, "Tonight at midnight, the Four Seasons Villa will be auctioning off some collections. Surely you must be aware of this." Yi Ro smiled faintly, neither denying nor confirming. Zhou Tsong continued, "I could serve as an advisor to President Yi when the time comes." Watching him persistently cozy up to her, Zhang Dong remarked coldly, "You couldn't even identify authentic Ding kiln porcelain properly. What gives you the confidence to advise President Yi? You hit a nerve." Zhou Tsong roared angrily, turning his head to glare coldly at Zhang Dong. "Watch your tongue, boy." Zhang Dong had no fondness for Zhou Tsong and raised an eyebrow, casting a cold glance in return. Yi Ro interjected, "No need to trouble yourself. Zhang Dong is a senior appraiser at Minggu Xian, and I trust his judgment." Hearing that Zhang Dong was a senior appraiser, Zhou Tsong showed a hint of disdain. Zhang Dong was far too young. How much experience could a young man possibly have? He said, President Yi asterisk. Do you remember that batch of lost artifact from Minggu Pavilion 2 years ago? Yi Ro's beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of cold light. This matter is highly confidential. How did young master Zhou come to know about it? Zhou Tsong chuckled. Walls have ears. It's not strange that I know about it. Ming Guxian suffered heavy losses that time. Don't you want to recover those losses? Yi Ro looked at him and asked, What are you trying to say? Zhou Tsong smiled faintly and said, President Yi, shall we talk somewhere else? Zhang Dong cast a glance, his vision piercing through young Master Zhou's clothes pocket to see a list containing photos and names of calligraphy and paintings. 32 pieces in total. These were all registered artworks of extremely high value, with even the cheapest piece worth over 10 million. Yi Ro was about to speak when Zhang Dong immediately said, You mean those paintings will be auctioned tonight? Zhou Tsong was startled. Staring at Zhang Dong, he asked, You knew? Zhang Dong replied, Like you said, walls have ears. Zhou Tsong let out a disdainful humph. Even if you know, it's nothing but scraps of information from the periphery. Tonight is like opening blind boxes. Every box contains something different, some valuable, some worthless, Yi Ro replied, now that a bit intriguing. Zhou Tsong. The organizers did this to maintain confidentiality. Only the person who wins the bid will know what's inside the blind box. This way, you can both keep the secret and sell your goods, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But as far as I know, the actual value of these things is at least 2 to 3 million. So even if there's a loss, it won't be too significant. If purchased in bulk, overall profits are still possible, which is why no one objects. Zhang Dong said, I'm aware of everything you've mentioned. Zhou Tsong frowned, giving Zhang Dong a deep look before scoffing lightly and turning to Yi Ro. President Yi, see you at the event later. After Zhou Tsong left, Yi Ro asked with a smile, You weren't actually aware of the auction details, were you? Zhang Dong. I deliberately tricked him. President Yi, were these lost artifacts from Minggu Pavilion that he mentioned? Yi Ro sighed softly and said, The Minggu Pavilion warehouse had some valuable calligraphy and paintings stolen by its custodian worth billions. Later, police from multiple regions investigated, but found the custodian had committed suicide, cutting off all leads. Zhang Dong was shocked. Billions in artifacts just gone like that? What exactly was missing? Yi Ro listed the names of several paintings, and when Zhang Dong and Zhou Tsong compared them with the items on their checklist, they were all there. A thought struck him, and he said, President Yi, based on what Zhou Tsong just said, I suspect the missing items might appear at tonight's auction. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the organizers to arrange this blind box auction. Yi Ro pondered for a moment and said, If that's really the case, what should we do? Once these calligraphy works and paintings are lost, getting them back would be incredibly difficult. Zhang Dong pondered for a moment before saying, President Yi, tonight I'll select the blind boxes for you. Yi Ro smiled bitterly. How many can we possibly find relying solely on luck? Zhang Dong thought for a while and asked, I'm highly sensitive to smells. Did those missing calligraphy and paintings have any common characteristics? Yi Ro's beautiful eyes lit up as she replied. At that time, to prevent insects and decay, they were stored in camphor wood boxes with musk inside. All the artworks carried the combined scent of camphor wood and musk. Zhang Dong nodded. Then it's easy. When the time comes, I could track down the stolen paintings by following the scent. Yi Ro exclaimed joyfully, Zhang Dong, if you can recover those missing calligraphy works and paintings, Ming Guxian will reward you handsomely. After a moment's thought, she added, If grandfather regains consciousness, I'll beg him to give you 5% of Ming Guxian's shares along Jiangbei as a reward. Chapter 17. Brain-eating, Gu Zhang Dong laughed. Just a batch of paintings and calligraphy works. Are they really worth 5% of equity shares? Yi Ro said, These calligraphies and paintings are the treasures of our shop. Their worth cannot be measured in mere money. Back then, my grandfather dedicated tremendous effort to collect these treasures. I can't let them slip away. Zhang Dong nodded. President Yi, leave this matter to me. At the exchange venue, everyone brought out their items. Zhang Dong once again took out those 45 pearls and placed them on the table. Several elderly men immediately approached. One of them with a ruddy face picked up 2 of the Dongzhu pearls and examined them closely. He sighed in admiration, saying, "These are genuine court beads, the kind once used by emperors themselves. Friend, would you be willing to part with these beads?" Yiro replied, "For 100,000 each. You may purchase them individually or take the entire lot." 450,000 was undoubtedly above market price, but Yiro could tell the elderly gentleman was utterly enamored with these beads, likely some leftover aristocrat from the Qing dynasty, so she deliberately inflated the price. After a few seconds of silence, the old man said, 350,000 each. I'll take them all. Yiro smiled and said, "It seems you truly adore it. Let's meet halfway, 400,000. The old man chuckled. "Truth be told, I'm not much of a haggler. My final offer, 370,000. A penny more, and I'm walking away." Zhang Dong chimed in. "President Yi, 370,000 sounds reasonable to me." Yiro conceded, "Fine. Since you put it that way, 370,000 it is." Soon after, the old man transferred a staggering 16,650,000 yuan into Zhang Dong's account. The old man was clearly very wealthy, transferring over 10 million without batting an eye. After the old man left, Zhang Dong found himself with ample funds and considered bidding on some mystery boxes at the evening auction. At that moment, a commotion arose from a crowd not far away. Curious, Zhang Dong and Yiro stood at the edge of the group. There lay an elderly man in traditional Chinese attire, convulsing on the ground, foaming at the mouth, gasping for breath, clearly on the verge of death. "Old Tang, old Tang." Several young people nearby called out urgently, but the elderly man in traditional attire showed no response. Zhang Dong glanced at the old man and saw his face turning a ghastly shade of green and purple. Looking closer, he noticed a faint white insect, nearly translucent, perched on the man's brain, sucking his mind dry. This insect was a type of lethal goo, brain-devouring goo, capable of killing without leaving a trace. Zhang Dong's mind raced. Clearly, the old man had fallen victim to foul play, but who was the perpetrator? He observed the crowd and noticed a middle-aged man with sallow skin, his eyes icy cold, emitting a faint glow from his body. Without showing any expression, he recalled that the tiny insects in his vision could prey on the strange bugs. So he walked up to the old man in traditional Tang suit and pretended to pinch his philtrum. The moment his hand touched the old man, his left eye grew warm, releasing a surge of energy that instantly rushed into the old man's brain. A small golden insect appeared, swallowing the white bug in one gulp before darting back instantly. The middle-aged man's face turned pale as he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The brain-devouring goo is extremely vicious. Even masters can fall victim to it. Therefore, once the goo keeper suffers a backlash, death is inevitable. Chaos erupted on the scene as someone checked his breathing. The middle-aged man was already dead. In contrast, the old man in Tang-style clothing slowly opened his eyes. Although his brain had been partially gnawed away, it wasn't serious. Just his left eyelid drooped slightly. "What's wrong with me?" he asked. Zhang Dong replied, "You suddenly collapsed and had convulsions. You scared us half to death. Are you all right now, sir?" The old man sighed, then glanced thoughtfully at the dead middle-aged man before turning to Zhang Dong. "Young man, thank you for saving my life. This old man is Tang Kegong." Upon hearing the elder's name, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. "So, it's Master Tang." Master Tang is a titan of painting and calligraphy authentication, a national treasure-level cultural relics expert. Zhang Dong had initially intended to explain, but upon reconsideration, he realized Tang Kegong must have guessed something. So he simply smiled and said, "It's only right." Tang Kegong held onto Zhang Dong's hand, preventing him from leaving, and turned to ask the person beside him, "Is that man dead?" A middle-aged man with calloused hands and eyes as sharp as an eagle's replied, "Old master. He's dead, died vomiting blood." Tang Kegong snorted. "Try to harm others, only to harm himself." Yiro also walked over, smiling, and said, "Mr. Tang, I'm Yiro, your junior. My grandfather is Yi Zhouji." "Oh, so you're old Ye's granddaughter. How is your grandfather?" "My grandfather isn't feeling well, and I was just about to go back to see him." I hope he recovers soon." "Young man, what's your name?" "Mr. Tang. My name is Zhang Dong," Zhang Dong replied with a smile. Tang Kegong pulled Zhang Dong aside from the crowd and lowered his voice to ask, "Xiao Zhang, did that dead man from earlier do something to me?" Zhang Dong understood that the old man was knowledgeable and must have already reached a diagnosis, so he no longer hid the truth and said, "He released some kind of worm that gnaws at your brain. I just happen to have a way to deal with those bugs." Tang Kegong suddenly bowed deeply to him, startling Zhang Dong, who quickly helped him up. "Mr. Tang, you mustn't do this." Old Master Tang said solemnly, "A life-saving grace is like a second birth. How could one not bow in gratitude?" He took a wooden box from the person beside him, opened it, and inside lay a circular jade pendant that emitted dazzling multicolored light in Zhang Dong's eyes. "This is a precious piece of jade I acquired 10 years ago," Old Tang said with a smile. "Wearing it benefits one's health. This jade dates back to the pre-Qin era. Today, I present it to you. From now on, should you need anything, don't hesitate to come to me. As long as it's within Tang Kegong's power to accomplish, I shall never refuse." Zhang Dong understood that Old Tang's promise was no empty talk and promptly responded, "Then I must thank you, Elder Tang." Seizing the opportunity, he then asked, "Grandpa Tang, I heard there's an auction tonight?" Old Tang nodded. "That's exactly why I came. They say there'll be some mystery boxes being auctioned." "What about it, young friend? Are you interested too?" Zhang Dong inquired. "Elder Tang, will everyone present today be able to participate in the auction?" Old Tang shook his head. "Only those with invitations can attend. But don't worry, I have some extras and can give you one." Zhang Dong beamed with joy. "Many thanks." After chatting with Old Tang for a while, Zhang Dong and Yi Ro continued browsing the merchandise exchanged for items that caught their fancy. But today's attendees were all industry experts. Zhang Dong didn't even get a chance to pick up any bargains. Some items he fancied seemed quite nice, but their exorbitant prices made them unworthy purchases. At last, he came to a table where a man in his early 30s was seated. On the table were 36 bronze figurines, each posed in a different stance. The surfaces of the figurines were smooth, plump, and endearingly naive in expression. However, when Zhang Dong looked closely and his gaze penetrated their interiors, he discovered that the figurines' bodies contained meridians crafted from mercury. Moreover, these meridians were exquisitely intricate. Some of the finer pathways were imperceptible to the naked eye and could only be discerned through his penetrative vision. His heart stirred. What was this? Chapter 18, Sword and Mirror. The man was plump and dressed in a gray suit, cheerfully observing everyone who passed by. Zhang Dong asked, "Sir, your bronze figures are quite charming. What's their origin?" The portly man replied, "I'm not entirely sure about their exact provenance, only that they date back to the Zhou dynasty. These were purchased by my father from an old farmer over 40 years ago." Zhang Dong said, "How fascinating. I quite like them. Name your price." Having already settled on a figure, the portly man stated, 100,000 each. 100,000 each, 36 would be 3,600,000. That's no small price. Ero, we're genuinely interested, but the price is a bit high. Could you lower it? The portly man shook his head. These have been with me since childhood. I won't sell them cheaply. Though Zhang Dong didn't understand the purpose of the meridians inside these bronze figures, he recognized the opportunity couldn't be missed and immediately nodded. Deal. 100,000 each it is. I'll take them all. He immediately transferred 3.6 million on the spot, then took possession of these 36 bronze statues. Yiro no longer doubted any of Zhang Dong's decisions. She asked curiously, Zhang Dong, there couldn't be some treasure hidden inside these bronze statues, could there? Zhang Dong burst into laughter and said, "Not at all. But there's indeed something unusual inside them. Come on, let's go consult Old Tang." Having seen much of the world, Old Tang was well informed. So Zhang Dong brought the bronze figure to him. It said that the bronze figures contain Mercury-depicted meridians. Old Tang pondered and said, during the pre-Qin period, there were many Qi cultivators with extraordinary abilities who occasionally preserved their cultivation techniques in the form of bronze or iron figures. Zhang Dong. So you're saying this bronze figure contains cultivation techniques recorded inside? Old Master Tang chuckled. Whether it's cultivation techniques or not, I can't say for certain. After all, I can't see inside it. After you return, you could try photographing it with light. Zhang Dong nodded. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Tang. Old Master Tang asked curiously, young friend, how did you know there was mercury inside the bronze figure? Zhang Dong said, when you shake the bronze figure, you can hear the sound of mercury flowing inside. My hearing is quite good. Old Tang laughed and said, quite an interesting piece. Take good care of it when you get home. After that, Zhang Dong didn't come across anything else that caught his eye. By 6 p.m, some stayed for the buffet dinner, while others left directly. Most of those who stayed were probably planning to attend the evening auction. During the buffet, Old Tang sent someone to invite Zhang Dong and Yi Ro over. The three of them sat at the same table, and Old Tang chuckled, saying, young friend, do you know the auction rules for tonight? Zhang Dong. Old Tang, I heard there's a blind box auction tonight. Old Tang, during tonight's auction, they'll provide some keywords like dynasty and category. The bidding starts at 5 million. Highest bidder wins. Zhang Dong suddenly realized, I thought it was paying 5 million for a blind box. Old Tang replied, of course not. Some items inside are worth tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. How could they sell them for just 5 million? Zhang Dong asked. So besides the auctioneer, no one else knows the actual value of the items? Old Tang explained. The host will give hints, and experienced people can make rough estimates. For example, when the host reminds everyone about an item worth 30 million, people will know it's a treasure worth tens of millions. As for whether it'll cost 10 million or 50 million to acquire, that'll come down to luck. Zhang Dong's eyes lit up. That sounds interesting. Old Tang chuckled. Young friend, I can give you some advice when the time comes. Zhang Dong smiled. Thank you, Elder Tang. After dinner, Tang Kegong took Zhang Dong and Yi Ro directly to an elevator. An attendant took out a card and swiped it. The elevator descended, arriving at the basement level 3. The door slid open to reveal a small lobby where 4 men in black suits stood, checking each person's invitation. Those without an invitation will not be allowed entry to the auction venue. Tang Kegong had 2 invitations in hand. Each invitation permitted a maximum of 3 attendees, including his entourage, that made exactly 6 people. After passing inspection, the group proceeded through the foyer and entered a long corridor. At the end of the corridor was a grand hall with a circular raised platform at its center, surrounded by hundreds of seats. At this moment, hundreds of people were already seated in the venue, with more continuously streaming in. On the elevated stage, the host had already begun warming up the crowd. He was a middle-aged man dressed in a tailcoat, with long hair and a resonant, powerful voice. Zhang Dong, Yi Ro, and Old Tang chatted and laughed together. After about 10 minutes, the surrounding seats had completely filled up, leaving some without chairs to stand in the aisles. The host then announced, ladies and gentlemen, today's auction is now officially beginning. The first auction item is a painting and calligraphy piece created by a renowned lyricist from the Northern Song Dynasty with tremendous fame. The starting bid is 5 million, with each increment no less than 500,000. Let the auction begin. The item was already in the hands of the auctioneer, stored inside a long wooden case. Zhang Dong stared at the case, his vision piercing through the wood to see the contents inside. Upon seeing the painting, multiple images surged through his mind, and he instantly realized this was a work by Su Shi, the great literary master of the Song Dynasty. The painting depicts a beautiful woman standing before a bamboo grove, accompanied by an inscribed poem. At the sight of this painting, he knew instantly it was one of the stolen treasures from Minggu, Xian, absolutely priceless. So he nudged Yi Ro, signaling for her to make a move. Yi Ro said, "Many here recognize me. You bid." Zhang Dong nodded, watching as the price was driven up to 8 million before he finally entered the fray with a bid of 8.5 million. 9 million. 9.5 million. 10 million. 10 million was a tipping point. After all, there were as many lyricists in the Song dynasty as there were hairs on an ox. So this painting might not necessarily be worth 10 million. At this point, only 4 people remained in the bidding. 10.5 million. 11 million. After several rounds of competition, the price reached 15 million, leaving only Zhang Dong and a middle-aged man in the running. Zhang Dong remained unhurried, incrementally raising the bid by just 500,000 each time. Soon, the price reached 18 million. The middle-aged man hesitated, unsure about the painting's true authorship despite having some faint suspicions. It was merely speculation after all. 18,500,000. Zhang Dong continued with the same measured pace. After a few seconds of hesitation, the middle-aged man shook his head and finally withdrew. Zhang Dong acquired the painting for the astronomical sum of 18.5 million, drawing looks of admiration from those around him. After all, not just anyone would dare to spend 18.5 million on a blind box of calligraphy and paintings. The auction continued, with lots 2 through 5 not being what Zhang Dong desired. In his view, the final bids exceeded the actual value of these treasures. The 7th lot was another painting, yet another piece stolen from Mingguxuan, which he acquired for 12 million. In reality, this particular painting was worth over 80 million. Lot 8 features a sword as the auction item. The sword is draped in red cloth, revealing only its silhouette. Zhang Dong noticed that the sword emanated a chilling red glow, filling those who saw it with dread. His heart stirred. He resolved to purchase this sword. Chapter 19. Yi Zhou and. The host provided few keywords, merely bladed weapon and Zhang Tianshi, so bidding enthusiasm was low. He easily acquired the sword for 6 million. Subsequently, every time Zhang Dong encountered the lost calligraphy and paintings from Mingguxuan, he would make bids, with the highest price exceeding 20 million and the lowest at 8 million. In total, he successfully acquired 17 pieces of calligraphy and paintings. During this period, Zhang Dong himself made bids 3 times, purchasing a porcelain piece, a calligraphy work, and an ancient jade artifact, in addition to that treasured sword. Altogether, he spent 37.5 million yuan. The auction continued, and Zhang Dong was starting to feel dizzy. He had been using his X-ray vision all evening, straining his eyes excessively. Just as he was about to leave, an item was brought out, a bronze mirror. The host announced it was an ancient mirror from a prehistoric civilization. This aroused everyone's curiosity. How could such a thing from prehistoric times even exist? Zhang Dong couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and forced himself to stay alert for observation. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the ancient mirror was actually a bronze mirror, hollow inside, inscribed with thousands of tiny runes subtly forming an intricate array. The ancient mirror emitted a golden light that exerted tremendous pressure on his psyche. Even the worm in his left eye curled up in fright, seemingly intimidated by this mirror. As the auction began, he joined the bidding frenzy. Ancient mirrors usually held modest value, so participants were few. With just 6.5 million, he successfully won the bid. At this point, he could no longer continue observing, so he refrained from making any moves until the auction ended. After leaving the auction venue, Elder Tang had his assistants help load the items into the car. Noticing that Zhang Dong and Yi Ro's vehicle was already packed full, he lent them one of his Bentley flying spurs, along with a driver, and told Zhang Dong he could use it for as long as he liked. Thus, Zhang Dong drove the Qian while Yi Ro rode in the flying spur, and the two headed back to Zhang Dong's home. They chose to return home instead of the hotel because the items in the car were extremely valuable and needed to be stored in a secure location. Zhang Dong's house had 2 floors, 2 bedrooms on the first level and 4 on the second. Yi Rou was assigned the east-facing bedroom upstairs, where both the bedsheets and pillows had been freshly changed. All belongings were stored in a room on the second floor. Extremely exhausted, Zhang Dong fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow. When he awoke, it was already past 8 o'clock the next morning. Yi Rou had risen much earlier and was chatting with Tang Lan. Seeing him awake, Tang Lan said, "Xiao Dong, hurry up and eat. Director Yi needs to return to Haiqing soon." Haiqing was a first-tier city in China, economically prosperous with a permanent population exceeding 20 million. This time, Zhang Dong used Elder Tang's driver, and the two of them sped toward Haiqing in the car. After more than an hour, the car entered Haiqing's territory, and it took another half-hour before they arrived at the residence of Yi Rou's grandfather, Yi Zhouji. It was an old-fashioned Jiangnan-style building, simple yet grand. When the car reached the gate, 2 bodyguards in black approached and knocked on the car door. Yi Rou rolled down the window and said coldly, "Open the gate." The 2 obviously recognized Yi Rou, looking somewhat surprised. One of them said, "Young mistress, we apologize, but you're not allowed to enter." Yi Rou's ability to manage Mingguxian naturally meant she had her methods. She said calmly, "Let me in, and later I'll recruit you both to Mingguxian with double the salary and 1 million in bonuses each." These people were merely following orders, and what mattered more to them was immediate gain. Hearing Yi Rou's words, the 2 exchanged glances. The man on the left immediately said, "Young miss, from now on we'll follow your orders." Then he signaled his companion to open the door. His companion gritted his teeth and opened the gate, allowing Yi Rou and Zhang Dong's car to drive straight into the courtyard. Parking the car in front of a small building, Yi Rou quickly got out and pushed the door open. In the living room sat 4 burly men, their bodies covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, clearly not the friendly type. Seeing someone enter, they all stood up, and one of them shouted, "Who are you people?" Yi Rou glanced around and asked, "Where's my grandfather Yi Zhouji?" Upon hearing this, the group immediately recognized Yi Rou's identity. A man with a floral tattoo on his arm approached her and sneered, "So, it's the young miss of the Yi family. Sorry, you can't be here." As he spoke, he reached out to grab her slender shoulder. Yi Rou stepped back while Zhang Dong moved protectively in front of her. With a single blocking motion, the tattooed man was forced back 3 steps. The tattooed man glared and said, "You've got some skills, kid." With a stomp of his foot, he threw a punch. Zhang Dong had only learned 3 moves. Twisting at the waist, he drove his elbow forward with a thud, sending the tattooed man flying several meters before crashing heavily against the wall, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The others were stunned, not daring to move. Zhang Dong asked solemnly, "Where's old man Yi?" One of the blonde-haired youths pointed to the second floor and said, "Upstairs." Yi Rou hurried upstairs, with Zhang Dong following closely behind. In a dimly lit bedroom on the second floor, an elderly man with graying hair lay on the bed in a deep coma. His face was pale, his breathing shallow, and his features bore the unmistakable aura of death. "Grandfather," Yi Rou called softly, but the old man showed no response. Overcome with sorrow, tears welled in the corners of her eyes. Zhang Dong stared at the old man and noticed a swirling dark mass around his head. Upon closer inspection, he saw it composed of dozens of ribbon-like worms. These worm-like creatures were only a few micrometers in diameter, resembling noodles, yet each one stretched over several tens of centimeters in length. The worms clung to the brain, releasing toxins that eroded the tissue, plunging their victims into a coma without immediately killing them. Witnessing this sight, Zhang Dong gasped in shock. He tugged gently at Yi Rou's sleeve and whispered, "The old master has been poisoned with goo magic." A cold glint flashed in Yi Rou's eyes. "That woman used goo insects to harm me," she said grimly. "She must be the one who poisoned grandfather too." She suddenly thought of something and grabbed Zhang Dong's hand. "Zhang Dong, didn't you help me drive away the bugs earlier?" Then do you have a way to save my grandfather? Zhang Dong nodded and said, I'll try. He placed his hand on the old man's forehead, and the bug in his left eye immediately reacted, quickly crawling down his arm into the old man's brain, pouncing on those dozens of noodle-like bugs. Watching the small bugs suck them up like noodles, it devoured one after another, finishing off these noodle-shaped goo worms in less than a minute before returning contentedly to his left eye. The tiny insect released a burst of energy the moment it returned, continuing to temper his body. At that moment, the old man suddenly let out a long sigh. His eyelids fluttered slightly before finally opening. Yi Ro was overjoyed and immediately called out, Grandfather! The old man's gaze shifted until it settled on Yi Ro, revealing a faint smile. Xiao Ro, when did you return home? Yi Ro burst into tears of relief. Grandfather, you're finally awake. The elderly man searched his memories briefly before saying, I remember now. I was writing in the study when I suddenly lost consciousness. Xiao Ro, how long has Grandpa been unconscious? Yi Ro replied, Grandpa, you've been out for 4 or 5 days. She then recounted everything that had happened during this time in detail. Upon hearing it, the old man's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Old Joe, come see me. Old Joe was someone close to Yi Zhouji, though he usually stayed out of sight, sometimes not appearing for half a year at a time. But every time he appeared, he would inevitably help Yi Zhouji resolve some trouble. This time was no exception. After finishing the phone call, Yi Zhouji finally looked at Zhang Dong. And who is this young man? Yi Ro gave a brief introduction of Zhang Dong and concluded, Grandpa, it was Zhang Dong who cured you. You were infected with a goo worm, and he was the one who woke you up. Yi Zhouji nodded and smiled. What an outstanding young man. At that moment, there was movement from the staircase as a tall man in his early 20s walked up, followed by 5 or 6 others. His face hardened with killing intent, but when suddenly spotting Yi Zhouji, he froze in astonishment before trotting over and exclaiming, Grandfather, you're awake. That's wonderful. Chapter 20, Pushing Too Far. The man was Yi Jihuan, born to Yi Dinghai, Yi Ro's father, and his current wife's ex-husband, brought along when his mother remarried into the Yi family. Yi Zhouji had never liked this outsider. Yi Zhouji gave a faint and asked, Where's your father? Yi Jihuan replied, Dad's busy at the company. Yi Zhouji said, Call him and tell him to come here. All right. He immediately dialed Yi Jihuan's number. Go downstairs now. Yi Zhouji waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Yi Jihuan to leave, who promptly retreated. 15 minutes later, a man in a gray Zhongshan suit entered. Wearing an old-fashioned peak cap with his head bowed, he approached Yi Zhouji and said calmly, Master. Yi Zhouji said, Someone has poisoned me, possibly Wu Hui. Go investigate. If it's true, bring her to me. Old Zhou nodded, Yes, Master. Old Zhou withdrew, and Yi Zhouji said, Xiao, from now on, you will serve as the president of Minguxuan, overseeing all major branches. Yi Ro replied, Grandfather, I'm still young. This responsibility is too heavy. I fear I can't bear it. Yi Zhouji waved his hand dismissively. You're grown up now. Your second uncle and cousin only know how to indulge in pleasures. They're hopeless. Your father isn't in charge here, so I can only pass this responsibility to you. Then he turned to Zhang Dong and smiled. Xiao Ro just told me that you helped her recover the stolen paintings and calligraphy. That's a tremendous achievement. From now on, you'll receive 5% of the profit from Jiangbei's Minguxuan Gallery. Zhang Dong replied, Thank you, Grandfather. With Yi Zhouji having just regained consciousness and needing rest, Yi Ro and Zhang Dong returned to the first-floor living room. The people who had been in the living room earlier had already left, and the two of them had a simple meal. Before they could finish eating, a middle-aged man appeared. He looked somewhat flustered and asked as soon as he entered, Xiao Ro, how is your grandfather? This was none other than Yi Dinghai, Yi Ro's father. Yi Ro replied calmly, Grandfather is fine. He's resting. Yi Dinghai took a deep breath and asked, Xiao Ro, did Grandfather mention me? Yi Ro glanced at her father and said, He didn't. Yi Dinghai actually breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then I'll head back first. Take good care of Grandpa." With that, he actually left just like that. Yi Ro frowned. "Dad, aren't you going up to see Grandpa?" Yi Dinghai waved his hand. "As long as he's fine, that's all that matters. I still have to go to the company." He had come quickly, but left even faster, leaving Yi Ro shaking her head. At 2 p.m., Yi Zhouji came downstairs, and soon old Zhou returned, reporting, "Master, it's been confirmed. Wu Hui colluded with her natal family, intending to take over Ming Guxian." Yi Ro sneered. "I suspected as much. Wu Hui was no simple woman, and the Wu family, also a wealthy powerhouse in Haicheng, matched the Yi family in both financial resources and social connections." Yi Zhouji closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then asked, "Who was the expert they hired?" Old Zhou replied, "A sorcerer from the southern frontiers, though he was injured and hasn't recovered yet." After speaking, he glanced at Zhang Dong. Mr. Zhang here kicked him in a vital spot. Zhang Dong recalled what happened in the basement. He had indeed kicked someone wearing a trench coat. That man must have been the sorcerer from the southern frontiers. Yi Zhouji smiled faintly. "I didn't expect you to be so brave, Xiao Zhang." After a moment's consideration, he said, "Old Zhou, I'll leave the rest to you. Find someone to deal with that Gu master, then give the Wu family a warning." Old Zhou nodded, "Understood." After Old Zhou left, Zhang Dong was curious and asked, "Boss Yi, who exactly is Old Zhou?" "Yi Ro, Uncle Zhou was a scout back in the day. When society was more chaotic, his wife was bullied into committing suicide. He single-handedly stormed the local gang and killed 49 people. The case caused a sensation, and he became a wanted man, fleeing overseas. When Grandpa heard about it, he admired his courage and personally took his son Shao Kai under his care, treating him as his own. 5 years later, Uncle Zhou returned to the country. All his previous records had been erased by the state, and the wanted notice was lifted. He found Grandpa and took Shao Kai back. From then on, he became Grandpa's right-hand man. No matter how complicated the task, as long as Uncle Zhou handled it, there was nothing he couldn't solve." Zhang Dong stroked his chin and said, "This old Zhou is quite mysterious." Before he knew it, night had fallen. Just as he was about to have dinner, his mother Tanglong called. "Xiao Dong, your uncle brought a group of people barging into our orchard and dug up so many fruit trees. Your dad tried to stop them and got beaten up." Tang Lan's voice trembled with tears. Zhang Dong's hair stood on end. "Mom, don't be scared. Take care, Dad. I'm coming home right now," he said. After hanging up the phone, he said, "President Yi, I need to go home for a while." Yi Ro asked, "Is there anything I can do?" Zhang Dong shook his head. "I can handle it." Yi Ro handed Zhang Dong the keys to the Qian, saying, "You can drive this car. Consider it a company vehicle assigned to you. Maintenance and fuel costs are reimbursable." Without hesitation, Zhang Dong took the keys and had the driver take him to Yin City. An hour and a half later, the speeding car came to a stop outside his home. Zhang Dong quickly stepped out and dashed into the courtyard in a few strides. My sister and brother-in-law were both there. Zhang Baoxing had a cut on his forehead that had already been bandaged, but his clothes were stained with blood. "Sis, are they still digging up the trees?" Zhang Dong asked. Zhang Hong nodded, her voice bitter with anger. "Uncle is clearly bullying us. Those fruit trees were about to bear fruit this year. Why does he have to uproot them?" Zhang Dong said, "Sis, don't worry. Leave it to me." Zhang Hong quickly grabbed his arm. "Xiao Dong, don't go. They outnumber us. I've already called the police." Zhang Dong replied calmly, "Don't worry. I'll get someone to help." He picked up the phone and dialed Scarface's number. Scarface, whose real name was Xiao Wanlong, had once asked Zhang Dong for a favor, but Zhang Dong had refused. The call connected, and Zhang Dong said, "This is Zhang Dong." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanlong was immediately overjoyed and quickly responded, "Mr. Zhang, are you willing to help me?" Zhang Dong, "I can teach you martial arts." Zhang Baokai gathered a group of people to uproot my fruit trees. Go deal with that. Xiao Wanlong exclaimed loudly, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. Leave such a trivial matter to me." After hanging up, it took less than 20 minutes for Zhang Baokai and Zhang Hu to arrive at Zhang Dong's doorstep with grim expressions. Zhang Baokai called out from outside, "Baoxing, come out for a moment." Zhang Dong stepped out and stared at Zhang Baokai, demanding, "Uncle, was it you who had my father beaten up?" Zhang Baocai's expression turned complicated. He had hired some thugs, originally intending to forcibly reclaim the Zhang family's orchard. Unexpectedly, Scarface intervened, not only stopping the takeover, but also demanding Zhang Baokai apologize to the Zhang family, or else face consequences for both him and his son. Though Zhang Baokai wielded some influence in the village, he didn't dare cross Scarface. So he had no choice but to grit his teeth and come apologize in person. "Xiao Dong, your dad and I just argued a bit, and I hit him a moment of anger. Don't be mad." Zhang Dong sneered. "A moment of anger? Slap." He suddenly slapped Zhang Hu across the face, knocking him to the ground as his cheek immediately swelled up. Zhang Baokai flew into a rage. "What the hell are you doing?" Zhang Dong replied impassively. "Nothing much. I just got carried away and slapped Zhang Hu." Chapter 21, Blind Date Cafe. Zhang Baocai's face flushed red, wanting to speak, but finding no suitable words. Zhang Hu covered his face with a pitiful expression and asked, "Zhang Dong, what right do you have to hit me?" Ignoring him, Zhang Dong turned to Zhang Baokai and said, "If you dare scheme for the orchard again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Zhang Baokai, both shocked and furious, retorted, "Zhang Dong, don't think knowing Scarface makes you so impressive." Zhang Dong replied calmly, "If you don't believe me, then go ahead and try." Seeing icy determination in Zhang Dong's eyes, Zhang Baokai felt a pang of fear and said, "Zhang Dong, I'm still your uncle. Is this how you show respect?" "Zhang Dong, cut the crap. Go apologize to my dad. If you won't, I'll let Xiao Wanlong have a talk with you instead." Zhang Baokai was humiliated, yet he had no choice but to comply. Head bowed, he entered the courtyard and stood before Zhang Baoxing. "Baoxing," he said, "I was wrong. I'm sorry." Zhang Baoxing looked at his elder brother and sighed. "Brother, I've been tending those fruit trees for nearly 10 years, through so much hardship. Please don't do this anymore." Zhang Baokai pressed his lips tightly together, nodded, then turned and left. Zhang Hong spat on the ground and scoffed. "Not a shred of dignity befitting an elder." Zhang Dong asked Zhang Hong, "Sis, has Li Kongliang been bothering you again?" Zhang Hong nodded. "He's been behaving much better. Nowadays, he doesn't even dare to look me in the eye when we meet." Zhang Dong nodded in agreement, took out his phone, and transferred 100,000 yuan to Zhang Hong, saying, "Sis, didn't you mention Yaya wants to learn piano? Get her a proper piano." Zhang Hong was startled and quickly said, "Xiao Dong, you should keep this money properly. You're not getting any younger. Get married in the next couple of years. There'll be plenty of places to spend money later." Zhang Dong smiled. "Sis, just take it. I make 60,000 a month now. This amount is nothing." Zhang Hong gasped in surprise. 60,000? Xiao Dong, what kind of job do you do?" Zhang Dong grinned. "Artifact appraisal, part-time bodyguard." "Oh, and President Yi gave me company shares too, dividends by year's end." Zhang Hong was genuinely happy for her younger brother and said with a smile, "That's great. Xiao Dong, didn't you break up with Luo Donley? Your sister has asked a friend to introduce you to a girl. Why don't you go meet her?" The moment the topic of a blind date came up, Zhang Dong felt a headache coming on. He quickly replied, "Sis, I'm busy. I don't have time. Let's talk about it later." Zhang Hong's face darkened. "What do you mean no time? If you don't have time, then make time. I've already arranged to meet the girl at 10:30 at the Rouge Cafe." Zhang Dong sighed, realizing his mother had planned this all along when she called him over. There was no way out now. "All right, I'll go," he said helplessly. Luo Donley's betrayal had left Zhang Dong deeply traumatized. If a girlfriend of several years could treat him like that, how could he trust a woman he met through a blind date? So he decided to handle this arranged meeting in his own way. He dug out an old shirt from his college days and put on, then hopped onto a battered electric bike. Zhang Hong chased after him, urging him to change into something newer, but he sped away in a flash, leaving her stamping her feet in frustration. Half an hour later, Zhang Dong arrived in downtown Yinshi and located the Blushing Beauty Cafe. Pushing the door open, he scanned the room and immediately spotted seat 7, the prearranged meeting spot where they'd agreed to rendezvous. He sat down and glanced at the time, only 10:10, so he ordered a lemonade and started playing a game on his phone. At table 5 not far away, a long-haired beauty sat wearing an outfit that revealed her pretty navel, her flat and smooth stomach on display. Her beauty was comparable to Yeru's, though Yeru had an air of noble elegance, intelligence, and classical charm in equal measure. This woman, however, exuded a vivacious, spirited kind of beauty, large eyes, long lashes, and a voluptuous figure with alluring curves, easily a cup size worthy of admiration. She sipped her bubble tea while scrolling through her phone. Beside her sat a short-haired girl who, though not as striking, was still easily a 9 out of 10, dressed just as stylishly. The two beauties chatted and laughed, seemingly sharing some joke that sent them both into fits of giggles. Their clear, ringing laughter caught Zhang Dong's attention, and he glanced their way, prompting the girls to hastily stifle their mirth. Zhang Dong was absorbed in his game and barely noticed. This round was going smoothly. He'd racked up 19 kills single-handedly. Putting down his phone, it was exactly 10:30. He took a sip of lemon tea and muttered, "Why hasn't she come yet?" Just then, a red-haired young man walked over and sat down opposite the two girls, smiling as he said, "Hey, beautiful, mind if I sit here?" The short-haired girl replied coolly, "There are plenty of empty seats. You should sit somewhere else." The young man's eyes kept raking over the long-haired beauty, making her visibly uncomfortable as she instinctively shrank back in her seat. "Miss, I'm a manager of IUM Media Company. I think you have great charisma with potential to be a print model or internet celebrity. Would you be interested in joining our company?" The long-haired beauty obviously didn't believe a single word. She wrinkled her pretty nose and said, "Not interested." The man smiled and said, "Opportunities like this are rare. Our company has nurtured many internet celebrities. Are you sure you don't want to try?" The long-haired beauty replied, "Nope." The man leaned forward with a smile and said, "No worries. Let's start by being friends." As he spoke, he reached out to touch the long-haired beauty's hand. She quickly withdrew her hand and snapped, "What are you doing?" The man lounged back on the sofa and sneered, "Dressed like that, aren't you just trying to seduce men? Stop playing innocent." The long-haired woman was furious. The real reason she was dressed this way was because she had just finished a dance performance and hadn't had time to change. "Watch your mouth. Your mom's the one who seduces men." The long-haired beauty wasn't one to be trifled with and fired back immediately. The man flew into a rage, rising to his feet, ready to slap her. At that moment, a figure rushed over, gripping the man's wrist with a cold voice, saying, "What's the point of fighting women? If you're interested, I'll keep you company." The man's wrist ached from the grip. Knowing he'd been rude first, his courage faltered. With a snort, he shook off Zhang Dong's hand and said, "Forget it, I've got things to do. Better not let me run into you next time." After driving away to harass her, Zhang Dong nodded at the two girls before returning to his seat. "Wow, he's so brave and makes me feel so safe." The short-haired girl was slightly astonished. The long-haired girl stole a glance in Zhang Dong's direction and smiled. "Is he here for a blind date?" The short-haired beauty exclaimed, "Hey, someone's coming over there." A woman in her mid-20s approached, wearing a white dress with a decent figure, though her makeup was a bit heavy. Her looks rated about 6 out of 10, above average but not stunning. She sat directly across from Zhang Dong, eyeing him up and down. Seeing his worn-out clothes and not a single valuable item on him, she was instantly disappointed. Then she asked, "Are you Zhang Dong?" Zhang Dong smiled. "Hello, beautiful, that's me. Would you like something to drink?" The woman said, "Judging by your appearance, you probably haven't bought a car yet, have you?" Zhang Dong shook the electric bike key in his hand. "Hey, what's the point of buying a car? This thing here is convenient." Disdain was already evident in the woman's eyes as she continued asking, "Then have you bought a house yet?" Zhang Dong shook his head. "Not yet. My house has 2 floors and a big yard, so there's no need to buy another." The woman could hardly contain her urge to leave, but she still held out hope and asked, "Is your income between 20 to 30,000? She thought to herself that if Zhang Dong earned more, there might still be something to talk about. Zhang Dong shook his head again. No, not counting dividends, his base salary alone was 60,000, naturally outside that range. The woman scoffed coldly and said, "You who have nothing to offer, what gave you the courage to come to a blind date?" Zhang Dong was quite pleased, smiling as he said, "What a pity you didn't choose me. I hope you find a suitable partner soon." The woman abruptly stood up and stormed off angrily, muttering to herself as she went, though no one could make out what she was saying. At that moment, the long-haired beauty rose and walked over, taking a seat opposite Zhang Dong. "May I sit here?" she asked with a sweet smile. Zhang Dong nodded. "Of course." "Handsome, thanks for earlier," she said. "No big deal." Zhang Dong waved his hand. "Handsome, were you on a blind date just now?" she asked. Zhang Dong looked slightly embarrassed and replied, "My sister forced me to come. I had no choice." The long-haired beauty smiled faintly and said, "So you really listened to your sister?" Zhang Dong chuckled and said, "My sister practically raised me single-handedly. She's stricter with me than my own mom." Sigh, family pressure. The long-haired beauty extended an introduction. "I'm Qin Yin." Chapter 22. "Qin Yin, Zhang Dong," he responded. "Handsome, if you dress like this for a blind date, no wonder the girl turned and left," Qin Yin asked with a laugh. Zhang Dong looked somewhat pleased with himself. "I dress like this on purpose, precisely to make them turn and leave." Qin Yin gave him a thumbs up. "Brilliant." After some small talk, she asked, "Handsome, what do you do for work?" "Antiques appraisal," he said. "Do you work in Yin City?" she pressed with a smile. "At Mingguxian in the provincial capital." Mingguxian. I know them. They're a major enterprise in Jiangbei. There's even a Mingguxian pawn shop here in Yin City. Qin Yan's eyes lit up. Zhang Dong nodded. "Yeah, there's one like that." "Handsome, do you know about porcelain?" "My dad has collected porcelain from various dynasties. Everyone says they're fake, but he insists they're all genuine. Could you help check if they're real or fake for my dad?" Zhang Dong laughed. "If he likes it, there's no need to know whether it's real or fake." Qin Yin smiled bitterly, but he spent all our family savings buying all kinds of antique porcelain. Even my mom couldn't stop him. Sigh, at this rate, our whole family will be eating dirt soon. "Oh, he spends that much money." He was somewhat surprised. Most collectors are relatively rational. Cases like this where someone goes all in with all their assets are quite rare. Qin Yin sighed. Over these 7 or 8 years, he's already spent over 3 million, even sold an apartment for it. Zhang Dong immediately understood. Qin Yin's father had likely been swindled. After some thought, he said, "All right, I could take a look when I have time." Qin Yin was overjoyed. "Could you do it now?" Since Zhang Dong had nothing pressing, he nodded in agreement. Qin Yin smiled brightly. "Thank you so much. If you can convince my dad to stop being fooled, I'll repay you any way you want." Anyway, Zhang Dong's imagination suddenly ran wild. The short-haired girl came over as well, asking in astonishment, "No way, you two just talked for a while and already hit it off?" Qin Yin rolled her eyes at her. "Let me introduce you, Zhang Dong, an antique appraisal expert from Mingguxian. Zhang Dong, this is my best friend, Yang Rue." Yang Rue smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, handsome. Thanks for stepping in to help earlier." Qin Yin, "Yang Rue, I've asked Zhang Dong to lend a hand. Let's have lunch together. Remember to bring your boyfriend." Yang Rue giggled. "Great. See you at noon." As they left the coffee shop, Zhang Dong got into an electric car. The vehicle was compact with sluggish acceleration, yet sported a delightfully cute and trendy exterior adorned with cartoon decals, unmistakably indicating it belonged to a female owner. Qin Yin drove for about 20 minutes before entering an upscale residential compound, stopping in front of one of the buildings. The residence was a stacked duplex unit. Qin Yin's home occupied the first and second floors, complete with both front and side yards. A house like this in Yin City would cost at least over 5 million, and with renovations, it would easily reach 6 or 7 million. No wonder Qin Yan's father collects antique porcelain. Seems the family fortune is substantial. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man in his 50s was trimming flower branches. Seeing Qin Yin, he said, "Xiao Yin, you're back so early today. Didn't you go out with friends?" Qin Yin replied, "Dad, this is my friend Zhang Dong. Zhang is an appraiser from Minggu Xian. I invited him over to take a look at your collection for you." Minggu Xian had quite a reputation. Upon hearing this, the man immediately perked up. Setting down his flower shears, he extended his hand to Zhang Dong for a handshake. "So you're an appraiser? Pleasure to meet you. I'm Qin Yan's father, Qin Zhong'an." Zhang Dong, "Hello, Uncle Qin. Please come in quickly." After inviting Zhang Dong into the living room and exchanging a few words, he was then ushered up to the second floor. The second floor had a large room specifically designated for storing various types of porcelain. Zhang Dong froze the moment he stepped inside. The space was filled with all kinds of porcelain. Blue and white vases, vividly colored Tang dynasty figurines, Junware brush washers, roux kiln jars, and countless other varieties. Yet at a glance, he could tell these were all fakes. Not a single genuine piece among them. Maintaining his composure, he smiled and asked, "Uncle Qin, where did you buy all these?" Qin Zhongyi replied, "I know a collector, an expert in porcelain appraisal. These were all selected for me by him." Zhang Dong picked up what was supposedly a Yuan dynasty blue and white vase and inquired, "Uncle, this vase is quite beautiful. How much did you pay for it?" Qin Zhongyi looked rather pleased with himself. "I bought this 4 years ago for just 150,000 yuan. Zhang Dong remarked, "The museum has a vase identical to yours, Uncle, currently valued at 130 million. If Uncle genuinely bought the real thing for 150,000, its value has skyrocketed 1,000-fold. Actually feeling somewhat uncertain himself, Qin Zhongyi couldn't help asking, "Xiao Zhang, tell me honestly, do you think my vase is genuine?" Zhang Dong had already examined it before and said, "This bottle is a modern imitation, bearing the craftsman's mark on it. To be honest, the craftsmanship of this vase is quite exquisite. It would make a fine collector's item." Qin Zhongyi couldn't hide his embarrassment as he asked, "Xiao Zhang, are you saying it's a counterfeit? Do you have proof?" Zhang Dong took out his phone and snapped a photo of the bottle. Then he zoomed in tenfold and vaguely spotted a plum blossom pattern imprinted on it, along with a line of tiny characters written in delicate calligraphy. "Replica by Master Rui Shan." Seeing this line of text, Qin Zhongyi's vitality seemed to drain away in an instant. He muttered, "How could it be fake? Boss Wang even helped me authenticate it, and there's a certificate of authenticity." Zhang Dong comforted him, saying, "Uncle, if you ever want to buy anything else in the future, you can come to me. My judgment is still somewhat reliable." Qin Zhongyi, feeling dejected, picked up another chicken cup and asked, "What about this one?" Zhang Dong gave a glance and said, "Though it's a replica, it's from the Republican period, still worth some money." He then pointed out the flaws in the chicken cup. Qin Zhongyi asked about over a dozen pieces of porcelain, and Zhang Dong identified each as a fake. Greatly disheartened, Qin's expression turned grim. Qin Yin, who had remained silent until then, spoke up, "Dad, I think that Mr. Huang deliberately set you up." Qin Zhongyi closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Having been both a merchant and a government official, he possessed no small amount of worldly experience. In truth, he had long sensed something amiss. It was only now that Zhang Dong had laid it bare. Not a single genuine piece out of over 3 million worth of stuff. He hated himself a little for it. What couldn't you have done with 3 million instead? Besides, I've poured too much energy into collecting all these years. Zhang Dong was just about to try persuading him further when he suddenly spotted a faint white glow emanating from a cardboard box in the corner. Intrigued, he walked over and opened it, discovering 2 large blue and white porcelain plates with dragon motifs, carefully wrapped in thick cotton paper. He picked up the plate, and heavy images flashed before his eyes. These 2 large dishes belonged to the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty. He asked Qin Zhongyi, who was in a bad mood, "Uncle Qin, where did these 2 plates come from?" Chapter 23. Do you understand ancient martial arts? Qin Zhongyi couldn't even be bothered to glance at the plates, and said indifferently, I bought them at a flea market abroad when I was studying overseas. Back then, I just thought they were pretty and didn't take them seriously. Later, I had someone appraise them and was told they were replicas. Zhang Dong laughed. If this plate were genuine, just one would be worth over 20 million. Qin Zhongyi sighed. A pity it's not real. Zhang Dong replied, Actually, I believe both these blue and white plates are authentic. Qin Zhongyi shuddered. Really? Zhang Dong nodded. Both these large plates are genuine Yongle period pieces, official kiln products. If I were to appraise them, each plate would be valued at around 32 million. Qin Yin froze. She had invited Zhang Dong over to enlighten Qin Zhongyi, but instead, he had uncovered a genuine treasure. Zhang Dong, are you sure this plate is worth over 30 million? She asked in astonishment. Zhang Dong chuckled. Absolutely. That was the market price 10 years ago. It's likely appreciated since then. If Uncle Qin wants to sell, he can take it to Minguxuan for appraisal. I'd be happy to offer a fair price. Qin Zhongyi, who had previously looked as pale as a corpse, suddenly seemed rejuvenated, bursting into hearty laughter with an air of triumph akin to a salted fish turning over. He enthusiastically patted Zhang Dong on the shoulder and said, Young Zhang, you're from Minguxian. I trust your judgment. Qin Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she smiled and said, Zhang Dong, Brother Dong, could you check if Dad has any other authentic pieces? Zhang Dong surveyed the room, but found nothing else genuine. He shook his head and replied, Just these 2 plates are real. At that moment, a woman in her early 40s entered the room. Her fair skin was accentuated by a plain white embroidered Chong Sam, exuding a charm that rivaled younger women, her graceful curves intact. Mom, Qin Yin called out, approaching to link arms with her. Mom, I have great news. Dad won the lottery. The woman shot Qin Zhongyi a glance before sniffing dismissively. Your father ranks first at squandering money. Winning anything is impossible. For once, Qin Zhongyi dared to contradict his wife. Xiao Min, I happen to have 2 authentic blue and white platters in my possession. Xiao Zhang said these pieces are worth at least 60 million. The woman gasped in surprise, her beautiful eyes examining Zhang Dong closely. Qin Yin quickly introduced them. Mom, this is Zhang Dong, my friend. Zhang Dong, this lovely lady is my mother, Ms. Zhu Min. Auntie, hello. Zhang Dong greeted. Zhu Min responded with an and said, Come sit in the living room. They returned to the living room. Zhu Min didn't seem particularly interested in the blue and white porcelain plate. Instead, she inquired about Zhang Dong's work situation. Learning that he worked at Minguxian appeared to please her. Xiao Zhang, since you 2 are together now, have a good talk. Xiao Yan's dad and I have no demands. We're fine with it as long as Xiao Yan is happy. Zhang Dong was stunned, realizing Zhu Min had misunderstood. Just as he was about to explain, Qin Yin spoke first. Mom, we're just friends. It was unclear whether Zhu Min believed this or not. She merely responded with an machim, adding, he's a nice young man. She knew her daughter too well. There was no way Qin Yin would bring a boy home unless she liked him. Zhang Dong scratched his head. Could it be that after barely surviving blind dates, he was now being sized up by a girl's mother? He barely knew the Qin family, so it wouldn't be appropriate to stay long. After exchanging pleasantries for a few words, he stood up to leave. Qin Yin drove him back near the cafe. He still needed to retrieve his electric scooter. After Zhang Dong left, Zhu Min remarked plainly, This boy seems decent enough. I wonder what Xiao Yin really thinks about him. Qin Zhongyi adopted a more easygoing attitude. She's grown up now and has her own ideas. We should just let her be. Then he said smugly, Xiao Min, see how I made 60 million just by using 2 trays? However, Zhu Min merely rolled her eyes before turning to go upstairs, leaving Qin Zhongyi standing there with a helpless smile. Back at the entrance of the cafe, Qin Yin said, Dongji, how about having lunch together? Zhang Dong originally intended to refuse, but seeing the hopeful look in her eyes, he softened and said, All right. Qin Yin beamed with delight and said, There's a great barbecue place nearby. Let's go there. Zhang Donglai didn't care much about what to eat. so he nodded in agreement. After parking the car, the two of them walked to their destination together. The barbecue restaurant had only been open for a few months, but business was booming. They went up to the second floor and found a table by the floor-to-ceiling window. Soon after, Yang Rue arrived with a muscular young man. The man appeared to be in his early 20s, wearing a black tank top with a buzz cut. Standing at around 180 centimeters tall, he had his hands in his pockets while slightly tilting his head upward. Yang Rue smiled and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Family Wei." Family Wei curled his lips slightly and looked at Qin Yin. "You must be Qin Yin. Rue's mentioned you to me before." Qin Yin smiled. "Yang Rue has brought you up at least 100 times in front of me. Have a seat, please." Zhang Dong simply nodded. He had no intention of befriending this man. After all, it was their first meeting and possibly also their last. Family Wei had a passion for boxing, and noticing that Zhang Dong, who was neither as muscular nor as well-dressed as himself, had a girlfriend like Qin Yin, he couldn't help but feel envious. Eager to assert his dominance, he grinned and asked, "So, buddy, what do you do?" "Judging by those muscles, you've either worked at a construction site or done some kind of training." On the surface, this comment posed as a question, but its hidden intention was to belittle Zhang Dong by mocking him as a wage slave. Qin Yin saw through Family Wei's petty intentions and said, "Nonsense. Zhang Dong is actually an appraiser at Mingguxian." Family Wei let out an "oh" and remarked, "So he's an appraiser, the kind who makes money by issuing authentication certificates for people, right?" His implication was clear. Zhang Dong was nothing more than a fraud. Qin Yin grew slightly irritated and couldn't help retorting, "Zhang Dong is really capable. He just helped my father authenticate 2 large blue and white plates." Yang Rue asked curiously, "What blue and white plates? Are they valuable?" Qin Yin smiled. "My father lost over 3 million buying antique porcelain, but one of those blue and white plates alone is worth 30 million. Family Wei was shocked. 30 million? That's downright unbelievable. Unable to find a professional angle for criticism, he instead asked, "In that case, brother must have trained in something." "What was it, Sanda?" "Free combat fighting." This guy had targeted him from their first meeting, leaving Zhang Dong somewhat baffled. He replied coolly, "I've practiced a few basic stances." Family Wei chuckled. "Oh, you've studied martial arts? Not bad, not bad. My master is a renowned local boxing instructor. How about we exchange a few moves? It'd help me gauge my current skill level." Zhang Dong knew that if he didn't take the bait, this guy would keep pestering him. He said calmly, "All right, let's have a friendly match then." Family Wei's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. He intended to knock Zhang Dong down with a single punch, letting the beautiful Qin Yin witness the essence of masculine charm. Without hesitation, he grinned and said, "Fine by me. There's an open space outside. Let's spar. I'll learn a thing or two from you." Yang Rue quickly interjected, "All right, but keep it friendly, just a light exchange." Qin Yin glanced at Zhang Dong, but didn't intervene. She trusted that if he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have agreed to the challenge. The group stepped onto the open area in front of the restaurant. Family Wei shifted his feet swiftly, fists weaving in a practiced rhythm as he dropped into a classic boxing stance. Zhang Dong stood in an unorthodox stance, knowing only those 3 stolen moves, but they were more than enough for someone like this. Suddenly, Family Wei threw a probing punch, yet Zhang Dong merely tilted his head and closed the distance. The next instant, Family Wei felt a tremendous force hit him, sending his entire body airborne as he flew backward 2 meters. He crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Family Wei on the ground felt as if all his internal organs had shifted, enduring excruciating pain with no strength left in his body. His mouth gaped soundlessly, unable to utter a cry. After about a dozen seconds, this condition gradually subsided. Yang Rue hurried to support him, asking with concern, "Li Wei, are you all right?" Finally catching his breath, Family Wei shook his head slightly and said, "I'm fine." Then he stared at Zhang Dong and asked in a shocked tone, You know ancient martial arts? Chapter 24. The nameless old man Zhang Dong didn't know what ancient martial arts were, so he just replied indifferently, only a little. Fan Liwei gritted his teeth and said, I didn't realize you were an expert. I was rude earlier. I apologize. Zhang Dong hadn't expected this man to apologize to him. What exactly was this ancient martial arts he mentioned? I only learned 3 martial arts moves. How did that make me some ancient martial artist? He couldn't help but recall that old man who had been teaching fist techniques to several youths on the mountain. Qin Yan's delicate face filled with admiration as she said, Brother Dong, I never imagined you'd be so formidable in a fight. Back at the restaurant, the group chatted casually over their meal. Fan Liwei had become much more subdued, addressing him respectfully as Brother Dong with every sentence. Anyone unaware might have mistaken him for Zhang Dong's attendant. Qin Yin mentioned Zhang Dong's appraisal of the blue and white porcelain plate, and Yang Rui exclaimed repeatedly, Brother Dong, you're amazing. From now on, when we buy antiques, we'll definitely ask you to help us judge. Fan Liwei suddenly said, Brother Dong, tonight is the annual Jiang Market. Why don't we go check it out? Jiang Market is a fair that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Originally a secret trading place for salt merchants, it was later imitated by the general public and gradually evolved into a covert trading method known as Jiang Market. Jiang City, as the name suggests, is located along a gently flowing section of the river. The sellers, their faces concealed, drift downstream on boats. If a buyer takes interest in the goods, they can negotiate prices across the vessels. When the price is agreed upon, the buyer then boards the seller's boat to make the purchase. Since both buyers and sellers remain on their respective boats with their faces masked, the transactions are remarkably discreet. Once a deal is concluded, both parties promptly depart, typically never to meet again. He asked, when buying a Jiang City, must one use cash? Fan Liwei nodded. Bank transfers leave traces, so cash or gold has always been used for transactions here. Things in Jiang City are generally not too expensive. What time does it start? The market opens at 7 p.m. Zhang Dong replied, All right, let's meet at 6:30 then. I'll go prepare the cash. Qin Yin laughed. What's there to prepare? Just withdraw it from a bank. Zhang Dong asked. Don't you need an appointment for withdrawals? Over 200,000? Qin Yin answered. Not necessary when we go through my aunt. I'll take you there later. It turned out that Qin Yan's aunt worked at the bank. After the meal, Qin Yin and Zhang Dong went to a nearby branch. Qin Yin waved at the counter, and out came a beautiful woman in her early 30s with meticulous makeup. She looked somewhat similar to Qin Yan's mother, sharing about 30% of her features. Oh, Yinner, what brings you here? And who's this? The woman, dressed in a black uniform with a graceful figure and charming demeanor, asked with a smile. Qin Yin replied, Auntie, this is my friend, Zhang Dong. Her aunt gave Zhang Dong an approving look and said, not bad. A very spirited young man. Qin Yin explained, Auntie, Zhang Dong needs to withdraw some cash. We're leaving for Jiang City tonight. Auntie crossed her arms and asked with a smile, All right, how much do you need to withdraw? Zhang Dong thought for a moment and said, 10 million. 10 million was the maximum he could carry, as that would already weigh over 100 kilograms. Auntie widened her beautiful eyes. 10 million? Zhang Dong nodded and handed her the card with both hands. I appreciate your help. Auntie glanced at him, took the card, and said, All right, I'll make a call. A few minutes later, Zhang Dong went to the counter to complete a withdrawal transaction, taking out 10 million in cash. Fan Liwei's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he exclaimed admiringly, Brother Dong, you truly hide your real capabilities. Who would have guessed you're so financially capable, casually withdrawing 10 million like it's nothing? Qin Yin was also somewhat surprised and asked with a smile, Brother Dong must have discovered quite a few treasures at bargain prices. Zhang Dong laughed and said, When we get to Jiang City, I can take a look for you. Qin Yin was overjoyed. That's fantastic. Fan Liwei coughed lightly. Dongge, when the time comes, could you help take a look at mine too? Sure. 10 million in cash wouldn't fit under the scooter seat, so he called Zhang Hong in advance to pick him up by car. Before long, the Qian pulled up in front of them. Family Wei helped load the money into the trunk. "Let's meet back here at 6:30. He waved goodbye to the trio. Zhang Hong took the passenger seat and kept waving at Qin Yan until the car drove away. Then she asked with a smile, "Xiao Dongwell, are you satisfied? You see how beautiful Qin Yan is. She's even a dance teacher and has won an award before." Zhang Dong replied, "Sis, let's talk about this later." Zhang Hong laughed and said, "All right, you two can take your time getting to know each other first." Then she added, "Xiao Dong, that man with the scar on his face came looking for you. He waited at the door when he heard you weren't around." Zhang Dong knew the visitor was Xiao Wanlong. He must have come to invite him to mediate a martial dispute. Upon returning home, Zhang Dong indeed spotted Xiao Wanlong's car parked at his doorstep. Xiao hurried forward to open the car door for him, smiling as he greeted, "Mr. Zhang." Zhang Dong gave a nod. "When's the mediation scheduled?" Xiao Wanlong replied, "If it suits your schedule, Mr. Zhang. How about tomorrow at noon?" "Fine, noon it is. Send me the address. I'll be there." Delighted, Xiao Wanlong clasped his hands in gratitude. "Then I'll trouble you for this service." After exchanging a few words, Xiao Wanlong let go. Zhang Dong tossed the cash from the car into the study, washed his face, and headed up the mountain. He wanted to visit the old man who taught martial arts. He was carrying 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of aged liquor in his hands. Both items had been purchased on his way back. The cigarettes were the premium kind at 1,000 yuan per pack, while the liquor was vintage Matai priced at 15,000 a bottle. Arriving at the hilltop, he indeed heard the Heiha chanting sounds once more. Reaching the other side of the mountain, he found the same elderly man from last time still there teaching martial arts. The 2 boys learning martial arts were polar opposites, one tall and lanky, the other short and pudgy. The old man sat on a rock smoking a pipe. Only then did Zhang Dong notice that the elder's right hand and left foot were both twisted, clearly suffering from severe injuries. The old man still remembered Zhang Dong and smiled at him. Zhang Dong approached and asked, "Old sir, what kind of martial arts are you teaching?" The old man laughed. "Young man, you watched for quite a while yesterday. What do you think I'm teaching?" Zhang Dong recalled those 3 moves and said, "The fist techniques you teach contain an explosive power. They may appear ordinary at first glance, but their force is truly astonishing." The old man's eyes lit up as he asked, "Did you understand what I taught you yesterday?" Zhang Dong replied somewhat sheepishly, "I grasped most of it." The old man set down his long-stemmed pipe and said calmly, "Show me then." Zhang Dong took several steps back and immediately demonstrated the 3 moves as taught, his fists cutting through the air with loud cracking sounds, like firecrackers. After completing the 3 moves, a fleeting look of astonishment and delight flashed in the old man's eyes. But when Zhang Dong glanced at him, his expression returned to calm as he remarked plainly, "Not bad, but your stance is unsteady. You need more practice." Zhang Dong rubbed his nose and said, "Old sir, may I learn boxing from you?" The tall, lanky youth sneered at Zhang Dong's words, saying disdainfully, "Our master was one of the most renowned experts in his time. Do you think you can simply declare yourself a disciple just like that?" The old man ignored the young man and said calmly, "If you want to learn from me, fine." Then he glanced at the cigarettes and liquor Zhang Dong had brought. Zhang Dong quickly said, "This is my first time meeting you. These small gifts are just a token of respect. Please accept them." Only then did the old man look pleased, smiling as he said, "From now on, you'll train with them." Chapter 25. Learning Kung Fu. Zhang Dong was overjoyed. "Yes, master." The old man grew serious, saying, "I swore an oath. I would never take another disciple in this lifetime. Those 2 are merely learning martial arts from me." Zhang Dong sensed there must be hidden reasons behind this. He asked, "Then how should I address you?" The elderly man smiled and said, "You can call me whatever you like. Just call me Old Wu." Zhang Dong replied, "Even if you don't want to accept me as your apprentice, you're still my teacher. From now on, I'll address you as Master Wu." The old man waved his hand dismissively. "Suit yourself." He pointed at the nearby water vat and said, "Go walk a few laps on it." Zhang Dong had previously seen two youths walking on the vat, so he nodded, lightly leapt onto the rim, and began pacing across it. At first, the vat trembled and he swayed unsteadily, but fortunately, he didn't fall off. After walking 3 or 4 laps, the old man nodded slightly and began offering guidance, teaching him techniques. Zhang Dong had his body tempered by the energy from the goo insects, and his vision was sharp, so he learned quickly and soon could walk swiftly. Once he became proficient, the old man pointed to the water in the vat and said, "Next, you need to make the water in the vat swirl, and the depth of the vortex must not be less than 20 centimeters." Zhang Dong nodded, took a deep breath, and continued walking the vat. He discovered that the force exerted by his feet had to be just right for the water in the vat to swirl into a vortex. Additionally, his steps required a peculiar rhythm. If the tempo faltered even slightly, the vortex would immediately vanish. After nearly 15 minutes of trial and adjustment, Zhang Dong finally succeeded in creating a vortex in the vat. He had uncovered the key. The rhythm was actually linked to his inner energy and breathing rhythms. Once he grasped this, the task became much easier. The two youths watching nearby were dumbstruck. They had been practicing with Old Wu for half a year, yet the longest they could manage was walking the vat briefly. As for forming vortices, no matter how diligently they tried, it remained beyond their reach. Is he some sort of martial arts genius? Zhang Dong's rhythm grew increasingly fluid, as if dancing along the rim of a vat, while the vortex deepened until the water I finally reached 20 centimeters in length. The old man, rarely showing emotion, allowed a faint smile to appear and said, "Come down now." The moment Zhang Dong leaped back on his solid ground, he felt his previously cultivated qi now circulating through his legs and waist in a peculiar manner, forming 3 distinct qi circuits. The old man chuckled, "Not bad. Now, I'll teach you the stance methods." Turning his back, he spoke deliberately. "Our lineage has 3 stances, ranked from simple to complex: the 5-element stance, the 7-star stance, and the divine mechanism stance." Zhang Dong asked, "Master Wu, what stance were those 2 practicing earlier?" Master Wu smiled and replied, "It's a simplified version of the 5-element stance. The complete 5-element stance is too difficult. They could never grasp it." Then, he began imparting the secret techniques. The 5-element stance. The 5-element stance requires cultivating a primordial unified force, which is actually the foundation of Tai Chi Kung Fu. However, few truly master it. Most merely imitate its form without comprehending its essence. To the 2 young students who found the 5-element stance impossibly difficult, Zhang Dong surprisingly mastered it with astonishing speed. While standing in his stance, he felt strong resistance coming from all directions around him. These were barriers he needed to break through. At this moment, the vital energy within his body circulated along 5 distinct pathways, forming 5 oval-shaped energy belts. As the energy flowed, he saw his acupoints radiating light, giving him an ethereal, almost transcendent sensation. After maintaining the 5-element stance for an hour, a steaming heat rose from Zhang Dong's head, forming a straight white line precisely 1 foot and 3 inches long. At the top of the white line, the white vapor dispersed, resembling 3 lotus flowers, utterly marvelous. Master Wu looked at that trail of white vapor, his eyes revealing intense excitement. Yet he suppressed this emotion and said to the 2 youths, "You may go down the mountain now. Return tomorrow." Hearing they didn't have to practice anymore, the 2 boys immediately scampered off gleefully. They didn't particularly enjoy martial arts training to begin with. Their presence here for these grueling sessions was purely due to their elders' demands. When Zhang Dong completed his stance, Master Wu smiled and said, "This basic stance isn't bad. Next, I'll teach you a fist technique based on the 5-element stance. It's called the 5 Elements Cannon Fist." The 5 Elements Cannon Fist consist of only 5 stances, each containing 5 techniques. They can be executed individually or in combination, delivering formidable and explosive power. Master Wu had difficulty moving his legs, yet he personally demonstrated the entire routine while explaining its crucial points. Zhang Dong observed clearly, learning it through a single demonstration. To his surprise, he managed to grasp 60 to 70% of its essence almost immediately. After receiving several more pointers, he was soon able to perform the routine precisely as Master Wu had taught. After studying for an hour and a half, Zhang Dong threw a punch that made the air crack, sending a shock wave over 10 meters that snapped a dry branch opposite him. Master Wu nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Well done. Go back and rest for now. Zhang Dong wiped slight sweat from his body and asked, Master Wu, I have to lecture on fist techniques tomorrow. Can I use this set? Master Wu inquired about the situation and said, when lecturing on fist techniques on behalf of others, injuring people is inevitable. You've just started practicing boxing and don't know your own strength yet. Go back and reflect more. Yes, Master Wu. After sharing some worldly wisdom with Zhang Dong, Master Wu sent him down the mountain. It was already 6 o'clock. He changed clothes and drove back to the vicinity of the cafe to meet up with Qin Yin and the others. Qin Yin, Yang Rui, and Family Wei had only arrived a few minutes earlier when they spotted Zhang Dong's car. Get in, he called out. Qin Yin took the passenger seat while the other two settled in the back. As the car started, Family Wei said enviously, Wow, a top-spec Qian. Zhang Dong replied, Company car, not mine. Qin Yin chuckled. Impressive. Even though my mom's a vice president, her company car only costs around 7 or 800,000. Brother Dong, your position at Mingxuan must be pretty special. Zhang Dong asked curiously, Which company does your aunt serve as vice president at? Qin Yin replied, A state-owned enterprise. My mom has worked there for 20 years. It's a shame she doesn't have the same connections as the current president. Otherwise, she would have been promoted to president long ago. Yang Rui also voiced her indignation, saying, Exactly. If it weren't for your aunt's strong professional abilities, that company would have gone bankrupt long ago. After about 40 minutes of driving, they arrived at the riverside dock. Quite a few people were already gathered on the pier, boarding small boats in batches to depart. Zhang Dong inquired and found that chartering an entire boat wasn't cheap. It would cost 2,000 yuan. The steep price kept most curious onlookers at bay. Several people chartered a covered pleasure boat, which was quite large with a fee of 5,000 yuan. However, the boat provided snacks and tea. Once aboard, the vessel slowly drifted toward the river center. The official market opening time was 9:30 p.m., yet many had already begun trading, though the crowd remained relatively sparse so far. Not far away, a lighted boat displayed over a dozen bronze artifacts at its bow, including, surprisingly enough, a bronze ceremonial tripod. At first glance, Zhang Dong could tell these bronze artifacts were all modern pieces, except for one bronze sphere that exuded an ancient aura, as if it didn't belong to this world at all. He signaled the boatmen to draw closer, and soon both vessels were temporarily joined together using the clamping mechanisms between them. Led by Zhang Dong, the four of them leaped onto the opposite boat. A middle-aged, overweight man sat at the prow, grinning widely as he said, Take a look and see if anything catches your fancy. Zhang Dong picked up the bronze sphere, observing the intricate floral and avian patterns carved on its surface. It was clearly not a modern artifact, dating back even earlier than the Xia and Shan dynasties. Could this be a relic from prehistoric civilization? Chapter 26, Jiang City, he asked. Boss, this sphere is quite interesting. Which dynasty does it belong to? The shopkeeper smiled and said, It should be from the pre-Qin period. Since you like it, I'll give you a discount, 300,000. Using his special vision to peer inside the bronze sphere, Zhang Dong discovered an incredibly complex mechanical structure embedded with optical components. Feeling a sudden impulse, he countered, 300,000 is a bit expensive. I'll take it for 100,000. The boss hesitated for a moment. If you're serious about buying it, 150,000. Qin Yin pressed further. Boss, I'll add another 5,000. My friend just wants this as a curio. If you're truly unwilling, Then forget it. With Qin Yin joining in, Zhang Dong quickly purchased the bronze sphere for 110,000 yuan. After paying in cash, the two returned to the boat. Qin Yin asked curiously, Dongji, what's the origin of that bronze orb? Do we just score a steal? Zhang Dong smiled and said, it should be from a civilization predating the Xia and Shang dynasties. At this moment, as the clouds parted to reveal the bright moonlight, he felt a sudden inspiration. He placed the bronze sphere beneath the moon, continuously adjusting its position. As the intricate internal structure of the bronze sphere shifted, it began to vibrate slightly. Remarkably, its upper portion captured the moon's reflection, while a small aperture opened below, projecting an image downward. The image projected onto the deck showed a silhouette in black and white practicing some kind of footwork technique. Each step was decomposed into fundamental movements. Moreover, bright luminous lines appeared along the black shadow's legs and within its body. These were the pathways of qi circulation. Zhang Dong immediately pocketed the bronze sphere and remarked, this is quite intriguing. Qin Yin and the others were astonished, with Yang Rue exclaiming, is this some kind of ancient movie? This is incredibly intricate. If this thing were made public, it would surely cause a sensation. Qin Yin grabbed Zhang Dong's hand and pleaded, Dongji, help me pick out something too. Her tone carried a hint of coquetry. Zhang Dong smiled and agreed, all right. Yang Rue wanted to act coquettishly too, but with her boyfriend Family Wei present, she had no chance to indulge. Just then, their small boat passed before a rather large vessel. The deck of this ship was crammed with all kinds of antiques, old books, vintage paintings, aged chairs, antique teacups, and more. There had to be at least 1,000 items scattered about. Zhang Dong's sweeping glance immediately caught two faintly glowing artifacts among the collection. He signaled the boatman to approach. Qin Yin perked up instantly, quietly following Zhang Dong's lead. The shop owner sat on the deck smoking, his face etched with bitterness, offering only a nod when the group boarded. Zhang Dong casually glanced around and picked up a clay bodhisattva statue. The 30-something centimeter high figurine was lifelike, though much of its painted surface had flaked off. He said to Qin Yin, this clay bodhisattva is exquisitely made. You could take it home for worship. Qin Yin quickly nodded and asked the shopkeeper, how much is this? The shopkeeper gave it a glance, showing slight disappointment as he asked, not looking at anything else? I've got many authentic antiques here. Zhang Dong replied, one thing at a time. The shopkeeper said, 1,000 yuan, take it. In his memory, this clay bodhisattva statue was just one of those enshrined in his great-grandmother's main hall, a simple clay figurine. Asking for 1,000 yuan was already pushing his luck with such a bold quote. Qin Yin naturally bargained, eventually purchasing the clay bodhisattva for 600 yuan. Family Wei put on an ingratiating smile and said, Brother Dong, what do you think I should buy? Zhang Dong pointed at a painting and replied, this painting might be worth looking at. Family Wei picked up the painting and unfurled it, revealing a landscape artwork. One corner had been water damaged, leaving it somewhat blurred, but one could faintly recognize it as a piece by Wang Shimin, a renowned Qing dynasty master. But by the looks of it, this painting hadn't been opened for a long time. The shop owner probably didn't know its origins either. Family Wei immediately asked, Boss, this painting is quite nice. How much for it? Without even getting up, the shop owner merely glanced at the painting's dimensions and said, 50,000. Family Wei exchanged a look with Zhang Dong, who gave a slight nod. Without hesitation, the former made his move. Finally sold something worth a bit of money. The shopkeeper revealed a faint smile and said, I have plenty of old stuff here. Feel free to pick anything you like. None of it is expensive. Zhang Dong walked over to a cabinet. Made of rosewood, it was extremely sturdy and adorned with intricate carvings. The box was one of the two glowing objects. It had a hidden compartment, and something valuable must be inside. How much for the rosewood box? He asked. This is top-grade small-leaf rosewood. My absolute final price, 2 million. Qin yen, even if it's genuine sandalwood, this price seems outrageous. It's just a box after all. The seller's eyes bulged. I said it's non-negotiable. Whether it's worth it or not is for you to decide. Zhang Dong's gaze pierced through the wooden panels, revealing 3 scroll paintings, 6 seals, and over 100 exquisitely crafted golden leaves hidden within the secret compartment. Quick calculations told him any single painting here was worth at least 2 million, let alone the red sandalwood box itself, which held considerable value. After a moment's thought, he said, "All right, I'll take it for 2 million." The 3 each purchased what they wanted and returned to the small boat. Qin Yin couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Dong, what's so special about this clay statue of Buddha I bought?" Zhang Dong smiled and said, "The eyes of Guanyin should be 2 gemstones." Qin Yin wiped it with a tissue and, sure enough, discovered the Buddha's eyes were sparkling clear. Delighted, she exclaimed, "I can brag about this to my dad when I get back." Fan Liwei quickly asked, "Brother Dong, what about mine? How much can I make from this painting?" Zhang Dong said, "This painting is by Wang Shimin. Although the seal is blurred, a professional appraisal institution should be able to authenticate it. Its value won't be less than 300,000. Fan Liwei exclaimed in astonishment. 300,000? That means I'll make 250,000. Thanks, Brother Dong. After another 10 minutes or so of wandering, a large ship came into view ahead. Surprisingly, there were over 100 people on board holding an auction. Zhang Dong signaled the boatman to pull closer and climbed aboard the large vessel. At that moment, the auction on the ship featured a magnificent Tang Dynasty tricolored glazed pottery camel, with bids already soaring past 3 million yuan. At a single glance, Zhang Dong knew the item was authentic. Just then, he spotted Luo Donley in the crowd, no longer accompanied by Zhou Zijuan, but instead by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Luo Donley wrapped her arm around his and laughed, saying, "Brother Xiong, can this little trinket really be worth 3 million? Brother Xiong laughed and said, "You don't get it. This is called Tang tricolor pottery. The good ones on the market can be worth tens of millions." He decisively placed his bid and ultimately secured the Tang Dynasty tricolored glazed camel for 3.85 million. Next came a piece of calligraphy, an early handwritten copy of the Diamond Sutra by Wen Zhengming from the Ming Dynasty. He wrote another version in his later years, and the two show distinct differences. The auctioneer announced, "This is a handwritten copy of the Diamond Sutra by the great Ming Dynasty calligrapher Wen Zhengming. The starting bid is 15 million, minimum increment of 1 million per bid." Zhang Dong could see that this Diamond Sutra was indeed written by Wen Zhengming's own hand. With a starting bid of 15 million, the price wasn't particularly high, so he sent Yiro a message asking if she wanted this calligraphy piece. There were 2 calligraphy works by Wen Zhengming in Minggu Xian, but none as extensive as this several thousand character masterpiece. Yiro quickly replied, "You can bid up to 40 million. Without delay, he joined the bidding contest and started participating once the price exceeded 20 million. Chapter 27. Brothers, let's talk this through. The competition for this calligraphy piece was fierce. Ultimately, Zhang Dong secured it with a winning bid of 31 million. Luo Donley spotted Zhang Dong in the crowd at that moment, her expression turning complicated. The shift in her gaze caught Brother Bear's attention, who asked with a smirk, "Is that the ex you mentioned?" Luo Donley nodded. He was just a poor guy before. Who knew he'd suddenly become so rich? Brother Bear chuckled. "Introduce us." Luo Donley hesitated slightly and said, "There's nothing between us anymore." Brother Xiong said, "He bought 30 million worth of goods without batting an eye. He must have considerable funds. I'm thinking of making a fortune off him." Luo Donley's eyes lit up as she gave a slight nod. "Sounds good." After purchasing the box, Zhang Dong was invited into the cabin, where he received the other party's account details. He then made a call, instructing Yiro to oversee the transfer. In less than 5 minutes, the transfer was completed, and he had Fan Liwei carry the box back to their ship. Just as he was about to leave, someone called out his name. The voice sounded oddly familiar. He froze, then turned to look. Luo Donley approached with an oily middle-aged man, The guy was bald, round-faced, and of average height. With a chuckle, he extended his hand to Zhang Dong. "Nice to meet you, brother. I'm Xiong Kun from the Antiques Circle." Zhang Dong already felt nothing toward Luo Donley. He shook the man's hand and said, "So what brings you here?" Luo Donley chipped in, "Zhang Dong, Brother Xiong here has got some rare treasures on hand. Wondering if you're interested." Zhang Dong replied indifferently, "Sure, come aboard." The two stepped onto the boat Zhang Dong had rented, where Qin Yin curiously sized up Luo Donley, this so-called artificial beauty. "Luo Donley, Zhang Dong, I was at fault in the past. Here's 600,000 yuan. I'm returning it to you." She handed Zhang Dong a card with both hands. Of course, the money in the card came from Brother Xiong, intended solely to bridge the gap between them. Zhang Dong naturally didn't stand on ceremony, grabbing it immediately as he said, "What's past is past." Qin Yin blinked and asked, "Dongji, who is she?" Luo Donley replied, "We used to be in a relationship, but we broke up." Zhang Dong didn't want to bring up the past and said, "Brother Xiong, what do you have? Show me something." Brother Xiong laughed. "My stuff is on that boat over there. Let's head over." As their boat approached, they saw a larger vessel ahead, with 4 people standing at the bow. Being both skilled and bold, Zhang Dong led his companions aboard the other ship. Entering the cabin, there was a table inside with 4 other men standing around it, each with arms crossed, eyeing Zhang Dong and his companions with ill intentions. Zhang Dong remained calm and asked, "Brother Xiong, where's your stuff?" Brother Xiong let out a sinister chuckle as the 3 men from the boat's bow also stepped inside, surrounding Zhang Dong's group with 8 men, including Brother Xiong. Keeping his composure, Zhang Dong said coolly, "Brother Xiong, what do you mean by this?" Brother Xiong revealed a murderous expression and said, "Sorry, buddy. You dropped 30 million like it was nothing. Must be loaded. Big bro here's strapped for cash. Mind lending me some?" Zhang Dong sneered, "Robbery." Brother Xiong shrugged. "Call what you want. The bodies I've dumped in this river? More than one. Cooperate, and I'll let you keep your corpse intact." Luo Donley's face turned pale, her voice trembling as she said, "Xiong-ji, don't do this. Robbery and murder are illegal." Xiong-ji slapped Luo Donley across the face and sneered, "When men are talking, women should keep their mouths shut." Family Wei was extremely nervous, but he chose to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Dong and declared loudly, "Don't think we're afraid of you just because you outnumber us." Qin Yin and Yang Rui were equally tense, hiding behind Zhang Dong and Family Wei while quietly making a phone call. However, the ship had signal jamming devices installed, making it impossible to make any calls. The man known as Brother Xiong let out a sinister chuckle. "My men are all ruthless outlaws. Let them entertain you." As he finished speaking, 2 powerfully built middle-aged men, each towering at 1.85 meters, approached Zhang Dong. Family Wei roared and was about to charge forward when Zhang Dong yanked him back. Zhang's impression of the young man improved considerably. At least he wasn't a coward. Pushing Family Wei aside, Zhang Dong stepped forward and threw a punch straight at the chest, executing the newly learned 5 elements cannon fist technique. His fist technique, perfected under Master Wu's guidance and fueled by his potent energy, delivered a terrifyingly powerful punch. Boom! With a dull thud, the 185 centimeters tall, nearly 200-pound burly man was sent flying by the punch. His body smashed through the doorpost and plunged into the water, his fate unknown. Brother Xiong and his men were stunned, their faces turning pale. Brother Xiong gulped, gritted his teeth, and waved his hand, shouting, "Go get him!" Another man hesitated, unsure whether to attack. Just then, Zhang Dong recalled the footwork from the bronze sphere's projection. With a swift step, the enemy saw only a blur before a tremendous force sent him flying, joining his companion in the water below. The 2 toughest fighters were defeated in a single move, their fates unknown. Realizing he'd bitten off more than he could chew, Bear took a deep breath while backing away, saying, "Brother, let's talk this out. I was just joking earlier." Zhang Dong wasn't having any excuses. He stepped forward and threw a punch. With a scream, Bear barely had time to turn before the blow connected with his lower back, sending him flying through the air before crashing into the water. The remaining men panicked. Without waiting for Zhang Dong to make a move, they all leaped into the water one after another. After all, Zhang Dong's fists were nothing to mess with. Diving overboard was definitely the safer option. Only Luo Donley remained on the boat now. Her face pale and body trembling, she stared blankly at Zhang Dong, this man who'd once been so kind to her as her boyfriend. How had he become so terrifyingly capable? Zhang Dong didn't even glance her way. His eyes swept across the cabin, spotting the 5 items Brother Xiong had purchased in Jiang City, all genuine treasures, as it turned out. He turned to Family Wei and said, "Li Wei, move all these to our boat." Right away, the current Family Wei had completely become Zhang Dong's devoted follower, more than willing to run such errands. After moving the items, they returned to the boat. Since the goods they had brought on board were stolen property, Zhang Dong simply placed them at the bow, waiting for buyers. These items were worth a total of roughly over 10 million. Zhang Dong sold them at a discount. Whenever someone inquired, he offered them at a 30% markdown. So they were quickly sold off, netting him over 9 million. Only after their boat had departed was Brother Bear fished out of the water by his subordinates and barely dragged back onto their own vessel. By then, Brother Bear was severely injured, his left kidney ruptured, 5 ribs broken, his mouth filled with blood. Glaring venomously at Luo Donley, who stood there in a daze, he snarled, "You damned jinx! This is all your fault. Throw her into the water now." Luo Donley screamed, "Brother Xiong, it's not my fault, Brother Xiong." The 2 burly men dragged Luo Donley directly to the bow of the boat and then kicked her into the water. Fortunately, Luo Donley was lucky enough to cling to a piece of floating wood and, after drifting for half an hour, was successfully rescued by people on another boat. By then, Jiang City's market had officially opened, and even more trading ships were arriving. Every short distance they traveled, they encountered another vessel. The boatman maneuvered through the cluster of vessels when he spotted a meter-long fish on a small fishing boat. Its scales gleamed silver, eyes burned crimson, and its tail shimmered with multicolored hues. The fish was still alive, its tail flickering occasionally. Chapter 28. The Pearl Hidden in the Fish. Zhang Dong glimpsed an unbearably bright golden glow radiating from within the fish's belly, a brilliance he'd never encountered before in his life. Maintaining his composure, he steered his boat closer and casually remarked, "That's a massive fish. What species is it?" He asked a bare-legged fisherman, who glanced at him and said, "Red-eyed blade fish. This breed was thought to be extinct, and its meat is incredibly tender." "Zhang Dong, how much?" The fisherman raised a single finger and said calmly, 100,000. Due to overfishing, the yield of reeves shad has been declining year after year, leading to a continuous surge in the river's shad prices, with some selling for over 1,000 yuan per kilogram. But demanding 100,000 just like that is indeed far too expensive. But Zhang Dong wanted what was inside its belly, so he didn't bother haggling. Giving a nod, he said, "I'll take it." Family Wei carried the swordfish onto the boat, while Zhang Dong tossed over 100,000 in cash. After counting the money, the other man laughed and said, "This fish needs a top chef to cook it right." As the 2 boats separated, Zhang Dong took out a small knife. He made a light incision near the fish's abdomen and pulled out a tiny pouch from within. Inside the pouch were 7 colorful beads. He asked the boatman for needle and thread, stitched up the knife fish's wound, then released it into the river. Since the wound wasn't serious, the fish quickly dived into the deep water and disappeared from sight. He rinsed the bag clean and took out a cyan-colored bead. At that moment, he felt the worm in his left eye growing restless, as if wanting to emerge. His heart stirred, and he immediately put the bag away. Qinyan asked curiously, "Dongji, what is that thing?" "It might be a colored pearl." He chuckled, 100,000 yuan is a steal. Family Wei gave a thumbs up. "Dongji, you're amazing. You can even spot that." Just as Zhang Dong was about to continue bargain hunting, police sirens sounded in the distance as two patrol boats came speeding from one end. Chaos erupted in the river as boats scattered in panic. The boatmen dared not linger either and quickly ferried Zhang Dong and the others back to shore. No one knew who tipped off the police, but the day's treasure hunt was over before it barely began, leaving many disappointed as they returned empty-handed. Once ashore, Fan Liwei grumbled angrily. "Whoever called the police has no morals." Zhang Dong said, "It's getting late. Let's head back." Qin Yin seemed reluctant to leave and said, "Dong Ji, would you mind driving me home?" Zhang Dong agreed casually and first drove near the cafe area. Fan Liwei went to retrieve his own car to return with Yang Rui, while Zhang Dong drove Qin Yin home. Actually, Qin Yin had driven there herself. Her car was parked nearby, but she wanted some alone time with Zhang Dong, hence asking for a ride. It was past 11 o'clock, with the lamps dimming and few cars on the road. Qin Yin glanced at Zhang Dong and asked, "Your blind date didn't work out. Did your sister scold you?" Zhang Dong laughed. "What can I do? Failed blind dates are pretty common." Qin Yin looked at him. "What if your sister sets you up on another blind date?" Zhang Dong immediately felt troubled. His sister never gave up until she succeeded. She would definitely keep arranging dates for him. "Then I'll just continue slacking off," he said helplessly. Qin Yin bit her lip and said, "Then just get a girlfriend. If it's really impossible, I could pretend to be your girlfriend." "Pretend?" Zhang Dong looked at Qin Yin. Her pretty face was flushed, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, and her heartbeat was noticeably faster than normal. She was clearly nervous. Zhang Dong smiled and said, "All right, girlfriend." Qin Yin was delighted. Beaming, she asked, "Dong Ji, since you helped me find something good today, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Are you free tomorrow evening? Let's go to Siggy Restaurant." The Sigmund Restaurant was a high-end dining establishment in Yun City, where the average per-person bill ran around 5 to 600 yuan. For a proper gourmet experience paired with quality wine, 1,000 yuan barely covered it. Zhang Dong thought for a moment and realized he had no plans for tomorrow evening, so he nodded in agreement. The car pulled up at Qin Yan's apartment building, where the two waved goodbye. The car pulled out of the neighborhood, and Zhang Dong dialed Yi Ro's number to ask about the latest developments in the Yi family. Yi Ro told him that the Wu family and the Yi family were now in full-blown conflict, with both sides pulling out all the stops. The feud between the two families had significant repercussions until a prominent figure from Haiqing intervened as a mediator. Both sides made concessions. The Wu family sacrificed some of their interests, while the Yi family agreed to drop their pursuit of Wu Hui. However, Wu Hui and Yi Dinghai divorced, with their daughter going to Wu Hui, effectively dissolving the marital alliance between the two families. Yet, with the Yi family having just weathered a conflict, Yi Ro needed to remain in Haicheng for some time. By the time he finished his phone call, he was nearly home. Tonight's moonlight was particularly radiant. He took out the copper sphere again, suspended it mid-air, and spread a large sheet of white paper on the ground. A projection shown on white paper where a figure practiced footwork. After observing once, he noticed the figure's footwork consisted of 9 steps, followed by combinations of the first through 9th steps, such as combining steps 1 and 3, or 2 and 5, and so on. After teaching the footwork, a sword technique was demonstrated. He hadn't yet mastered the footwork, but chose to focus solely on it, adjusting angles to examine the projected steps. While watching, he attempted to mimic. The moment his foot landed for the first step, a dull ache shot through his leg. His meridians weren't fully unblocked yet, making it impossible to execute like the figure did. So he practiced continuously, and with each repetition, more meridians in his legs were unblocked. After dozens of repetitions, most of the corresponding meridians had already been unblocked. Finally completing the first step, he felt a surge of energy rush straight up his spine to the crown of his head, making all his body hair stand on end like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. After finishing the first step, the second step became easier, as he had already unblocked some of the meridians in his legs. And so, Zhang Dong spent most of the night practicing the footwork until he mastered the first 3 steps. After finishing, he diligently performed the first set of movements from the Lingfei scripture 3 more times. finally resting at 4:30 in the morning. When he awoke, it was already 7:30. After hastily eating something, he headed up the mountain to find Master Wu. By the time he reached the mountaintop, Master Wu was already seated there, appearing to have waited for quite some time. Feeling terribly awkward, Zhang Dong said, "Master Wu, I've come late." Master Wu glanced at him and said, "It's nothing. I just waited for 2 hours, that's all." Zhang Dong scratched his head. "Master Wu, I practiced too late yesterday and overslept." Master Wu didn't seem angry either and said calmly, "Today you're going to discuss martial arts with someone, so I'll teach you 2 secret moves. In case you can't beat your opponent or are about to get injured, these 2 secret moves will come in handy." Then he told Zhang Dong about the origins of these 2 ultimate techniques. After completing his training, Master Wu had wandered the world, challenging various masters. This tradition of roaming the world after learning martial arts has existed since ancient times. However, the martial world is perilous. Many who wander perish or end up crippled, with only a handful surviving. Through countless battles with formidable opponents, Master Wu continuously refined his skills, ultimately forging his 2 signature techniques. One was called Nine Dragon Shoulder. The other was called Meteor Cannon. The Kowloon Lean requires utilizing both knees, elbows, fists, feet, and head simultaneously to launch 9 rapid strikes against an opponent in an instant. Naturally, the Kowloon Lean demands exceptional body coordination and strength, and Master Wu wasn't certain Zhang Dong could master it. The Meteor Cannon employs only both feet and fists, a kicking technique, but a single successful strike would leave the enemy either dead or severely wounded. This formidable skill is based on the 5-element cannon fist, making it somewhat easier to practice. Zhang Dong started by practicing the Meteor Cannon. Because he had true chi within him and had mastered footwork techniques, he learned quickly. After Master Wu taught him 3 times, he got the hang of it. From then on, it was all about practice, and he gradually improved. Every punch he threw created explosive sounds in the air, like successive claps of thunder. Chapter 29. Fist Techniques. At 10 o'clock, he began learning the 9 Dragons Lean. This was somewhat harder, but after 7 or 8 rounds of practice, he grasped it. At 12, he took a short break and asked, "Master Wu, will you come with me?" Master Wu took a drag from his pipe and let out him. After finally taking in such a satisfying disciple, he didn't feel reassured letting him go alone. Naturally, he had to tag along. The master and disciple descended the mountain, with Master Wu taking the passenger seat in Zhang Dong's Qian. As the car started moving, he asked, "How much does this car cost?" Zhang Dong laughed and said, "Over 2 million. If you like it, Master Wu, I'll buy you one too." Master Wu chuckled. "At my age, what would I do with such a fancy car?" But it was clear he was still quite pleased. The car arrived at side building. Zhang Dong got out first and opened the door for Master Wu. Xiao Wanlong had already stepped forward. Seeing Master Wu beside Zhang Dong, his eyes lit up, and he swiftly cupped his hands in greeting. "Esteemed elder, I am Xiao Wanlong." Zhang Dong introduced, "This is my mentor, Master Wu." Xiao Wanlong promptly greeted, "Grandmaster Wu, what an honor to meet you." Master Wu simply nodded lightly without saying anything. Zhang Dong, "Has the other party arrived?" Xiao Wanlong's expression turned serious. "Just arrived. Shall we go up?" "Yes." The Side Lake Tower was a riverside restaurant. Ascending to the 5th floor, the group entered a large riverside private dining room already occupied by over a dozen people. At their head sat Xiao Wanlong's rival, He Yuanhu. He Yuanhu was a lean, tall man around 47 or 48 years old with penetrating eyes, his right hand perpetually rolling 2 iron meditation balls. Entering the room, Xiao Wanlong's party seated themselves opposite. Xiao remarked impassively, "Brother He, is there truly no room for negotiation between us? Must we resort to fists?" He Yuanhu chuckled darkly. "With fists, I have absolute certainty of victory. Why shouldn't we?" "Little brother Xiao, if you're afraid of losing, you might as well admit defeat now and voluntarily surrender those territories." Xiao Wanlong roared with laughter. "First courtesy, then force. Since Brother He insists on settling this with fists, very well. This Xiao shall keep you company to the bitter end. Behind Yuanhu emerged a man with a dark complexion, whose features suggested he was from Southeast Asia. Xiao Wanlong turned to Zhang Dong and said, Mr. Zhang, this is the man you'll be sparring with today. His father was a Muay Thai master, and his mother was a martial arts expert from our country. So his fighting style combines the strengths of both, making him a tough opponent. Zhang Dong asked, Any restrictions? Xiao Wanlong replied, No weapons, no hidden projectiles, firearms, or poison. Everything else is allowed. Zhang Dong then stood up and clasped his hands in a traditional greeting, while the other man simply stepped forward, adopting a Muay Thai stance. Zhang Dong stared at the other man's shoulder. The moment it twitched, he suddenly slid his foot forward, executing precisely the first footwork technique followed by the second. His movement was too fast and too unexpected. The opponent had no time to react before Zhang Dong closed the distance, launching a horizontal river cannon from the Five Elements cannon fist. The man could only retreat with all his might while raising his elbow to block. However, he had only trained in external martial arts, whereas Zhang Dong's punch carried the internal force of Nejia. Thud! With a muffled impact, the man's own elbow was driven into his chest. Then came a sickening crack. His sternum broke as he coughed blood and was sent flying backward. With a single strike victory, Zhang Dong was somewhat surprised. In his expectations, the two should have exchanged dozens of rounds before he would finally unleash his secret technique to defeat his opponent. Master Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Dong's footwork moments ago had been extremely exquisite, astonishing even him. Xiao Wanlong froze momentarily before bursting into laughter and applause, repeatedly shouting, "Excellent!" His followers quickly joined in with clapping and cheers. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Yuanhu's face darkened. Without even glancing at his coughing blood companion collapsed on the ground, he said calmly, "You've won." Xiao Wanlong smiled broadly and said, "Brother He, my apologies." Yuanhu snorted, stood up, and left, with his entourage following closely behind. Looking immensely pleased with himself, Xiao Wanlong waved his hand, and one of his subordinates stepped forward with a silver case, placing it before Zhang Dong. When opened, it revealed 12 gold bars inside, each weighing 200 grams. That single case of gold bars was worth a fortune, easily over $1 million. Zhang Dong glanced at it, recalling how the other party had helped him before and was about to refuse. But Master Wu beat him to it, swiftly taking the case with a nod and saying, "Boss Xiao, too generous." Xiao Wanlong burst into laughter. "Grandmaster Wu, Mr. Zhang, I've arranged a banquet here. Please, honor me with your presence." Master Wu, however, said, "Zhang Dong just had a fierce battle. He needs to go back and rest quietly. He won't be joining us for this meal. Maybe next time." Zhang Dong had no choice but to politely decline upon hearing this. "Not today, Boss Xiao. Perhaps another time." Xiao Wanlong smiled and said, "Very well. Another day, I shall certainly treat you both with great hospitality." After bidding farewell to Xiao Wanlong and returning to the car, Wu Shi opened the box, took out a piece of gold, and bit into it, nodding repeatedly. "That's right, pure gold." Zhang Dong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Master Wu, I never intended to take this gold. We agreed beforehand. He'd help me with my troubles, and I'd lecture on martial arts for him." Master Wu said indifferently, "What do you know? By helping him defeat that opponent, the money he earned is 100 times more valuable than this bit of gold. Why shouldn't you take it? This is what you deserve. Remember this, whenever you fight for someone, you must always collect your due." Zhang Dong had no choice but to nod. "All right, I'll remember." Master Wu put down the box and said, "Come to my place." Although he had known Master Wu for several days and had been learning boxing from him, he had never been to his home. Hearing this invitation, he quickly nodded. "Sounds good." Master Wu's home was just across a mountain from Zhang Dong's orchard, located halfway up the opposite mountain slope. At this halfway point, an abundance of bamboo grew thickly, with a small courtyard nestled within the bamboo grove. At this moment in the courtyard, a dozen or so teenagers were practicing boxing under the guidance of a man in his early 20s. A narrow path wound its way upward as Zhang Dong drove the car onto the open space in front of the small courtyard. After getting out of the car, Master Wu pointed at the young man and said, "His name is Zheng Jian. He's been learning boxing from me for 7 or 8 years. The younger ones were all recruited in recent years. I've taken on quite a few students before," he continued, "but they all lacked perseverance and ran away. Kids these days are becoming more and more spoiled." Zheng Jian was tall and powerfully built. When he saw Master Wu, he strode over with a broad smile and exclaimed, "Master." Master Wu gave an acknowledging him and said, "This is my new student, Zhang Dong." Zhang Dong nodded at him and greeted, "Hello." Zheng Jian sized up Zhang Dong before extending his hand. "Hello, Junior. I'm Zheng Jian." After shaking hands, the two moved to the courtyard. A yellow and a white mixed-breed dog came bounding out, circling excitedly around Master Wu. The adolescent boys all gazed curiously at the Porsche Cayenne. These rural youngsters seldom saw such a fine automobile up close. Master Wu pointed at the house and said, "I've lived here for 11 years, yet I don't know how much longer I'll stay." Zhang Dong knew Master Wu must have his own story, so he changed the subject and asked, "Master Wu, among the strongest experts in the world today, who are the most powerful ones?" Chapter 30, Appointment. Master Wu fell silent for a moment before answering. The world's experts can be divided into several categories. The first are ordinary masters. They're basically the strongest within a province or certain region. Above them are first-class experts. First-class experts can roam freely throughout the entire country. Above them are the supreme masters, who can dominate effortlessly even when abroad. You're probably referring to those supreme masters. There aren't many of them, fewer than 10 in the entire country. Jiangbei Province has one such figure known as the Iron-Handed Dragon Slayer, Wu Taixian. Zhang Dong asked, "In which category did Teacher Wu belong to back then?" After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Teacher Wu replied, "In my prime, I was among the strongest of the first-class masters, just a step away from reaching the ranks of the supreme masters. What a shame we were so close." After exchanging a few casual remarks, he called Zhang Dong into the room and closed the door. His expression turned serious as he asked, "Zhang Dong, have you been practicing Nigong, internal martial arts?" Zhang Dong didn't hide the truth and nodded. "I've trained a bit and cultivated some qi in my body." Master Wu nodded. "Being able to cultivate qi means you can already be considered a master." Zhang Dong laughed. "It's all thanks to Master Wu's excellent teaching." Master Wu said, "The footwork you used today was extremely sophisticated, unlike anything I've ever seen or heard of before. I know there are other masters behind you, but I don't forbid it. The more skilled you become, the more it reflects well on me." Zhang Dong nodded. "Understood." Master Wu, in 6 months, there will be a major martial arts event where many of the younger generation will participate. I hope you'll go and compete with them. If you can defeat that man's disciple, I'll formally take you as my student." Zhang Dong's eyes lit up. "Really? I'll do my best to defeat him." Master Wu said, "My name is Wu Qingfeng. From now on, you can use my name when you travel the martial world." Zhang Dong nodded, saying, "Understood." Wu Qingfeng told Zhang Dong many stories about the Jianghu and martial arts legends. Before they knew it, night had fallen, and Zhang Dong took his leave to go home. Driving through the mountain pass between 2 peaks, a sedan suddenly braked beside him. The car window rolled down, revealing a familiar face grinning at him. Zhang Dong. At the sight of the man, Zhang Dong froze momentarily as high school memories surfaced. The round-faced 20-something was Ho Xiaowen, his former classmate from those days. "Xiaowen," he smiled back. "It's been years." Ho Xiaowen chuckled. "Where have you been hiding, Zhang Dong? Zhou Qingning's been asking around about you everywhere lately." Zhang Dong froze for a moment as some seemingly forgotten memories instantly became crystal clear. During their 3rd year of high school, a boy named Meng Gang, after being rejected in his confession, tricked the school beauty Zhou Qingning into going to a small grove on campus, intending to force himself on her. Zhou Qingning resisted desperately and screamed for help. Zhang Dong, who happened to pass by, heard her cries and smashed Meng Gang's head with a brick, causing blood to gush out. After the incident, both Meng Gang and Zhou Qingning transferred to other schools. Zhang Dong also received a thank you letter from Zhou Qingning, though he couldn't quite remember what it said. Why did Zhou Qingning transfer schools? What does she want with me? He asked curiously. Ho Xiaowen grinned. Not sure. Maybe she's got a thing for you. Did you know Zhou Qingning's father's company just went public? He's worth billions now. Damn, she's totally out of our league. Just then, a short-haired girl sitting in the back row snapped impatiently. Are you done yet? I've got things to do. Ho Xiaowen immediately replied. Almost finished. By the way, have you joined our class group chat yet? Let me add you as a friend, and I'll invite you in. Zhou Qingning is in there. All right. They added each other as friends and waved goodbye. As he walked back, he opened the group chat. It was quiet. Everyone had reached the age of getting married and having children, busy with work, and no longer having much time to maintain classmates' friendships. When he arrived at his doorstep, the group suddenly became lively. Classmates, our beloved teacher Ma has just been transferred to Yun City to serve as the director of education. I propose we hold a welcome party tonight. Those who are available, sign up quickly. Zhang Dong was somewhat surprised. That teacher Ma, eloquent and well-spoken though mediocre in teaching, had always been popular. And now he'd indeed made it big, transforming from a mere teacher to becoming the head of the Education Bureau. He had no interest in such bustling affairs. After changing his clothes, he drove off to meet Qin Yan. The two had made plans yesterday. Qin Yan invited him to dinner at the Sigourney restaurant. Arriving at the restaurant right at 6:30, he found Qin Yan already seated and waiting for him. Brother Dong, she waved from afar. Zhang Dong took a seat across from her with a smile and said, Sorry, I'm late. Not at all. I came early, Qin Yan replied with a smile. Brother Dong, my dad retrieved those 2 gemstones and had them appraised today. They're worth over $1 million. Thank you. You could have bought them yourself, but you gave them to me. Zhang Dong chuckled. Hey, no need for thanks. Just happened to take a look for you. When the dishes arrived, the two ate and chatted. Qin Yan said, Dongji, do you remember that guy who helped my dad pick out porcelain? He invited my dad again to choose some porcelain, claiming everything is a rare treasure. Humph, I think he's trying to scam my dad out of money again. Zhang Dong looked at her and said, What do you want me to do? Qin Yan blinked and said, If Dongji has the time, could you go with my dad and expose that old swindler while you're at it? Zhang Dong asked, Where will they be viewing the porcelain? I heard it's from a collection of a late private collector. His children are selling off his over 3,000 pieces. They say quite a few people are going. Zhang Dong thought for a moment, then said, All right, I'll go with you once. Thank you so much. She immediately started serving him more dishes. The food at Sig restaurant was actually quite ordinary, just presented more delicately. After dinner, Qin Yan invited Zhang Dong to a dance hall. Being a dance instructor herself, she could perform all kinds of dances and loved dancing. At first, Zhang Dong refused. He didn't know how to dance at all. But unable to resist Qin Yan's coquettish pouts and tender pleas, he soon gave in and followed her to a dance hall called Kaide. It was called a dance hall, but it actually had multiple functions. There were private rooms and a large dance floor, so business was quite good. The dance hall was filled with both young people and those in their 30s or 40s. Many couples were dancing gracefully, though most were more interested in something other than dancing. I really don't know how, Zhang Dong said. Qin Yan chuckled lightly. That's all right, I'll teach you. Qin Yan then taught a set of self-choreographed dance steps. Very stylish, moderately difficult, but when performed well, they flowed beautifully and looked impressive. Zhang Dong could even master that absurdly difficult footwork. Walking on jars was no problem for him, so this simple dance sequence was naturally a piece of cake. And after all, the foundation of dancing lies in footwork. So, after Qin Yan taught him just twice, he was performing the moves with remarkable proficiency. Qin Yan was utterly astonished and proceeded to teach him 2 additional dance styles. One teaches, the other learns. Physical contact was unavoidable. Having spent 3 years abroad with near-monastic abstinence, Zhang Dong felt his blood surge the moment their bodies brushed against each other. Certain parts of him stirred in unmistakable response. Qin Yin clearly sensed his change and deliberately pressed closer to him. Zhang Dong took a deep breath as an uncanny sensation coursed through his entire body. During the second dance, the two were practically pressed against each other. Zhang Dong's hands, resting on her slender waist, grew somewhat unruly, sneaking in a few discreet squeezes. Qin Yin shot him a look that mingled reproach with shyness. As the music slowed, she nestled her head against his chest, hearing his rapid heartbeat. A mischievous glint flashed across her lovely face. Chapter 31. The pickle jar. After finishing the dance, Zhang Dong was dripping with sweat, but found himself dragged by Qin Yin to explore the night market. They bought trinkets and sampled street food. Like a proper couple, they lost track of time until Qin Yin remarked around 11 p.m., "Dongji, my parents are at grandma's. I'm scared being home alone." Zhang Dong was momentarily stunned, then rubbed his nose. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Yan's phone rang. It was her mother calling. "Xiao Yin, aren't you coming home this late?" Qin Yan's pretty face flushed red. She had originally planned to stay overnight at a hotel with Zhang Dong, never expecting her mother's call would ruin her plans. Hearing the conversation, Zhang Dong's expression turned somewhat odd. "Seems your parents are already home," he remarked. Qin Yan rolled her eyes. "Take me home." After dropping Qin Yan off, Zhang Dong received a friend request on his phone during the drive. Glancing at it, he didn't recognize the sender. Through a friend, the other party sent a message. "Are you Zhang Dong?" Zhang Dong sent a voice message. "It's me. Zhang Dong, this is Zhou Qingning." Zhang Dongwei was surprised. Was she really looking for him? He pulled the car over and replied, "Hi there, Zhou Qingning." "Zhou Qingning, are you free tomorrow? I'm in Yin City and would like to meet you." Zhang Dong, "I have something to attend to tomorrow morning, but I should be free in the afternoon." Zhou Qingning, "Let's meet in the afternoon then. I'll contact you then." "Okay." Upon returning home, Zhang Dong began practicing the second movement of the Ling Fei Jing. This movement was more challenging. It wasn't until after 3 a.m. that he barely managed to master it. After that came round after round of intensive reinforcement exercises. He finally got a brief respite as dawn approached. By 8:30, he was up and ready, needing to meet Qin Yin to accompany Qin Zhongyi to visit a private collector for some acquisitions. Zhang Dong drove to Qin Yan's house, where Qin Zhongyi and Qin Yin were waiting for him. "Let's take one car, Xiao Zhang," Qin Zhongyi said with a smile. "I'll drive." Qin Zhongyi's vehicle was an imported pickup truck. He often went fishing, and the pickup was perfect for carrying his fishing gear. Zhang Dong and Qin Yin sat in the back seat while Qin Zhongyi drove. The two chatted and laughed, arriving at their destination before they knew it. The estate was located in the old city, facing a public park where over a dozen luxury cars were currently parked. Their purpose here clearly aligned with Qin Zhongyi's plans. When the trio stepped out of the car, a middle-aged man stood by the entrance, a bit balding, dressed in a white suit, who waved cheerfully at Qin Zhongyi. "Old friend Qin, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting half an hour." Then he turned to Qin Yin with a smile. "The young miss is here too." Qin Yin didn't have much fondness for this man and merely gave a slight nod. Qin Zhongyi asked, "Boss Huang, has it begun?" This Boss Huang replied, "Some people have already gone in to pick items. We'd better hurry, or all the good stuff will be taken." As the group walked inward, Boss Huang kept sizing up Zhang Dong and asked with a smile, "And who might this be?" Of course, Qin Zhongyi wouldn't reveal the truth. He said, "This is my daughter's boyfriend. He's here to broaden his horizons." Boss Huang immediately felt relieved. Over these years, he had made at least 1.5 million yuan from Qin Zhongyi. Such a fat sheep was definitely worth holding on to. Entering the courtyard, they saw several large items displayed: mahogany chairs, rosewood furniture, oversized porcelain vats, and such. The seller's property was vast, a four-section traditional courtyard with items neatly arranged in every section, including furnished interiors. So, Brother Qin, wasn't I exaggerating? This family's ancestors were high-ranking officials during the Qing dynasty, produced several officials during the Republican era, and even contributed to national industrial development. Their family wealth is anything but ordinary. Qin Zhongyi nodded with a smile, but his gaze turned to Zhang Dong. As they walked through, Zhang Dong noticed that some items here were genuine while others were fake. Even the authentic pieces were priced so high there'd be no profit margin if purchased. Suddenly, Boss Wang pointed at a blue and white porcelain vase from the Yuan dynasty and said, "Brother Qin, this vase is quite fine. Would you consider it?" Qin Zhongyi already knew this Mr. Huang had been playing him all along. Without showing any reaction, he smiled and said, "Oh, Xiao Zhang, help me take a look. What dynasty does this vase truly belong to?" Zhang Dong came over for a look and remarked, "Uncle, this vase seems to be a Republic-era replica. The craftsmanship is excellent, almost indistinguishable from the real thing." Qin Zhongyi nodded. "Since the craftsmanship is good, we'll take it. How much is it?" Each room had someone resembling a server. In this case, it was a man in his 30s who said, "Sir, this is a Ming-style blue and white porcelain, priced at 6,500,000. Qin Zhongyi shook his head. "I told you it's a replica. Why is the price still so high?" He then walked toward another area. Boss Huang and the man exchanged glances, both looking somewhat astonished. Zhang Dong walked along while looking around, but the first room didn't contain even a single thing that caught his attention. Then he proceeded to the second courtyard, where many pieces of furniture and ancient books were displayed, yet none of them managed to draw Zhang Dong's interest. Finally, his gaze fell upon several pickle jars in the corner of the wall. The pickle jars hadn't been used for a long time and had collected some rainwater inside. He noticed that two of these jars emitted a white glow. His gaze penetrated the jar's exterior, revealing a hidden compartment inside filled with gold bars and two exquisite incense burners, unmistakably the world-renowned Schwanda censers. Maintaining his composure, he pointed to the pickled vegetable jar without any hidden layer and asked, "Is this one for sale?" The middle-aged woman overseeing the courtyard froze momentarily before replying, "Sir, these items aren't particularly valuable and weren't originally meant for sale. But if you're genuinely interested, I could seek approval from my superiors." Zhang Dong nodded. "All right, go ask for permission." Boss Wang was a shrewd man. He blinked and smiled. "Is there something special about this pickle jar?" Zhang Dong, "I just think it looks very antique. I liked it at first sight, so I wanted to buy it." Soon, the woman returned and said, "The jar could be sold, 15,000 per piece." Zhang Dong smiled. "Good. Send some people to help me move it out. Wait a minute." Boss Wang stepped forward and said with a smile, "I'll take this vat. I'll pay an extra 5,000. As the saying goes, anything unusual must have a hidden trick." Boss Wang immediately realized there had to be something special about the vat Zhang Dong wanted. The woman asked, "Oh, how much would you offer?" Boss Wang extended 2 fingers, 20,000. Qin Zhongyi frowned and said, "Boss Wang, what do you mean by this? Trying to snatch things from a child?" Boss Huang said calmly, "Brother Qin, when I come across something good, I won't yield it to others." Zhang Dong nodded. "All right, since you like it, it's yours. I'll take the other one." Boss Wang was taken aback. "You don't want it anymore?" Zhang Dong replied indifferently, "It's just a pickling jar, nothing special. If you want it, you can have it." Boss Wang approached the jar with suspicion, carefully examining it from top to bottom, yet found nothing noteworthy. Could it be that he truly just liked this jar? Zhang Dong walked up to a pickling vat without any hidden compartments and gave it a light pat, subtly exerting his inner strength. With a loud crack, the pickling vat split open, spilling briny water all over the ground as the surrounding crowd quickly scattered. Boss Wang stepped forward to inspect it. The vat was shattered from top to bottom, with indeed nothing suspicious inside. Seems he had overthought things. Chapter 32. Tang Yin's folding fan Zhang Dong clicked his tongue regretfully. "This vat was way too fragile. Just one pat from me, and it cracked." The woman said, "No need for compensation. Do you still want the remaining 2 jars?" Zhang Dong nodded. "I'll take them." And so it was. Boss Huang spent 20,000 on the jar without a hidden compartment, while Zhang Dong paid 30,000 for the 2 jars that had them. The jars were extremely heavy, yet Zhang Dong effortlessly carried them out with one hand and placed them in the pickup truck's cargo bed. When he returned to the yard, Boss Huang gave Zhang Dong a rather unfriendly look and remarked, "Young man, buying 2 pickled vegetable jars. Your taste is truly peculiar." Zhang Dong said calmly, "Money can't buy what I like." "Boss Huang, you're being shallow." Boss Huang snorted and continued recommending several items to Qin Zhongyi, but Zhang Dong spotted them as fakes at a glance, exposing each one. Boss Huang's expression darkened as he said, "Young man, do you even understand antiques? The authentic pieces I'm recommending, you're calling fake. Acting like this will make Brother Qin miss out on genuine treasures." Qin Zhongyi said, "I trust Xiao Zhang's judgment." Boss Huang sneered, "Oh? Then why hasn't this young brother helped Qin find a genuine artifact yet?" Zhang Dong wanted to find one too, but nothing worth considering could be found in the first 2 rooms, until he reached the 3rd courtyard. There lay an antique fan, placed on a table. Occasionally, someone would pick it up for a look, but finding no signature, they'd quickly lose interest. The moment Zhang Dong laid eyes on the fan, he sensed a radiant aura. Upon closer inspection, he perceived layers of historical brilliance and instantly recognized it as a work by Tang Bohu. He slowly unfolded the folding fan, which bore a painting of plum blossoms accompanied by a poem. On a certain part of the fan surface, someone had pasted opaque paper to conceal the signature. Beneath that white paper lay none other than Tang Yin's signature. Turning to Qin Zhongyi, he remarked, "Uncle Qin, this fan is quite exquisite. Despite lacking a signature, it must have come from a master's hand." Huang the boss glanced over from a distance and sneered, "A no-name folding fan. What master craftsman could have made that?" Qin Zhongyi bought it without hesitation. The house wasn't expensive at all, costing only 5,000. After paying, Zhang Dong took a sip of water and suddenly spat it onto the fan surface with a buff sound. When the fan surface was thoroughly soaked, he lightly peeled off the layer of white paper with his fingernail, revealing the signature beneath, Lu Ru Jusher. At the sight of this, everyone gasped in astonishment. "It's actually a fan painting by Tang Yin." An old man rubbed his eyes, staring fixedly at the signature, his face full of regret. "Ah, I knew the calligraphy and poem felt like Tang Yin's work, but I gave up because it lacked a signature. A Tang Yin fan painting with his poetic inscription, TSK, TSK. This folding fan's value probably wouldn't be less than 10 million. Over a decade ago, one of Tang Yin's paintings sold for 80 million at an overseas auction. Even if this fan painting were worth just a quarter of that price, it'd still be valued at 20 million. Qin Zhongyi's eyes sparkled with excitement and smug satisfaction. He laughed heartily and said, "Xiao Zhang, you're keen, I never fails. This fan was worth every penny." Boss Huang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What in the world? This kid had actually stumbled upon a treasure, and a major one at that. A Tang Yin original. Just flipping it could net 7 figures. Then something occurred to him, and he pointed furiously at Zhang Dong, shouting, "You little rascal, that pickle jar was a fake. You swindled me." Zhang Dong looked calmly at Boss Huang and said lightly, "You're quite the character. I bought these vases and paintings myself. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. How dare you accuse me of tricking you?" Boss Huang's eyes gleamed as he declared, "There must be something shady about those 2 vases of yours." Zhang Dong sneered, "What business is it of yours whether there's anything wrong? The deal's already done. Willing seller meets willing buyer. If I lose money, that's my loss. If I make profit, that's my gain. What gives you, an outsider, the right to poke your nose in here and make a fuss?" Qin Zhongyi said with a dark expression, "Boss Huang, you're being utterly unreasonable. I know you're envious, but jealousy doesn't excuse such nonsense." Boss Huang was furious. He couldn't shake the feeling that the Tang Yin folding fan should have been his. Yet Qin Zhongyi had snatched it away. There are more items coming up. Let's take our time looking. Qin Zhongyi and Qin Yin followed Zhang Dong into the fourth courtyard enclosure. What a pity. Clearly this family was running a scam, and there were no genuine items left to be found. Zhang Dong didn't let Qin Zhongyi intervene again. The group left with nothing but a folding fan in hand. Truth be told, all the items in that shop combined weren't worth as much as this single folding fan. Back in the pickup truck, Qin Zhongyi burst into booming laughter, exclaiming, "Satisfying, utterly satisfying. Did you see Boss Wong's face? He looks like he just lost his father, ha." Zhang Dong laughed. He saw Uncle Qin as a fat sheep to be fleeced. Of course he's upset seeing you make money. Just then, Boss Wong burst out. He patted a few pickle jars and stared at Zhang Dong. "There's a hidden layer in these jars. Am I right?" Zhang Dong said coolly. "What if there is? What if there isn't?" Boss Huang grinned. "I'm interested in what's inside. Mind letting me take a look? If suitable, I might buy them." Zhang Dong said indifferently. "They have no connection with you." Then, Qin Zhongyi stepped on the gas, and the pickup truck sped away in a cloud of dust, leaving Boss Huang with a livid face. Beside Boss Huang, a young man with a crew cut said, "Brother Huang, I know a master thief. This family just got their hands on a treasure. Why don't I ask him to make a move and steal it for us?" Boss Huang's eyes lit up. "Is that guy reliable?" "Don't worry. My friend has cracked bank vaults before and only targets billionaires. He's only failed once, but even then, he got away in the end." Boss Huang nodded. "Good. Tell your friend that as long as he can steal the item, I'll give him 5 million yuan. The car drove back to the Qin residence. Qin Zhongyi returned the folding fan to Zhang Dong and said with a smile, "Xiao Zhang, you're the one who chose this item. It belongs to you." Zhang Dong grinned. "Uncle, you're the real star of the evening. I just helped out. There's no way I can accept this gift." Qin Zhongyi said seriously, "With my eye for antiques, I would never have noticed this folding fan. Don't stand on ceremony. Take it." Zhang Dong smiled and said, "Uncle Qin, I got something too. Aren't there still 2 vats on the truck? The contents inside belong to me, and the folding fan goes to you." Both Qin Zhongyi and Qin Yin were filled with curiosity and asked eagerly, "Are there really things inside the vats?" Zhang Dong lifted the 2 large vats down from the truck with one in each hand. As he set them on the ground with a thud, there was a loud crash. The bottoms of both vats shattered simultaneously, revealing 2 piles of gold bars and 4 bronze incense burners. Qin Zhongyi's eyes gleamed as he picked up a gold bar, weighing it in his hand and examining the inscription. 50 taels per gold bar, roughly 1.86 kilograms each. There are 60 bars here, totaling about 112 kilograms, worth over 44 million. Zhang Dong, however, paid little attention to the gold. He picked up an incense burner and smiled, saying, "Compared to this, the incense burner is far more precious." Qin Zhongyi took the incense burner and examined it. The amber-hued vessel had a fine texture with a subtle, luminous glow, making it impossible for him to put it down. He sighed in admiration. "What a beautiful incense burner. Could this possibly be?" Zhang Dong nodded. "Exactly, these are Schwanda's sensors. Each of these 4 sensors has a distinct color and unique shape, truly marvelous." Qin Zhongyi trembled with excitement, muttering, "Schwanda's sensors? Priceless treasures. To think there were 4 of them hidden in this vat." Chapter 33. Love Gu Zhang Dong photographed all 4 incense burners and sent the pictures to Yiro. She called back immediately, asking excitedly, "Are they genuine artifacts?" Zhang Dong replied, 100% authentic palace artifacts, every one of them top-tier Schwanda sensors. Yiro, Zhang Dong, Minggu Xian would like to lease these 4 Schwanda sensors for a period of time at an annual rent of 10 million. Does that sound acceptable to you? Zhang Dong laughed. "Whatever President Yi says goes." Yiro, "It's a pity I can't leave Haicheng, or I'd definitely accompany you on treasure hunts everywhere." Zhang Dong, "President Yi, I haven't been coming to work these days, so you don't need to pay this month's salary." Yiro, "Your salary will be paid as usual." In fact, I have a task for you. Zhang Dong perked up. What is it? Yiro, the primary revenue stream of Minggu Xian comes from assisting wealthy clients in collecting antique artworks and calligraphy pieces with appreciation potential. The Minggu Xian branch in Jiangbei received a prestigious client, Qiao Huayan, chairman of Shengda Group with assets worth hundreds of billions. However, this Mr. Qiao is surrounded by many renowned antique appraisal experts. To impress him, we'll need to demonstrate genuine expertise. Therefore, I'd like you to visit the provincial capital and engage in an appraisal competition with several distinguished experts in Mr. Qiao's circle. If you can outmatch those masters, Mr. Qiao will definitely partner with our Minggu Gallery. Zhang Dong asked, how do we compete? Yiro replied, Mr. Qiao sets the challenges, you solve them. After a moment's thought, Zhang Dong asked, when should we go? If you're available, go to the provincial capital tomorrow. I've already arranged for Secretarian to meet with you, said Yiro. Beside Yiro stood a beautiful secretary named Enruxia. All right, I'll go tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, he loaded the gold bars and the Xuan sensor into the Qian and bid farewell to Qin Yin and Qin Zhongyi. Keeping so much gold at home was definitely unsafe, so Zhang Dong decided to transport it all to Mingguxuan Antiquities to store in their vault. Mingguxuan offered private vault services, making it very convenient to store valuable items. Returning home, he changed clothes and contacted Zhou Qingning. They had agreed to meet that afternoon. At 12:30, Zhang Dong arrived punctually at the appointment, entering Yun City's most prestigious restaurant, the Fulong Restaurant. Inside a private dining room at Fulong Restaurant, Zhang Dong pushed open the door and discovered about 7 or 8 people already seated. Zhou Qingning was sitting in the second nearest seat from the entrance. When she turned around, Zhang Dong immediately noticed how much she had changed. Yet what remained unchanged was her striking beauty, her graceful figure, delicate facial features, and impeccable attire. He was surprised, having originally assumed this would be just a meeting between the two of them, never expecting to encounter such a crowd. Zhou Qingning stood up with a smile and said, Zhang Dong. Then she walked over and gave him a hug. The others let out a no, and as he looked at their faces, he faintly recognized a few of them. They were all his high school classmates. Ho Xiaowen was among them, as was Teacher Ma, who had transferred to the Education Bureau. From the crowd, a tall man rose to his feet. He had a broad forehead and a long face, exuding an indescribable aura of authority. Dressed in a suit worth hundreds of thousands and sporting a watch worth millions, every gesture of his radiated confidence. Zhang Dong, don't you recognize me? Zhang Dong's heart stirred as he remembered someone. Meng Gang, the man who had tried unsuccessfully to win Zhou Qingning's heart. You're Meng Gang. Letting out a hearty laugh, Meng Gang reached out and patted Zhang Dong on the shoulder. Finally recognized me. Uh-huh. Mr. Ma had already downed 2 glasses of wine and was noticeably tipsy. With a cheerful grin, he pointed at Meng Gang and said, Zhang Dong, this is Meng Gang, the CEO of a listed company with a fortune worth billions. He's come to our Yun City this time to invest in the education industry. Zhang Dong had no interest in fortunes worth billions. He uttered a calm, oh, then said, I'm glad to see you're still alive. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. He had no favorable impression of Meng Gang. After all, the man had done such things in the past. Now older, what sort of decent person could he possibly be? Moreover, he realized Zhou Qingning had deliberately lured him here. This was nothing less than a banquet set up as a trap for him. Meng Gang's face darkened. How dare this brat still disrespect him? Ho Xiaowen also stood up, sternly saying, Zhang Dong, how can you speak like that? President Meng is a VIP in our Yun City, planning to invest 5 billion in the future. Zhou Qingning smiled and said, Zhang Dong, since you're here, why not sit down and catch up with your classmates? Zhang Dong glanced at Zhou Qingning again and noticed a blue worm near her heart. His heart skipped a beat. Was this also a goo worm? He then looked at Meng Gang and said indifferently, Meng Gang, it was you who had Zhou Qingning invite me out. Why did you do that? Was it because I stopped you from getting what you wanted back then? So you wanted revenge? Meng Gang flashed a hint of disdain. Revenge? A nobody at your level. Do you even qualify for my revenge? Qingning insisted on inviting you. She asked if it was okay, and I thought it didn't matter. After all, you're just an insignificant person anyway. Ho Xiaowen. If Qingning is with President Meng, she's truly made the right choice. Zhang Dong's heart stirred. Zhou Qingning had asked him to come. Staring into Zhou Qingning's eyes, he demanded, Qingning, why would you be with scum like Meng Gang? He noticed a flicker of pain and struggle in Zhou Qingning's eyes. Yet she replied, of course it's because I like Meng Gang. Zhang Dong observed the faint movement of the blue insect as it released a slight trace of toxin, a poison that seemed to manipulate Zhou Qingning's thoughts and emotions. He glanced at Meng Gang again and noticed a similar blue worm inside his body, though larger in size. Could this be the legendary love charm? In an instant, he understood and asked, how long have you two been together? Meng Gang replied indifferently, not long. Qingning just returned to the country a week ago. But we fell for each other at first sight, and she quickly fell in love with me. Zhang Dong sneered. Fell in love with you? As if you deserve her. He suddenly cupped Zhou Qingning's face in both hands and kissed her deeply. This kiss stunned everyone present. Zhou Qingning closed her eyes. The golden worm from his left eye instantly burrowed into Zhou Qingning's body, viciously pouncing on the blue worm. With a few crisp crunch-crunch sounds, it devoured its opponent. Meng Gang snapped back to reality with a roar, reaching out to grab Zhang Dong in an attempt to stop him, while the others cried out in alarm. However, the moment Meng Gang stretched out his hand, the love goo within him let out a shrill scream, suddenly melted and released a large amount of toxin. In just a few seconds, Meng Gang's entire body stiffened, and he began foaming at the mouth. People around rushed forward to press his philtrum in an attempt to revive him while calling for emergency services. 5 or 6 seconds later, Zhang Dong finally released Zhou Qingning. The worm had already returned to his left eye. The blue love goo had been completely devoured. Zhou Qingning's lipstick was smudged. She stared blankly at Zhang Dong as the effects of the love potion gradually faded, and she soon returned to normal. Zhang Dong. She remembered everything that had just happened and called out to him. Zhang Dong glanced at Meng Gang and said, let me take you back. Zhou Qingning nodded lightly as the two of them left the restaurant first. Returning to the car, Zhou Qingning gazed at the sunlight outside and let out a long sigh. I don't know what's wrong with me. The day after I returned to the country, I started feeling unwell. That day, I met Meng Gang, and then I suddenly fell for him. I should have hated him, but he cast a love charm on you, Zhang Dong explained. That thing releases toxins that affect your judgment and emotions, making you mistakenly believe you loved Meng Gang. But don't worry, I've already removed the love charm. Zhou Qingning was both shocked and furious. The legendary love potion? That Meng Gang is utterly despicable. Chapter 34. Beauty in Distress. Zhang Dong asked, where do you live? Zhou Qingning replied, I'm staying at a hotel. All right, I'll take you there. As the car started moving, he asked Zhou Qingning, I heard you've been looking for me recently? Zhou Qingning's delicate face flushed slightly as she said, I wanted to see you the moment I returned home, but then I encountered Meng Gang and ended up being tricked by him. But the thought of finding you never left me. Zhang Dong understood. Zhou Qingning must have subconsciously sensed something wrong, which was why she had been searching for him all along. When the car arrived at the hotel, Zhang Dong escorted her back to her room. Having just been freed from the love curse, Zhou Qingning felt somewhat weary, so Zhang Dong let her rest first. After returning home, he continued to practice his martial arts on the mountain, mastering the 3rd, 4th, and 5th steps of his footwork technique. By the time he finished practicing and got home, it was already 7:30 p.m. Tanglan had long prepared dinner, waiting for him to return. Zhang Hong was also there. She had been staying at her parents' home with Yaya for the past few days. Zhang Dong took out a bank card and handed it to Tanglan, saying, Mom, this is the company's 1 million dividend for me. Take it and spend it. Tang Lan, her husband, and Zhang Hong were all shocked and exclaimed in unison, 1 million, Zhang Dong. I contributed to the company, earning at least 2 million in dividends every year. Zhang Hong said cheerfully, Xiaodong has really made something of himself. By the way, Xiaodong, that girl seems quite nice. Did you two go on a date today? Zhang Dong didn't deny it either, saying, Sis, since I'm not at home, take care of things more. Zhang Hong replied, Don't worry, I'll come by whenever I'm free. Zhang Baoxing said, Xiaodong, don't worry about things at home. Just focus on doing your job well. After dinner, Zhou Qingning called, Zhang Dong, where are you? Zhang Dong replied, At home, not far from the hotel. Did you just wake up? Zhou Qingning gave a soft, I'm hungry and want to grab something to eat. Zhang Dong said, Wait for me. I'll come find you. In just over 10 minutes, he drove to the hotel where Zhou Qingning was waiting for him in the lobby. Zhang Dong, remember that wonton shop across from our school? I want to eat their wontons, she said. Zhang Dong recalled that the shop was still in business, so he nodded and said, All right, I'll take you there. The little shop had changed somewhat since the last time. Zhang Dong ordered 2 bowls of wontons and 4 side dishes as the two of them ate and chatted. During the conversation, I learned that Zhou Qingning had been sent abroad by her father immediately after graduating from high school. She completed both her bachelor's and master's degrees at a university there, then worked for a year at a certain global tech giant. Last week, she had just returned to China, planning to help her father manage the company. She picked up her drink and said to Zhang Dong, when you saved me back then, I never got the chance to thank you in person. To think today you've saved me again. Such great kindness can't be repaid with mere words. Let me toast to you. They finished their drinks and chatted for a while until Zhou Qingning received a phone call. With a smile, she said, My father's driver has arrived. I should be going. Zhang Dong, let's keep in touch. Great. Zhang Dong stood up to see her off. Zhou Qingning got into a Range Rover and waved goodbye to him. Returning home, while it was still early, Zhang Dong went to a nearby park. He found an open space and prepared to practice the movements of the 36 bronze men. After practicing for so many days, he had come to realize that the Lingfei Jing was likely a Taoist discipline for cultivating body and mind, not suited for combat. However, practicing the Lingfei Jing could lay a solid foundation, making any future martial arts training twice as effective. The 36 bronze statues were completely different. Within each bronze figure, the purpose of the meridian channels was solely for combat techniques, more efficiently and powerfully defeating enemies. At this moment, Zhang Dong used his X-ray vision to observe the first bronze statue's mercury-like meridian channels, guiding his vital energy to circulate through these pathways. After completing 2 full cycles of energy circulation, he moved on to practice with the second bronze statue, then the third. The movements of these first 3 bronze statues seamlessly connected, forming a single combat technique. When he seamlessly connected all 3 movements and sustained the flow of vital energy, a dragon's roar erupted from Zhang Dong's chest, and a surge of fierce energy shot forth from his palm. The energy struck a tree as thick as a bowl nearby. The trunk snapped with a loud crack, the fracture resembling a lightning strike, the fibers reduced to powder. Zhang Dong was startled, but continued practicing until he achieved mastery. By 11 o'clock, he suddenly received a voice message from Qin Yan. The audio was chaotic, filled with interference, and the voice of an unfamiliar man could be heard pressuring Qin Zhongyi for answers about the treasure hidden in their family's vat. But Qin Zhongyi refused to speak. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Dong's eyes. With one stomp of his right foot, his cloth whip split and whipped away as he dashed toward Qin Yan's house like a shadow. The straight-line distance between the 2 locations was about 5 kilometers, but Zhang Dong leaped and dashed like the wind, swift as a galloping horse. A few minutes later, Zhang Dong had already arrived below Qin Yan's building, moving as silently as a large cat as he reached the 2nd floor. At that moment, a short, skinny man wearing a mask was running his finger along the edge of a dagger, his eyes fixed on Qin Zhongyi, who was kneeling on the ground with his hands and feet bound. Boss Qin, If you still refuse to reveal the whereabouts of those items, I'll have to do something you really don't want to see." He smirked darkly as he approached Qin Zhongyi's wife, using the dagger to slit open Zhu Min's collar, preparing to go even further. Qin Zhongyi roared in fury, "Touch my wife, and I'll fight you to the death." TSK, why can't you face reality? Do you really think you stand a chance against me right now? Your wife and daughter are stunning beauties. Just thinking about them makes my mouth water. Should I start with your wife or your darling daughter first? He chuckled maliciously. Qin Yin wasn't afraid at this moment. She said coldly, "Don't act so arrogantly. My boyfriend won't let you get away with this. You're dead meat." The masked man snorted disdainfully. "Beautiful lady, you seem to be mistaken. The one who's mistaken is you." Suddenly, a voice spoke up behind him. The masked man was startled and instinctively thrust his dagger backward, only to find he'd stabbed at empty air. At the same moment, a hand pressed against his neck, and darkness enveloped his vision as he fell unconscious. The one who struck was naturally Zhang Dong. He had rushed over urgently, thankfully arriving at the scene just in time. After untying Qin Yan's binds, she immediately threw herself into his arms, sobbing softly. To say she wasn't afraid would be a lie. She had been terrified earlier, so scared she wanted to cry. Fortunately, she had secretly sent Zhang Dong a voice message, holding onto a thread of hope. Zhu Min remained composed and said, "Xiao Zhang, help untie us too." Zhang Dong quickly loosened the ropes binding Qin Zhongyi and his wife, asking, "Uncle Annie, am I not too late?" Zhu Min nodded and said, "Xiao Zhang, you saved our whole family. I'm deeply grateful." Qin Zhongyi stepped forward and delivered a sharp kick to the masked man, who showed no reaction. Zhang Dong asked, "Uncle Qin, who is this man?" Squinting his eyes, Qin Zhongyi said, "Many knew I bought the fan today, but only one person was certain there was treasure hidden in the vat. Huang Yongtai." Zhang Dong splashed a cup of cold water on the masked man, waking him up. The man, unable to move, looked terrified and asked, "What did you do to me?" Zhang Dong questioned him. "Speak. Did Huang send you?" Realizing he was caught, the man replied straightforwardly, "I'll tell you whatever you ask, but please don't hurt me." Zhang Dong, "Okay." The man, "Someone close to Boss Huang sent me here to steal a few treasures, offering 5 million as payment." Su Zhang Dong kicked the man unconscious, then asked Qin Zhongyi, "Uncle Qin, what do you plan to do next?" Qin Zhongyi sneered, "Huang Yongtai, what a piece of work. I won't let him get away with this." Zhang Dong, "Uncle Qin, do you know where Huang Yongtai lives?" Chapter 35, The Vice President. Qin Zhongyi nodded. "I know. I've even been to his vault. There are quite a few valuable things inside." Zhang Dong said calmly, "He who does not avenge his wrongs is no true man. I'm going to confront him now." Qin Zhongyi, who also despised Mr. Huang, added, "Xiao Zhang, I'll come with you." Qin Yin nodded vigorously. "Exactly. Let's teach him a lesson, that Mr. Huang is utterly despicable." Zhang Dong suddenly thought of something. He shook the thief awake again and tapped several points on his body. His true power penetrated deep into the bones and meridians, causing the man to shudder violently. This was a newly learned technique from Master Wu, a method to plant a controlling mechanism in someone's body. It would flare up periodically with excruciating pain each time. "What's your name?" Zhang Dong asked. "Hu Feng," came the reply. "Hu Feng, go to Boss Huang's house and steal everything he owns. Whatever you manage to steal, I'll take it all," Zhang Dong stated. The man's eyes darted around. "All right, I'll do as you say." Zhang Dong stared at him. "You'd better not try anything funny. I've used some martial arts tricks on you. Every 6 hours, you'll experience unbearable pain. So you must return within 6 hours, otherwise you'll die." The man was both shocked and furious. But when he thought about Boss Huang's valuable treasures, if he could pull this off, he could live the high life in Southeast Asia. Gritting his teeth, he nodded. "Deal." Zhang Dong added, "Burn whatever you can't take. Not a single hair should remain." The man looked at Zhang Dong in shock and said, "Understood." After letting him go, Zhu Min sighed. "With this, we've made a mortal enemy of Boss Huang." Qin Zhongyi said with a dark expression. For cheating me before, I could let it slide, but now he dares threaten my wife and daughter. Of course I won't let him off. Besides, we've got nothing to fear. Xiao Zhang here is an expert. Zhu Min sneered, calling him Xiao Zhang this and Xiao Zhang that. You're certainly making yourself at home. Zhang Dong laughed. Auntie, just call me Zhang Dong from now on. Zhu Min rarely smiled, but now she did, saying, Zhang Dong, consider our home yours from now on. You're welcome anytime. Absolutely, Auntie. The four of them waited at home for news. Unable to stay idle, Zhang Dong went to the yard to practice the 6th and 7th steps. Just as he finished practicing the 7th step, Hu Feng returned, parking a business van downstairs. Zhang Dong and the others went downstairs to see the vehicle loaded with hundreds of items, calligraphy, paintings, porcelain, and jade artifacts. Zhang Dong glanced through several items and found most to be counterfeit. He only picked out the genuine ones and instructed Qin Yin to pack them into boxes. In the end, he selected 37 pieces, their total worth roughly between 20 to 30 million. I'll give you 5 million. The rest, you handle yourself. Hearing the offer was only 5 million, Hu Feng hesitated at first. But after meeting Zhang Dong's gaze, he quickly nodded and said, All right, 5 million it is. Instead of cash, Zhang Dong handed him 7 gold bars, valued at approximately 5 million. After taking the gold bars, Hu Feng drove away, intending to find more buyers. Meanwhile, Huang Yongtai's house was engulfed in flames. Everything in his vault, as well as his personal belongings, was completely burned to ashes. At that moment, Huang Yongtai sat on the ground wailing uncontrollably, as if mourning the death of a dear father. It never occurred to him that the arsonist would turn out to be none other than Hu Feng himself, the master thief he had hired. It was already the wee hours when Zhang Dongkai loaded his private car with these items, preparing to store everything in the Minguxuan's vault. After bidding farewell to Qin Yan's family, Zhang Dong returned home to brief his parents, then went up the mountain to visit Master Wu once more. Only then did he change clothes and drive to the provincial capital. At 10:30, he arrived at Yi Rou's office, wherein Ruxia, dressed in professional attire, was handling documents. During Yi Rou's absence from Minguxuan, and Ruxia had been managing all aspects of operations. She was Yi Rou's trusted right hand, carefully groomed by her. Zhang Dong knocked and entered, whereupon Ruxia quickly stood up. President Zhang. Zhang Dong was momentarily taken aback and said, Secretarian, since when have I become President Zhang? And Ruxia laughed and said, Don't you know yet? Yi Rou has already announced throughout the company that you are now the Vice President of Jiangbei Minguxuan. Any antiques entering or leaving Minguxuan must have your approval. Zhang Dong chuckled. All right then. President Yi has asked me to liaise with you to meet that Mr. Qiao. And Ruxia continued. President Zhang, Mr. Qiao has a keen interest in antiques and is accompanied by 3 appraisers, all of whom are well-known figures in the trade. Boss Qiao sponsored a folk treasure hunt event, collecting rare artifacts from the public. The event will be held next week. Due to extensive advertising, there are many registrants. For those valuable antiques, Boss Qiao will directly purchase them with cash. Zhang Dong, will our Minggu Xian also participate in this event? And Ruxia nodded. President Ye's intention is to have President Zhang represent Minggu Xian as one of the 5 antique appraisal experts. Zhang Dong agreed. Shortly after, and Ruxia escorted Zhang Dong to his exclusive office, which was similar in size to Yi Rou's, divided into a work area and a rest area. After asking Zhang Dong if he was satisfied, and Ruxia said, President Zhang, here is some material. You can choose one from it to be your secretary. All right. And Ruxia excused herself, and Zhang Dong sat in the chair, spinning around a few times. Then, he took out his phone to snap pictures of the office environment and wrote a caption, Thank you, President Yi, for your trust in me. Shortly after posting the video, Yi Rou, Qin Yin, and others gave it likes, while a bunch of acquaintances eagerly asked where he was working. Subsequently, Zhang Dong verified his identity, with a label clearly displaying vice president of Jiangbei Minguxuan. Looking back, Zhang Dong couldn't help but feel sentimental. During his senior year of high school, he had failed the college entrance exam due to a high fever. Despite being a good student, he only managed to get into the mediocre-ranked Jiangbei University. After just 1 year of work post-graduation, he went abroad to work for his girlfriend. Compared to his peers among relatives and friends, some pursuing graduate studies, others preparing for civil service exams, or opening their own businesses, he was by far the most unaccomplished one. Arrived in the provincial capital, Zhou Qingming suddenly sent a message. Zhang Dong replied, "Yeah, just got here today." Zhou Qingming, "My father is also into collecting and planning to invest in some art. Could you give some advice?" Zhang Dong, "Of course, no problem. I think your uncle could consider Minggu Xian. We can provide professional guidance." Zhou Qingming, "That works, but first you'll need to do me a small favor." "What is it?" "There's someone who owes my dad 300 million yuan. Since he can't pay, he wants to settle the debt with his collection. You're the appraiser at Minggu Xian, and your expertise is exceptional. That's why I wanted to invite you on site to help my dad with the evaluation." Zhang Dong smiled. "For something worth hundreds of millions, I'm sure your father has already hired professionals. Wouldn't my presence be redundant?" Zhou Qingming replied, "I don't trust those people. The antique circle is tight-knit, and the debtor has extensive connections. I'm worried they might collude behind scenes." Zhang Dong understood and said, "All right, I'll go take a look." Zhou Qingming added, "My dad and I are already at the location. I'll send you the address." Zhang Dong glanced at the address, a little over 7 kilometers, not too far. As he stepped out of the office, preparing to drive there himself, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached him. "Good day, President Zhang. I'm Liu Chang, your personal driver," he said. As the vice president of Jiangbei Minguxuan, Zhang Dong wasn't surprised to have a dedicated driver. He nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 36. Zhou Dingshan. When they reached the underground garage, Liu Chang ushered Zhang Dong toward a Mercedes-Benz Maybach. Equipped with a 12-cylinder engine, the car delivered powerful yet smooth performance, one of Yi Rou's personal vehicles. Driver Liu Chang was highly skilled behind the wheel, navigating swiftly and steadily throughout the journey. In just 10 minutes, he arrived at Zhou Qingming's location, a luxury villa district. Zhou Qingming was waiting in front of the villa. Seeing Zhang Dong get out of the car, she waved at him with a smile and said, "Not a bad ride you got there, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Dong grinned. "Boss's car. Let me take it for a spin." "So, has it started yet?" Zhou Qingming led him to the first floor of the villa, where hundreds of cultural relics and calligraphy paintings were displayed. 3 professionals were carefully appraising them one by one. A middle-aged man sat on the sofa, chatting and laughing with a balding man in his 60s. Zhou Qingming smiled and said, "Dad, this is Zhang Dong." Zhou Dingqing, the father of Zhou Qingming, had a deep impression of the man who had once saved his daughter. He stood up with a smile and shook Zhang Dong's hand, saying, "Zhang Dong, I wanted to meet you for a long time, but just never had the chance. Qingming said you're an expert in antique appraisal, so we'll be counting on you today." "Uncle flatters me too much," Zhang Dong said. Those few professionals glanced at Zhang Dong, then exchanged a look. "Zhou Dingshan, Xiao Zhang, help me take a look. How much do you think all these things add up to?" Zhang Dong walked around the entire room and noticed there were more genuine items, with surprisingly few counterfeits. However, these so-called authentic pieces weren't exceptionally valuable, totaling just over 50 million yuan altogether. He returned to sit on the sofa, offering no particular suggestions, and instead chatted casually with Zhou Qingming. Half an hour later, one of them handed a report to Zhou Dingshan and said, "Mr. Zhou, the appraisal is complete. Please take a look." Zhou Dingshan took the report and skimmed through it, then remarked, "Are these things really worth 280 million?" The man replied, "Mr. Zhou, please trust our professionalism. The conservative estimate for these items is at least 280 million. Zhou Dingshan responded with a non-committal, then turned to Zhang Dong and asked, "Xiao Zhang, what do you think?" Zhang Dong said, "My valuation is 50 million, which differs somewhat from 280 million. The man delivering the report had a naturally long face and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He sneered coldly and asked, 50 million? Do you dare take responsibility for that statement? Zhang Dong smiled and replied, now that I'm here, of course I'm willing to stand by my words. He took the report from Zhou Dingshan and noticed that the highest valued item was a Ming Dynasty blue and white vase priced at 45 million. With a quick glance, he located the vase, holding it in his hand as he said, you valued this vase at 45 million. But from what I know, a similar piece recently sold at auction for only 23.5 million. Not to mention, that was the post-auction price, excluding the 20% commission fee. What you're talking about happened over a year ago. With the current market boom, 45 million is a very reasonable price. Reasonable? Fine, let's say your price is fair, but this vase is clearly counterfeit. How dare you appraise it at 45 million? Zhang Dong stared at him. His face darkened. A fake? How can you prove it's a fake? Zhang Dong. The proof is simple. The base of this vase is indeed genuine Ming blue and white porcelain, but the upper portion is a high-quality imitation. As he spoke, he flicked the vase with his finger. With a crisp ding sound, the base detached and fell into Zhang Dong's palm. The clean break revealed it had been meticulously reattached later. Several experts crowded around, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Although they'd taken bribes, they had genuinely mistaken this fake as authentic. Now being publicly humiliated by Zhang Dong, one could easily imagine their chagrin. Zhou Dingshan snorted. You lot are truly professionals. The three men's expressions were extremely grim. One of them said, Boss Zhou, it was our oversight, but we guarantee everything else is genuine. Zhou Dingshan no longer trusted them. He waved his hand and said, Go back, all three of you. I'll settle the payment. Left with no choice, the trio had no option but to leave. Zhou Dingshan laughed and said, Xiao Zhang, thank goodness you came today. Otherwise, I would have lost at least 200 million. Then I'll trouble you one more time to help me evaluate these items. Zhang Dong, I've reviewed them. The total value of all items combined doesn't exceed 55 million. Zhou Dingshan smiled at the bald elder. Brother Zhu, as you've heard, these items are only worth about 55 million. If you agree, I'll have someone come take them away. The bald old man sighed, clearly aware of how much his items were worth. He said, Brother Zhou, let's settle at 55 million then. I'll pay you back the rest gradually, and I'd appreciate some extra time. Zhou Dingshan replied, Very well, I'll take the items then. After packing and loading everything onto the truck, Zhou turned to Zhang Dong and said, Xiao Zhang, I've actually been considering investing in some antiques and artworks. They're both cultured and value-preserving. Do you have any recommendations? Zhang Dong responded, Uncle Zhou could consider collaborating with Menggu Xian. They can help design a comprehensive investment plan for you. Zhou Dingshan laughed. I trust your judgment. If you vouch for Menggu Xian, then I'll work with them. Zhang Dong smiled. Thank you for your trust, Uncle Zhou. During the conversation, Zhou Dingshan received a phone call. He suddenly stood up, his face pale, and asked, Is there still hope to save them? All right, I'm coming back immediately. After hanging up, he said to Zhou Qingning, Qingning, keep an eye on things here. I need to take care of something. He walked a few steps toward the exit, then abruptly turned to look at Zhang Dong and asked, Xiao Zhang, you antique dealers must know something about feng shui and metaphysics, right? Could you come with me to check out the construction site? Zhang Dong knew nothing about feng shui, but something stirred in his heart. Perhaps his left eye could observe things like feng shui and qi flow after all. So he nodded and said, All right, I'll take a look. He got into Zhou Dingshan's car, while the driver, Lu Chang, followed behind in another car. Uncle Zhou, where are we headed? There's been trouble at the construction site. Zhou Dingshan sighed. My company mainly deals in pharmaceuticals. The new factory is under construction, but strange incidents keep happening. One worker has already died, and 3 others were injured. I consulted an expert. The expert intervened, and everything calmed down. Unexpectedly, another major incident happened today. 3 workers were hit by a tower crane, with 2 dead and 1 seriously injured. Zhang Dong. For such a safety accident, the responsibility should lie with the construction party. Zhou Dingshan gave a bitter smile. That may be true, but the progress of a new factory cannot slow down. I have a bet with the investors. Next year's profits must double, and the stock price must rise by 50%. If the new factory can't be completed this year and put into production by April next year, then next year's revenue and profits will have no way to increase. By then, I'll have to compensate investors double their investment. Zhang Dong frowned slightly. Since Uncle Zhou dares to make such a bet with the investors, it shows he must be confident of success. Exactly. The sales of those medicines have been steadily increasing. Once the new factory is built, I'm confident we can boost profits by 1.5 times or even more. But who could have expected such a thing to happen at the construction site? As the two arrived at the site, they saw both ambulances and police cars already present, with workers gathered together discussing animatedly. Zhou Dingshan immediately sprang into action, organizing people to maintain order while making calls to acquaintances, trying to mitigate the incident's impact. Zhang Dong took the personnel elevator up to the top of a 9-story building, overlooking the entire construction site below. He noticed that in the southeast direction, a patch of ground was emitting eerie black mist. Though faint, the mist was filled with an uncanny and sinister aura. Chapter 37. The withered hand in the jar. Zhang Dong called in Ruxia, instructing her to check the trunk of the Qian for a bronze mirror and have someone deliver it immediately. The bronze mirror even exerted a deterrent effect on the worms in his left eye, proving it was indeed a valuable artifact. Though he knew nothing about feng shui or metaphysics, he wanted to see if the mirror could work its magic. Half an hour later, a company employee delivered the bronze mirror, which was then brought up to the rooftop by the driver, Lu Chong, via the elevator. Zhang Dong took the bronze mirror and adjusted its angle. The reflected sunlight fell upon the area, emitting dark mist. The mirror's light was composed of countless intricate patterns. When it shone upon the dark mist, the vapor swelled like foam before vanishing. He immediately put away the mirror and continued observing. The dark mist never reappeared. Lost in thought, he took the elevator down and reached that area where the dark mist had been rising. A deep pit had been excavated here. As he approached it, he felt strangely unsettled, and even the worm in his left eye seemed to sense something, remaining on high alert. The problem must be here, he thought. Zhou Dingshan had finished dealing with the incident. Wiping his sweat, he walked over to Zhang Dong and noticed him staring motionlessly at a pit. "Xiao Zhang, what have you found?" he immediately asked. Zhang Dong's gaze penetrated the ground, continuously extending downward until he discovered a layer of 5-colored soil about 20 meters below the surface. Buried within the 5-colored soil was an iron canister, 1 meter tall and over half a meter in diameter. It was sealed with a large iron lid, the edges tightly soldered with tin. Above were 3 sealing strips, though one had become blurred and partially damaged. He knew he had to appear enigmatic, otherwise people might press him for details. So he said, "Uncle Zhou, I sense an ominous aura here. There must be something evil buried beneath this ground. Send a few excavators over and start digging here. But once you reach 20 meters deep, proceed with caution." Zhou Dingshan had been searching fruitlessly for a reason earlier. Hearing Zhang Dong's words, his eyes immediately lit up as he exclaimed, "Great! I'll get the excavators here right away." The construction site had large excavators, so digging a 20-meter deep pit wasn't difficult. In less than an hour, the 2 workers had dug up an iron canister, using the excavator to lift it out and place it on the ground. Zhang Dong took out the bronze mirror and directly reflected sunlight onto the jar. A continuous ding-ding sound emanated from inside the jar, clearly heard by everyone present. Zhou Dingshan's expression darkened as he retreated hastily, asking in shock, "Xiao Zhang, what on earth is inside there?" Zhang Dong had no idea what it was, but he kept approaching with the bronze mirror in hand. When the distance between them shrank to just 2 meters, a scream seemed to echo in his mind. The lid of the jar cracked, and a plume of black smoke burst over 10 meters high. Zhang Dong immediately raised the mirror's light upward, locking onto the black smoke. The smoke crackled with a sizzling noise before exploding with a boom, dissolving into nothingness. Though shocked, Zhang Dong had to keep up his act of being an expert. With feigned calmness, he said indifferently, "Uncle Zhou, the evil presence has been dealt with. You can rest easy now." Then he put away the bronze mirror and casually peeled off the two intact talismans. The material used to make these talismans was unknown, soft and smooth to the touch, yet surprisingly heavy. He knew these were valuable treasures. Next, he glanced inside the iron can and spotted a shriveled hand severed at the wrist at the bottom. The withered hand formed a mudra, evoking a solemn and awe-inspiring atmosphere. He reached in, retrieved the withered hand, and had Zhou Dingshan find a wooden box to store it in, along with the two talismans. Zhou Dingshan was both impressed and delighted. "Xiao Zhang, you've done me a tremendous favor. I got swindled by that so-called expert last time. Cost me over 3 million. Kept blabbering about bad feng, shui needing correction. What crock?" Zhang Dong smiled. "Uncle Zhou, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to the company now." Zhou Dingshan hastily replied, Of course. I'll send someone to sign the contract with Minggu Xian right away." "Xiao Zhang, thank you so much today. Feel free to visit my home often in the future. Since you and Qingning are classmates, we're practically family." Zhang Dong smiled and replied, "I will, uncle." Leaving the construction site, Zhang Dong carried the box as he walked back. The driver, Lu Chang, who had witnessed the entire incident, felt like it was all a dream. He couldn't help but admire Zhang Dong deeply. Halfway through the drive, Lu Chang spoke up, "Boss Zhang, could I ask for your help with something?" Zhang Dong had just met Lu Chang and wasn't very familiar with him, but since the man would be his driver from now on, he responded kindly, "What seems to be the trouble, Master Lu?" Lu Chang nodded and said, "Boss Zhang, my daughter is 17 this year. Since last year, she's been seeing ghosts every day and is too terrified to leave the house. I had no choice but to withdraw her from school. Later, I invited many renowned spiritual mediums and unconventional healers, but none could cure her. At best, they provided some temporary relief. Boss Zhang, I'm not a wealthy man. Please name your price, whatever it takes to heal my daughter. I'll raise the money even if I have to sell my house." Zhang Dong laughed and said, "Hey, you're my driver. Why would I charge you for such a small matter? Let's go. No need to return to the office. Head straight to your place." Lu Chang was nearly in tears. He'd been suffering immensely these past 6 months, and his wife had even developed depression because of it. Today, witnessing Zhang Dong's extraordinary abilities, he'd hoped the man could help him once. Never did he expect things to go so smoothly. Lu Chang's home wasn't far, located in an older residential complex. They drove straight to the building, then walked up to the 3rd floor. Opening the door, Lu Chang first invited Zhang Dong to take a seat. Since his wife was at work, he quietly walked to his daughter's room, knocked, and asked, Jun, are you asleep?" A faint voice came from inside the room. "Dad, I'm awake. There are many people standing around me, staring at me. I'm scared." Lu Chang quickly reassured her, "Don't be afraid, Jun. Daddy has invited a high monk to help you." After half a minute, the door opened and a disheveled girl peeked outside. She was very thin with a pale face, yet one could tell she was a pretty girl with delicate features. Zhang Dong entered holding an iron box and immediately sized up the girl. He noticed about a dozen faint, shadowy figures hovering around her, ethereal yet indistinct, staying roughly 2 meters away. His scalp instantly prickled with terror. Could it be? Were the things he was seeing actually ghosts? Forcing himself to remain composed, he pulled out a talisman from the iron box. The moment the talisman appeared, an overwhelming righteous energy radiated from it, scattering all those shadows. He didn't know how to catch ghosts, so he handed the talisman to the girl and said, "Take this with you and see if it works." The girl took the talisman, and her cold body immediately felt a surge of warmth. Her eyes then shone with delight as she murmured, "It's gone. It's really gone. They're all gone. Thank you, master." She bowed deeply to Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong inwardly thought that as long as it worked, it was fine, and said, "No need to thank me. Just keep it with you from now on, and return to school in a few days." The girl nodded vigorously with a palpable sense of relief. Lu Chang was so overjoyed that tears streamed down his face. He suddenly bowed deeply to Zhang Dong, who quickly responded, "Master Lu, there's no need for formalities like this." At that moment, his gaze happened to fall upon a bracelet adorning the girl's wrist. Crafted from animal bones and embellished with colored crystals, it possessed a primitive, archaic beauty that was quite striking. Chapter 38. Verdant youth, the bracelet emitted a faint yellow glow. Could it be this very item that had attracted those entities? Zhang Dong inquired casually. "Where did you get this bracelet? It's quite uniquely beautiful." The girl took a glance and said, "I found it on the bus last year. Since no one claimed it, I kept it for myself. I really like it." Zhang Dong said seriously, "This thing isn't acquired through proper means. Give it to me." The girl's heart skipped a beat and she quickly removed the bracelet, handing it to Zhang Dong. To verify his suspicion, he put away the iron box and then took the bracelet to the kitchen. Within 3 minutes, he sensed some human-shaped shadows penetrating through the walls, closing in on him. He narrowed his eyes. It really was connected to this thing. So he opened the iron box, took out the withered hand, and draped the bracelet over its fingers. Instantly, the yellow light vanished, and then a golden radiance erupted from the bracelet. The shadows evaporated in an instant. Zhang Dong was utterly baffled. What was going on? These two things reacted when placed together. Unable to figure out, he placed both the bracelet and the withered hand back into the metal box. Back in the living room, he said to Lu Chang, "Have your daughter carry this talisman with her. In 3 days, she'll be able to return to normal life. Then you can return it to me." "Got it. Thank you, Mr. Zhang." After leaving driver Lu Chang's home, Zhang Dong checked into a hotel near the company and deposited all the gold bars and antiques in his possession into Minggu Pavilion's vault. Soon after, Zhou Dingshan's subordinate arrived at Minggu Pavilion and signed an art investment agreement. According to the agreement, Zhou Dingshan would invest approximately 1 billion yuan in artworks over 3 years, with Zhang Dong serving as the project's lead contact. According to company policy, Zhang Dong could receive a 5% commission from the client's investment amount. This was also the first major deal he secured after becoming vice president. At lunchtime, he ate the company-provided meal and then went to the provincial capital's library. The provincial library ranks among the top 10 in the country, with an enormous collection of books. Zhang Dong spent the entire afternoon at the library, reading books on antique appraisal, along with some historical and cultural texts, as well as works on feng shui and metaphysics. Before he knew it, it was already past 6 in the evening. Just as he was thinking about grabbing a bite to eat, Zhou Qingming sent him a message. "Zhang Dong, are you free tonight? Let me treat you to dinner." Zhang Dong, "If a beautiful woman is inviting me to dinner, of course I have time. Second floor of Qin Song Suiware Restaurant. Meet at 7. Got it." After getting ready, Zhang Dong drove to Qin Song Suiware Restaurant. Just as he reached the entrance, a man and woman were also about to enter. The woman was heavily made up, wearing a white halter top and a small shawl, her looks scoring about 7 out of 10. She was holding the man's arm, pressing close to him, whispering something in his ear. Seeing the woman, Zhang Dong froze momentarily. He recognized her as his college sweetheart, Su Ying. Back in their sophomore year, they had officially become a couple. Zhang Dong would bring her meals every day, accompany her shopping, and practically covered all her living expenses. That year, Zhang Dong's living expenses tripled. After their relationship lasted for about a year, Su Ying got together with an official second-generation son, then told Zhang Dong they weren't suited for each other. It wasn't until that moment Zhang Dong realized Su Ying had treated him as a long-term meal ticket. Su Ying also spotted Zhang Dong. Though years had passed without meeting, having spent day and night together for a year, she still recognized him at a glance. "Zhang Dong." She smiled. her gaze sizing him up. Zhang Dong nodded. Suing, what a coincidence. Suing smiled. Long time no news from you. You're in the provincial capital too. Zhang Dong replied, yeah, just changed jobs. The man beside her smiled and said, since you know each other, why not grab a meal together? Zhang Dong replied, I've got plans with someone. After exchanging greetings, Zhang Dong fell silent as they quietly headed up to the second floor together. The second floor restaurant is divided into two sections. One is a regular dining area where customers can order a la carte in an open space. The other is a more private dining zone enclosed by plants and soundproof glass on three sides, offering a superior ambience with more professional and attentive service staff. Naturally, the latter option comes with higher prices and more upscale dishes. Su Ying and her boyfriend entered the regular dining area, while Zhang Dong headed towards the private section. My boyfriend was looking for a seat when Su Ying pulled him back and said with a smile, honey, let's eat over there today. Back then, she was the one who dumped Zhang Dong. How could she let him show her up just by going out for a meal? Her boyfriend smiled and said, sure, we haven't eaten inside yet. Zhang Dong arrived at the designated spot where Zhou Qingming was already waiting for him, having even asked the waiter to prepare tea. Zhang Dong, do you know how my father praised you to me? He said you're quite an extraordinary man, Zhou Qingming said with a smile. Zhang Dong smiled. You flatter me, uncle. I know a bit about feng shui. By the way, was today's accident dealt with properly? Zhou Qingming sighed softly. After all, someone died, so the authorities took it very seriously. Fortunately, everything was by the book, and it was classified as an accident caused by force majeure. Meanwhile, Su Ying took a seat at a nearby table. The man next to her noticed Zhou Qingming and exclaimed in surprise, it's the young miss. Su Ying glanced at him and asked, which young miss? The Zhou family's young miss, of course, the man replied. Our boss's boss, Zhou Dingshan's daughter. Su Ying, so she's Zhou Dingshan's daughter? The pharmaceutical company under his control just went public. He's now a billionaire. Exactly. Our company manufactures pharmaceutical equipment. 2 years ago, when we were in trouble, Zhou Dingshan invested $2 billion and took 30% equity stake. Next year, our company will also go public. The valuation won't be less than $30 billion. When that happens, his assets will increase by another $10 billion. Su Ying, this friend of yours is quite something, actually dating the Zhou family heiress. Su Ying felt somewhat conflicted. How could Zhang Dong, whom she had looked down on years ago, gain the favor of a wealthy family's daughter? The man remarked, they say this Ms. Zhou has high standards, yet she wouldn't even spare a glance for my boss's son. At that moment, and Ruxia and another woman enter the restaurant. She paused slightly upon spotting Zhang Dong not far away. The woman beside her smiled and said, Director, and isn't that Director Zhang over there? Should we go say hello? And Russia said, President Zhang just sealed a $1 billion deal. Perhaps arrangements are being made. We shouldn't disturb him. Su Ying's heart skipped a beat upon hearing their conversation. She suddenly asked, Miss, did you say President Zhang? Zhang Dong? And Russia eyed her warily and asked, you know our president? Su Ying smiled. We were classmates. And Russia nodded, but didn't elaborate, leaving with the other woman for a different table. Su Ying's boyfriend suddenly remembered something and said, I heard from a friend that Minguchuan recently got a vice president who holds 5% of the company's profit shares in Jiangbei. So it's him. Su Ying felt mixed emotions. Working in corporate financial reports, she happened to know Minguchuan's annual profits were at least $2 billion. 5% of that meant $100 million. Thinking about her own annual salary of just $200,000 and her boyfriend's $400,000 to $500,000, the stark contrast made her lose all appetite. Everything tasted like cardboard. Chapter 39. A top-tier master. As the meal continued, Su Ying grew distracted, her eyes repeatedly drifting toward Zhang Dong's direction. On the other side, Zhou Qingming and Zhang Dong were chatting about the incident that happened at the construction site today when she suddenly said, Zhang Dong, I have a close girlfriend who's a police officer. She's the beauty of the provincial criminal investigation team. She was having a bit of trouble lately. For months, her mind had been wandering constantly. She'd consulted quite a few spiritual experts, all of whom claimed she was being haunted by an evil spirit. I thought you understood feng shui and metaphysics? Then can't you help her? Zhang Dong, recalling the potency of the withered hand and talisman in his grasp, nodded readily in agreement. Deal. Can we do it tomorrow? Sure. Let's meet tomorrow morning. Perfect. Zhou Qingming clinked glasses with him, and they drank a little. After dinner, Zhou Qingming's driver picked her up, and Zhang Dong's driver Lu Chong also arrived. Just as he was about to get into the car, a gentle voice suddenly called out from behind. East. Zhang Dong was taken aback. He turned around and saw Suing standing there. Are you still here? He asked. Suing smiled. I didn't drive. Can I catch a ride with you? Zhang Dong said to Lu Chong. Master Lu, could you see her home? Su Ying's smile faded. Dong, aren't you coming with me? Zhang Dong said calmly. I have other matters to attend to. Let my driver take you back. Suing bit her lip and then got into the car. The car started moving, and she asked Lu Chong, Driver, is Zhang now the vice president of your company? Lu Chong mistook Su Ying for one of Zhang Dong's friends and said with a smile, Exactly. Our president Zhang is young and accomplished and very kind too. Indeed, I heard he even secured profit-sharing rights from Minguxuan. Su Ying wanted to dig up more information about Zhang Dong. Lu Chong, I know a bit about that. President Zhang recently recovered a batch of priceless calligraphy and paintings from Minguxuan. As a reward, the chairman granted him a 5% profit share. Su Ying was shocked. Was Zhang Dong really doing this well now? Meanwhile, Zhang Dong, who had no car available, walked to a park about a kilometer away. Finding a secluded spot, he continued practicing the martial arts techniques from the bronze statues. This time, he practiced the movements of the 4th, 5th, and 6th bronze statues. These 3 movements could be combined into one technique, and the difficulty of mastering it was higher than the first move. After practicing for over an hour, he finally became proficient in this technique. Just then, he heard a piercing scream in the distance and rushed over immediately. There, he saw an old man sitting on the ground, howling in pain, claiming he had twisted his hip and could no longer stand up. Just as the crowd was about to call emergency services, a middle-aged man stepped forward. He crouched down, pressed on the old man's hip bone, asked a few questions, then had him lie flat before applying firm pressure with both hands. With a snap, the old man suddenly stopped feeling pain and stood up immediately. Zhang Dong saw clearly that the middle-aged man had applied just the right amount of force. With a simple press, he seemed to know exactly where the bone was misaligned, as if his eyes could see through things. Deeply impressed, Zhang Dong walked over and asked, Are you a bone-setting practitioner, uncle? The middle-aged man gave Zhang Dong a sidelong glance. Though plain in appearance, his eyes were strikingly bright, so much so that Zhang Dong felt his heart skip a beat and instinctively stepped back. Without answering, the man turned and walked straight out of the park. Zhang Dong then followed him out of the park. The middle-aged man hurried along a main road, walking extremely fast with enormous strides. An average person takes steps of 70 centimeters to 1 meter, but his steps measured 2 to 3 meters each, as if his feet could shrink distances. Feeling competitive, Zhang Dong activated his internal energy and employed basic footwork techniques to match the 2 to 3 meter strides. Thus, the two peculiar figures advanced at astonishing speed, soon leaving the city behind as they ascended a mountain path. After walking along the mountain path for a while, the middle-aged man suddenly veered up the mountainside, and Zhang Dong continued to follow. This was an unnamed peak outside the city. There were no proper trails on the mountain, making the climb difficult, yet the middle-aged man's pace didn't slow in the slightest. Zhang Dong struggled to keep up. At the mountaintop, a man in his 50s dressed in a blue gown sat perched on a large boulder. When the middle-aged man arrived, the blue-gowned figure leaped down from the rock and snapped coldly, "Wu Tai Jian, you've finally shown yourself." Middle-aged man Wu Tai Jian said calmly, "Wang Jinyue, are you truly determined to settle this with me?" The old man laughed heartily, Who told you to be the martial champion of Jiangbei 7 years ago? Defeating you would make me, Wang Jinyue, instantly famous throughout the land. Wu Taixian replied, if you insist on fighting, then let's fight. The two suddenly fell silent, locking eyes with each other. After a full half-minute, they moved simultaneously, engaging in a duel where each move, though not particularly fast, carried extraordinary weight. Every clash produced a dull, thunderous sound. Zhang Dong activated his X-ray vision and could clearly see the distinct ways their internal energy circulated. Wu Taixian excelled in fist techniques, while Wang Jinyue's legwork was superior. He mentally compared them. If he were to step in, he definitely couldn't defeat either of them. Their internal energies were far too immense, and with their rich combat experience, they often switched techniques midway through executing a move. After over 100 exchanges, white steam rose from their heads. Their expressions grew grave, and their movements noticeably slowed. At this moment, Zhang Dong noticed someone climbing the mountain, a young man in his 30s with piercing cold eyes. The moment he reached the top, his gaze locked onto Wu Taixian, brimming with hostility. Wu Taixian seemed unsettled by this, forced to divert some of his attention to observe the young man's movements. Feeling the situation was unfair, Zhang Dong leaped out from behind the rocks and fixed his eyes on the young man. The young man appeared slightly startled, as if he hadn't expected a fourth person on the mountaintop. He said coolly, friend, you're with Wu Taixian? Wu Taixian shouted loudly, keep an eye on him. Though the two didn't know each other, Zhang Dong still replied, don't worry. Focus on the fight. I'll watch him for you. The young man snorted coldly and suddenly moved toward Zhang Dong with eerie, swaying steps, his eyes glowing in eerie blue. Zhang Dong fixed his gaze on the other man's eyes, and as the stranger closed in, he threw a fierce punch. Thanks to his keen eyesight, his timing was impeccable. Boom! With a dull thud, the young man staggered back 3 steps and shouted, 5 elements cannon fist. What is your relation to Wu Qingfo? Zhang Dong didn't answer him. Instead, he fired another cannon fist, forcing his opponent to retreat once more. A true master reveals his skill with the first move. Realizing he was outmatched, the young man shot Zhang Dong a venomous glare before turning to flee down the mountain. Witnessing this, Wang Jinyue's confidence crumbled instantly. This young fighter had been his prearranged trump card, yet Wu Taixian had counterplayed him, and the expert he'd brought clearly surpassed Wang's own hired hand. His momentary distraction gave Wu Taixian an opening. With a single palm strike to the shoulder came a sickening crack. The joint shattered to pieces. A howl of pain escaped him as his balance faltered. Before he could recover, Wu Tieshuan's second and third strikes landed, one crushing his chest, the third smashing his skull. Wang Jinyue swayed violently, then collapsed to his knees in full rigor. Blood streamed from all 7 orifices as his life extinguished. Chapter 40. Wu Taixian. Wu Taixian drew a deep breath, quelling the surging true energy within his veins. Turning to Zhang Dong, he clasped fists respectfully. Brother, my deepest gratitude for your righteous intervention. Zhang Dong smiled. Just a small matter. I followed you the whole way. Why didn't you stop me? Wu Taixian laughed. I could tell you had remarkable endurance, so I want to test you. Besides, I was worried Wang Yuezhen might have backup plans, so I'll let you follow. Zhang Dong seemed surprised. You trust me that easily? After all, we've only just met. Wu Tailin laughed heartily. I don't know why, but the moment I saw you, I felt I could trust you. This must be what they call friendship at first sight. Zhang Dong pointed at Wang Yuezhen's corpse and asked, You killed him, won't there be any trouble? Wu Tailin, don't worry, someone will take care of it. Matters of the rivers and lakes belong to the rivers and lakes. No trouble here. Come, let me buy you a drink, brother. The two descended the mountain together. At the foot, a business van was already waiting. Wu Tailin invited Zhang Dong to board the vehicle. The car started up, and Wu Taixian asked with a smile, Brother, why did you follow me? Zhang Dong answered truthfully, I saw your bone-setting technique was amazing and wanted to get to know you. Wu Taixian laughed heartily and said, "For those of us who practice martial arts, the human body is very familiar. Setting a bone isn't anything special. However, my bone-setting technique is indeed different from ordinary Chinese medicine. I learned it from a miraculous doctor." Zhang Dong became intrigued. "Oh, which miracle doctor is so remarkable?" Wu Tiexuan's face showed reverence as he said, "The divine healer, Chen Xuanjin. He's already over 100 years old, yet he looks younger than I do. 5 years ago, I did a small favor for the divine physician, and in return, he taught me a bone-setting technique that I still find invaluable today." Zhang Dong nodded. This miracle doctor's medical skills must be absolutely extraordinary. Wu Taixian, absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes. He revived someone who'd been dead for 3 days. Truly miraculous skill. During their casual chat, Zhang Dong inquired about Wang Yuezhen. Wu Taixian explained that Wang was a martial arts expert from Jiangbei province. Last year, after receiving some unknown mentor's guidance, he made remarkable progress in ancient martial arts and attempted to defeat Wu Taixian to claim the title of martial champion. The car drove into a mountain villa, an expansive estate spanning 3 mountains, each dotted with numerous buildings. Zhang Dong was ushered into a 3-story pavilion. In the first-floor reception hall stood dozens of individuals, their poised stances revealing they were martial artists of notable skill. When Wu Taixian entered, they all clasped their fists in unison. "Sect Master." Zhang Dong was taken aback. "Sect Master?" Wu Taixian nodded, gesturing for Zhang Dong to sit. With a smile, he said, "Brother, I hold another title, Master of the Iron Palm Sect. The Iron Palm technique originated in the Eastern Han Dynasty and belongs to the ancient martial arts. And I am the 69th generation successor of the Iron Palm technique." Zhang Dong, "I've actually never heard of it before." Wu Taixian laughed heartily. "Times have changed. We rarely engage in fights and killings anymore, so we've turned to business instead. You may not have heard of the Iron Palm sect, but you surely know about orthopedic pills and tiger bone medicinal wine, right?" Zhang Dong was certainly familiar with these 2 products. Both belong to a health supplement company with annual revenues of several billion and profits exceeding 1 billion. "So you're the owner of that company?" Wu Taixian said, "Within my family, I'm the 3rd brother. Since we're close comrades, just call me Brother 3. Zhang Dong nodded. "All right, Brother 3. Wu Taixian had some snacks prepared and drank while chatting with Zhang Dong. By the time it was past 1 a.m., Zhang Dong said, "Brother 3, I've only been learning martial arts for a short while. I'd love to spar with you for a few moves." Wu Tiexuan's eyes gleamed. "Great." The 2 moved to the courtyard, where Zhang Dong exchanged blows using the 5 elements cannon fist. Wu Taixian applied 60% of his strength, but surprisingly couldn't gain the upper hand over Zhang Dong. Watching them go back and forth, they had already exchanged over 100 moves. Wu Tiexuan was rich in combat experience. As he exchanged moves, he simultaneously gave pointers, allowing Zhang Dong to gain tremendous insights and refine his fist techniques. After 100 exchanges, both men halted. Wu Tiexuan said, "Brother, your vital energy is robust, and your talent is exceptional. Your future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass mine." Zhang Dong replied, "I rarely engage in fights. I'll seek more guidance from 3rd brother in the future." Wu Tiexuan laughed and remarked, "Everything else is good, but the power of the 5 elements cannon fist is mediocre at best." Zhang Dong asked, "3rd brother means the 5 elements cannon fist doesn't count as ancient martial arts?" Wu Taixian nodded. "Ancient martial arts all have their origins, having been refined through hundreds or even thousands of years of tempering. The 5 elements cannon fist you learned has only been established for just over 60 years, far from meeting the standards of ancient martial arts." Zhang Dong thought about his own bronze man martial art. Could it be considered ancient? Wu Taixian asked, "Brother, did you learn your fist techniques from Wu Qingfeng?" Zhang Dong nodded. "Yes, he's my teacher." Wu Taixian chuckled. "Wu Qingfeng only teaches techniques, but doesn't take disciples. Shows he knows his limits." Zhang Dong sensed something in those words. Why do you say that, third brother? Wu Taixian said. Wu Qingfeng's men are already finished. He can't protect you, so he doesn't dare take disciples lightly. Brother, learning martial arts isn't easy. Not only do you need talent, but also connections, money, methods, resources, peers, and the right place. All are indispensable. Zhang Dong pondered and said, Third brother, you must be a top-tier master, right? Wu Taixian smiled and replied, Ordinary people only know about first-rate masters and top-tier masters. In fact, so-called top-tier masters can be further divided into 5 realms. These 5 realms are True Qi realm, Body refinement realm, Spirit cultivation realm, Golden core realm, and Human immortal realm. Zhang Dong was greatly astonished. The human immortal realm. Does that mean becoming an immortal? Wu Taixian laughed. A human immortal is half human, half immortal, a mythical existence. The divine physician sage I mentioned earlier was someone who had half-stepped into the human immortal realm. Zhang Dong. Then that's the golden core realm. Third brother, how powerful is someone in the golden core realm? Wu Taixian thought for a moment and said, To put it this way, if it were a martial shaping realm expert, they could kill me within 10 moves. A core formation realm master could instantly annihilate a martial shaping realm expert within 30 paces. Zhang Dong sighed with admiration. That's incredible, he added. Those people are all regional overlords, beyond the restraints of secular laws. So there's no need to overthink it. Just keep moving forward step by step. As a practitioner of ancient martial fist, Wu Taixian possessed deeper knowledge. Through their conversation, Zhang Dong gained tremendous insights. He stayed until after 4 in the closing session before finally taking his leave, returning to the hotel for a short nap. The next morning, he first went to the company to sign some documents and spent the rest of his time reading and practicing the second movement of the Ling Fei Jing technique. By 10:30, he called Zhou Qingning to arrange a meeting with a female police officer. Half an hour later, Zhou Qingning walked in with a woman in police uniform. She appeared to be in her 20s with fair skin and striking looks. Her legs exceptionally long, standing at least 170 centimeters tall. Unlike Zhou Qingning's delicate beauty, this policewoman had piercing eyes that radiated a heroic aura. Any ordinary man who saw her wouldn't dare entertain improper thoughts. Zhang Dong, this is my best friend Tianxi. Chapter 41. The Visit. Tianxi glanced at Zhang Dong and nodded slightly. Hello, President Zhang. Zhang Dong smiled and said, Just call me Zhang Dong. Please have a seat. He asked his new secretary to make tea and then inquired about Tianxi's situation. About 3 months ago, she and several other officers received a tip and went out of town to pursue a dangerous criminal. The felon had 7 lives on his hands, so the local police fully cooperated and dispatched SWAT teams. During the operation, the fugitive fled into the sewers, with Tianxi's team charging at the forefront. In the end, they successfully killed the violently resisting criminal. But ever since that day, Tianxi began having nightmares every night. Visions so vivid they felt real, eventually making her afraid to sleep and leading to chronic insomnia. Zhang Dong asked what happened that day. When did the nightmares start? Tianxi recalled the events of that day with vivid clarity. The suspect was shot, she said. I was the first to rush over. He seemed to say something to me, but I couldn't make out the words. I just felt a tingling scalp and had 2 sudden shivers run through me. Zhang Dong observed Tianxi, his gaze piercing through her clothes, only to discover that the beautiful police officer had an absolutely stunning figure. He couldn't help but sneak a few extra glances. But business comes first. He soon noticed a faint gray glow enveloping an area in Tianxi's brain. He thought for a moment, opened the iron box, took out the withered hand, and placed a bracelet on it. Indeed, the bracelet emitted golden light once more, radiating outward. The moment the golden light swept through, the gray mist in Tianxi's brain instantly dispersed. He promptly removed the bracelet, placed both items back into the iron box separately. then said to Tian, You must have been affected by some kind of curse. Let me recite a chant to help break it. Having read quite a few esoteric books these past 2 days, he had gained some basic understanding of such matters. Without delay, he recited a chant that sounded neither wholly Buddhist nor wholly Taoist. After reciting it 3 times, he raised his hand and patted Tianxi on the head, saying, Done, go rest. After the gray light dissipated from Tianxi's brain, her mind cleared considerably. She lay down in the inner restroom. Having suffered from insomnia for too long, drowsiness swept over her, and she soon fell into a deep sleep. Zhou Qingning went inside to take a look and came out giving Zhang Dong a thumbs up. President Zhang, impressive. I'm growing more and more impressed by you. Zhang Dong laughed. That incantation was something I just learned. Lucky it worked. Zhou Qingning naturally didn't believe him and rolled her eyes at him before suddenly saying, Meng Gang survived the emergency treatment, but he's done for. He'll be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Zhang Dong scoffed coldly. He got off easy. That day, had Zhang Dong not shown up, Zhou Qingning's fate would have been unimaginable. Zhou Qingning. He didn't get away with it either. When my father found out about this matter, he was furious. He had people suppress the stocks of Meng Gang's companies and then bought them up at low prices. Meng Gang's wealth has now plummeted from tens of billions to just over $1 billion. Zhang Dong. What does Meng Gang's company do? Zhou Qingning. It's in the education sector. They've been operating quite successfully, with revenues over $1 billion last year and profits in the hundreds of millions. Zhang Dong. Meng Gang does have some skills to be able to grow the company this big. Zhou Qingning sneered. What fucking skills does he have? His dad bought the company for $300 million 2 years ago. Just an empty shell. Pure concept hype to cash out in the capital markets. Zhang Dong. Why doesn't Meng Gang's dad manage the company himself? Zhou Qingning. He's a mystery. Rarely appears in public. Meng Gang handles everything. Last time, my dad even hired someone to investigate him, but nothing came of it. As they chatted, half an hour passed. The alarm rang in the lounge, and then she emerged. She set an alarm before bed. After all, this wasn't her home. It wouldn't do to sleep in too late. Her complexion looked much better as she turned to Zhang Dong and said, Thank you, Zhang Dong. I didn't have any nightmares just now. Zhang Dong smiled. I'm glad I could help. Go home and get some proper rest. She nodded. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. How about this? I'll treat you and Qingning to dinner tonight. Zhou Qingning. All right, let's have dinner together tonight. She seemed quite busy, answering a phone call before quickly excusing herself. Zhou Qingning then dragged Zhang Dong to one of her favorite restaurants for rice noodles. Rice noodles vary drastically in taste depending on where they're made. The good ones are truly delicious. The rice noodle shop Zhou Qingning mentioned was a hidden gem. Instead of having the driver accompany them, Zhou Qingning personally drove a small car, taking Zhang Dong to a bustling urban village. However, as soon as the car reached the village entrance, 2 vehicles sped over. One stopped in front while the other blocked the rear. In an instant, 8 men got out of the cars, approached, and yanked open the doors, forcibly dragging Zhou Qingning out. Zhou Qingning let out a scream as Zhang Dong struck one attacker's hand. The man yelled in pain and immediately released his grip. Zhang Dong then leaped out of the car, sent one assailant flying with a punch, and scanned the group with a cold gaze. Suddenly, one of them reached toward his waist, where a gun was hidden. Zhang Dong's heart skipped a beat. In an instant, he moved. A shadow flickered, and the man was sent flying, the gun at his waist now in Zhang Dong's grip. Seeing Zhang Dong armed, the others panicked, scurrying away like frightened rats. Zhang Dong didn't give chase. Instead, he hauled up one of the fallen men and demanded, Who sent you? His eyes gleamed coldly. Struck by his fist, the man was barely conscious as he mumbled, Mr. Pai, sent us. Zhang Dong, which Mr. Pai? Where is he? The man replied, Mr. Pai is Lord Meng's advisor. He lives at number 7, Dingxi Street. You mean Lord Meng is Meng Gang's father? Yes, precisely Meng Shilling. Zhang Dong released the man, then helped a shaken Zhou Qingning out of the car, saying, "Let's go eat some rice noodles." Zhou Qingning composed herself and asked, "Is it Meng Xiling who's coming after us?" Zhang Dong nodded. "Don't be afraid. After eating the rice noodles, I'll go find that Mr. Pai." At the rice noodle shop, the taste was truly excellent. Zhang Dong alone ate 3 bowls. After the meal, the driver Lu Chong also arrived. Zhang asked him to escort Zhou Qingning home while he drove off to find Mr. Pai. Zhang Dong had been involved in Meng Gang's affairs from beginning to end. If Meng Xiling came after Zhou Qingning, she would surely come after him too. Dingxi Street, number 7. Zhang Dong parked Zhou Qingning's car right in front and stepped out to ring the doorbell. After a full minute, a woman in her 20s opened the door. She glanced at Zhang Dong and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Zhang Dong, I need to see Mr. Pai." "Not here." She immediately tried to close the door, but Zhang Dong blocked it with his hand and forcibly stepped inside. The woman tried to scream, but Zhang Dong crossed the dozen-meter-wide courtyard in an instant and reached the house, pushing the door open. A pale-faced, beardless middle-aged man sat in the room reading a blue-covered book. Seeing Zhang Dong push the door open, he slightly frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Dong sat opposite him and smiled. "I'm the person you were just about to deal with." The middle-aged man maintained his composure and said, "So you're that fellow called Zhang Dong?" "Zhang Dong, it's me. Are you Mr. Pai?" The middle-aged man nodded. "That's me." Zhang Dong stared at him and asked, "Did Meng Xiling instruct you to kidnap Zhou Qingning?" Mr. Pai enunciated slowly, "None of your business. You'd better not meddle in this affair, or you'll die horribly." Chapter 42. Capturing the golden silkworm Gu alive, Zhang Dong sneered. "Threatening me? Mr. Pai, not a threat, a warning. You can't possibly comprehend Lord Ming's methods." Zhang Dong sneered. "The methods you're talking about? You don't mean poison, do you?" Mr. Pai's expression changed. "You know about it?" Zhang Dong. "If all he knows is a bit of witchcraft, then that's nothing special. Tell Mr. Ming I'll be paying him a visit." With that, Zhang Dong turned and left. Mr. Pai's expression turned grim. After a moment's hesitation, he made a phone call and instantly assumed a deferential tone, replying, "Yes, I'll go right away." 5 minutes later, Mr. Pai got into a car and headed out of the city. From a distance, Zhang Dong's car emerged from the alley and followed behind. His vision was sharp. Even across several miles, he could still make out the other car. So he kept following behind, yet Mr. Pai never noticed him. Mr. Pai's car kept driving into the mountains, eventually turning onto a very secluded path. Zhang Dong saw that the mountain wasn't very high, so he parked his car by the roadside. Judging that the hike wouldn't take too long, he decided to follow on foot. Sure enough, Mr. Pai's car drove a few hundred meters before stopping in front of a massive boulder. Then he got out and continued on foot. After walking another 100 meters, we arrived at a 3-story building with white walls and red tiles. The building had a courtyard with its gate closed. Mr. Pai knocked on the door with a pattern, 2 long and 2 short raps. The door quickly opened, and he stepped inside. Meanwhile, Zhang Dong had circled to the back of the house. With his newfound ability to see through objects, observing the interior posed no problem without entering the premises. Inside, Mr. Pai was led into the living room by a woman. There, a cloud-shaped bed dominated the space, upon which sat an excessively pale and obese man. His frame so distorted by fat he resembled a mountain of flesh, weighing at least 400 pounds. Peering at Mr. Pai, the man asked, "How's Xiaojiang doing?" "Mr. Pai, Master, the backlash from a love Gu is extremely severe. An ordinary person would certainly not survive. However, Madam sent someone with the golden silkworm Gu. Young Master will recover in 2 or 3 months. Of course, I've publicly declared that the young Master's condition is beyond cure to mislead them." Mr. Pai gave a grunt of acknowledgement. "Earlier, you mentioned that Zhang Dong knows about the Gu. So it seems the love Gu was destroyed by him. What's this person's background?" Mr. Pai replied, "We're not sure yet. I've already sent people to investigate." Zhang Dong looked at this fat man, wondering, is this that Meng Xiling? Why has he grown so fat? And why does he live deep in the mountains? At that moment, he felt the goo worm in his left eye becoming somewhat agitated. API error. Error code 429. Error. Message. You exceeded your current quota. Please check your plan and billing details. For more information on this error, head to https:// asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 request ID 20250907101722729894699 Zergaxfex. Type open_perum code 429. The goo worms varied in color and size, all nestled within the body's vital acupoints. So many goo worms, no wonder the bugs are so excited. They're going to stuff themselves, he thought. Inside, Mr. Pi asked, Master, your cultivation must be nearing completion, no? Mang Shieling, just 3 more months, and in 3 months' time, I'll possess the complete 100 goo body. Then I'll be able to host the immortal goo. To eternal life. Of course, I won't let down those of you who've shown unwavering loyalty to me. Mr. Pai said, Thank you, Master. Mang Shieling, investigate this Zhang Dong first. As long as he doesn't have any powerful backing, get rid of him for me. Mr. Pai responded, Yes, I'll have the Sure family handle it. They still owe you a debt of gratitude, Master. Mang Shieling nodded, agreed. The Sure family's corpse poison can kill without a trace. Far more effective than goose sorcery. Also, go check on Xiaojing again. He absolutely can't remain hospitalized any longer. After exchanging a few more words, Mr. Pai took his leave. Zhang Dong didn't linger either. He went ahead downstairs first and drove away in his car. When Mr. Pai's vehicle descended the mountain, he followed behind at a distance. After about 45 minutes, the cars entered the gates of a top-tier Class 3A hospital. Zhang Dong drove the car into the hospital, but there were no parking spots left. After Mr. Pai got out of the car and left directly, the driver drove the car out. He didn't bring a driver with him, so he took out 200 yuan and handed it to the parking lot security guard, asking him to find a parking space. The guard smilingly took the money. After a glance around, he removed a few traffic cones not far away and let Zhang Dong park the car there. Zhang Dong followed all the way to the internal medicine building, where Meng Gang was staying in a private care ward with dedicated nurses attending to him. Mr. Pai came out after just a few minutes, and Zhang Dong immediately knocked and entered. Inside, Meng Gang's face was pale, but he seemed much better already. A nurse was massaging his arm. Asleep? He asked the nurse. The nurse didn't recognize him, but assumed he was with Mr. Pai. She nodded, just fell asleep. With a single glance, Zhang Dong spotted a golden goo worm inside Meng Gang's heart. At the sight of it, the worm in his left eye grew even more frantic, almost bursting out in excitement. He calmly walked over and pressed his hand against Meng Gang's forehead, saying, Your complexion looks much better now. Don't forget to give our young master some water. The nurse nodded and replied, No need to worry. I'm a professional caregiver. The instant Zhang Dong's hand fell, a golden light surged along his arm into Meng Gang's body, reaching the heart region in a flash and clamping down on the golden goo worm with a single bite. The two were clearly not on the same level. The entire process was like a mighty tiger pouncing on a helpless little lamb, leaving the latter utterly defenseless. The golden light faded as Zhang Dong withdrew his hand and said, Thank you for your hard work. Don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. The nurse smiled and replied, All right. Zhang Dong glanced over and saw that the golden goo insect had been bitten by his own insect, but it wasn't devoured immediately. Satisfied, he left the ward and headed to the underground garage to retrieve his car. Meng Gang showed no reaction and remained in deep sleep. When Mr. Pai returned shortly after, he too failed to notice anything amiss. With his men, he helped Meng Gang onto a wheelchair and wheeled him out of the hospital. Zhang Dong called Zhou Qingning and then drove to the Zhou residence, asking Lu Chong to pick him up there. The Zhou family lived in a standalone villa covering nearly 2 acres, exuding luxury. Zhou Qingning came out to greet him and asked, Zhang Dong, are you all right? Zhang Dong shook his head. I'm fine. The two went inside, where Zhou Dingshan was also present. He was on a phone call sitting on the sofa, nodded at Zhang Dong upon seeing him, then hung up after saying a few more words. Zhang Dong, have you figured out who they are? Zhang Dong replied, Uncle Zhou, it's Meng Gang's father, Meng Shiling. Zhou Dingshan said, I've had little contact with this Meng Shiling, but I hear he's quite mysterious. Zhang Dong replied, he is indeed mysterious. Uncle, you and Qingning should be careful. Bring more bodyguards with you. Zhou Dingshan scoffed, I've been in business for years. There's no kind of person I haven't dealt with. Zhang Dong said, still, better safe than sorry. I'll keep digging on my end and update you immediately if anything develops. Zhou Dingshan could tell Zhang Dong was no ordinary man. He nodded gratefully. Xiao Zhang, we owe this to you. Otherwise, Qingning would have been taken away by them. I was far too careless as a father. Zhou Qingning reassured him, Dad, I'm fine. A sharp gleam flashed in Zhou Dingshan's eyes as he declared, after what the Meng family has done, I can't let this go unanswered. Understanding that a wealthy man like Zhou Dingshan surely had his own means of self-protection, Zhang Dong asked no further questions. Once Lu Chang's car arrived, he immediately headed back to the company. On his way back to the company, he noticed a crowd gathered outside a shop, with several police officers stationed nearby. With his sharp eyesight, he spotted Tianxi inside the shop's main hall. Chapter 43. 100 Poison's physique, he immediately had Lu Chang pull over and approach the shop to assess the situation. Tianxi stepped out and said to a man, Captain Zheng, the suspect is extremely agitated. I believe lethal force is justified. Captain Zheng, a middle-aged man, considered for 2 seconds before saying, the suspect is mentally ill. Killing him directly might have undesirable consequences. Let's think of another approach. At that moment, Tianxi happened to spot Zhang Dong and immediately waved him over. President Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang Dong smiled and replied, just passing by. Saw you here and came to check. What's going on? Tianxi said, a psychiatric patient has taken a little girl hostage. We're trying to figure out how to rescue her. Zhang Dong glanced inside. A young mother was sitting on the ground crying. Not far away, a 3 or 4-year-old girl was being held like a rag doll by a tall, overweight, middle-aged man who was waving a dagger in his other hand, making erratic slashes in the air. The terrified little girl wailed pitifully, her cries wrenching at the heart. The surrounding officers didn't dare act rashly and were attempting to calm the man down with words. Zhang Dong took a closer look and noticed a swirl of purplish-gray mist in the man's brain, somewhat similar to Tianxi's previous condition. Could this be the cause of his mental instability? He called Tianxi over and said, you distract him while I rescue the child. Tianxi was startled and hesitated, saying, no, it's too dangerous. Zhang Dong reassured her, don't worry, I can subdue him instantly. Tianxi gave him a deep look and replied, all right, I trust you. She then cautiously approached the middle-aged man, whose agitated attention became entirely focused on Tianxi. Zhang Dong approached from the other side, his true qi surging wildly. With eerie footwork, he closed the distance to the middle-aged man in an instant, reaching out to tap lightly at his waist. His entire body stiffened, and in that moment, the man seized the opportunity to snatch the little girl away. The officers rushed forward and pinned the middle-aged man down. The young mother ran over to embrace her child while repeatedly thanking Zhang Dong. Captain Zheng rushed in, stunned by the scene before him. Then, with a smile, he shook Zhang Dong's hand and said, young man, thank you. Which organization are you from? I'll have someone send you an honorary banner. Tianxi smiled and said, Captain Zheng, this is President Zhang from Mingguxuan. Captain Zheng responded knowingly, oh, so it's President Zhang. I know Mingguxuan. I'm actually acquainted with your general manager, Yi Tu. Tianxi said with a smile, President Zhang has helped me twice today. I really don't know how to thank you. Zhang Dong replied, just small matters. You all must be busy. I'll take my leave now. Tianxi responded, President Zhang, you must honor us tonight. I'd like to treat you and Qingning to dinner. Watching Zhang Dong leave, Captain Zhang said thoughtfully to Tianxi, this President Zhang is no ordinary man. He might be a true master. Tianxi murmured to herself, a master? Back at the company, Zhang Dong began studying the golden goo insect. According to Mr. Pai's account, this was a golden silkworm goo. During his time working overseas when entertainment was scarce, he'd passed idle hours reading novels and knew the golden silkworm goo was considered the king among goo creatures, extremely rare. He wondered whether this was authentic. He discovered the golden silkworm goo was still alive, though a small section of its tail had been eaten away. It twisted in agony, its entire body emitting golden threads of radiance. These glowing filaments seeped into him, filling Zhang Dong with drowsy warmth that made him desperately want to sleep. He then went to the lounge, lay down, and took a nap. When he woke up, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Stretching lazily, he noticed a layer of black, oil-like grime coating his body again. Could it be the effect of the golden silkworm goo's radiant light? Glancing at the golden silkworm goo, he was astonished to find that its tail had actually regrown. He took a quick shower, changed into fresh clothes, and headed to the restaurant where Tianxi had invited him for dinner. After dinner, he found a quiet spot and successfully mastered the 8th and 9th steps of the footwork technique. The fundamental movements of the footwork technique consist of only 9 types, all of which he has now mastered. Next, he can combine multiple footwork techniques to execute even more intricate steps. He practiced until midnight, took a short break, and then hired a car to head up the mountain. He got out a few kilometers from a mountain and continued on foot. Soon, he arrived at the location where Meng Shilling was. Treading lightly behind the house, he noticed Meng Shilling snoring deeply, with 4 young and beautiful women sleeping beside him. He curled his lips in disapproval, thinking, you're this overweight. Do you really think you can handle it? Silently. He walked up to the door and pushed it open. The 4 women were still asleep, and Meng Shilling was completely dead to the world. He rested his hand lightly on Meng Shilling's skin, and the parasite in his left eye stirred with excitement. But instead of rushing outward, it bit the golden silkworm goo once more. The pain caused the golden silkworm goo to release its golden light again. This golden light seemed to attract the goo worms inside Meng Shilling's body. They swarmed out of her body one after another, entering Zhang Dong's body through his palm. Zhang Dong's scalp tingled with horror. So many worms burrowing into his body. It was utterly terrifying. However, he trusted in the power of that worm in his left eye and gritted his teeth without moving. 1, 2, 3. Before long, over 100 goo worms had all crawled inside him. Meng Shilling let out a few soft humphs, as if sensing something unusual. Zhang Dong glided out of the room with a swift shuffle step and gently closed the door behind him. He walked a few hundred meters before finding a large rock to sit on, focusing on the changes of the goo worms within his body. At that moment, the insect emitted waves of light, driving these goo worms into the various acupoints throughout Zhang Dong's body. Zhang Dong's heart shook violently. He remembered that the positions these goo worms occupied were strikingly similar to their arrangement in Meng Shilling's body, with only minor differences. Could it be transforming me into what they call the 100 goo body? His mind raced as he connected this with Meng Shilling's mention of bearing an immortal goo, and vague suspicions began forming. Sitting unmoving, he let the insect in his left eye command the swarm of goo creatures. As all the goo worms aligned themselves, he counted 108 in total. Each goo creature emitted a faint glow, as if releasing their very life essence. At this moment, Zhang Dong felt an overwhelming sense of ease course through his body. Seized by inspiration, he began practicing the 3rd sequence of movements from the Lingfei scripture. This set of movements was originally quite difficult, but whether it was due to the golden light of the golden silkworm goo or the effect of the 100 goo, Zhang Dong felt extremely smooth and comfortable this time. After completing the third set of movements, the true energy in his body became even more robust. Realizing it was only 3:30 in the morning, he immediately proceeded to practice the fourth set. The fourth set was even harder, and this time it didn't go quite as smoothly, but he still completed it quickly. Next, Zhang Dong continuously practiced all four sets from the first to the fourth. With each cycle through these movements, the true energy inside his body circulated faster and faster. At the same time, he discovered the goo worms were also being nourished by the genuine qi. Around 6:30 in the morning, he ceased his cultivation. After resting briefly, he heard Meng Shiling's earth-shattering roar erupt from a distant house. Who? Who stole my goo worms? 30 years of collection, 8 years of arduous cultivation, all ruined at the last moment. I hate this. Chapter 44. The treasure appraisal scene. Upon hearing Meng Shiling's furious roar, Zhang Dong grinned, humming a tune as he descended the mountain. On the way back, he pretended to be a morning jogger and hitched a ride to the city. He first returned to the hotel to shower and change clothes, then arrive at the office by 8 o'clock to start work. After signing a few documents, Yiro initiated a video conference. This meeting was convened by the entire Minggu group, and, as a senior executive, Zhang Dong naturally had to attend. The meeting formally announced Zhang Dong's appointment as vice president of Jiangbei Mingguxian. Yi Zhouji praised Zhang Dong's recent contributions, such as assisting Yiro in recovering stolen artworks and securing major clients like Zhou Dingshan. Yiro said, "The top priority for Jiangbei Mingguxian now is to secure Qiao Huan's cooperation. He's a more influential client than Zhou Dingshan. Director Zhang, I'm entrusting this matter to you." Zhang Dong replied, "Understood, I'll give it my all." After the meeting, Yiro had a private video call with Zhang Dong. Tomorrow marked the opening day of the Antique Appraisal Conference sponsored by Qiao Huan, where Zhang Dong had to outperform 3 other appraisers to win Qiao Huan's approval. Zhang Dong said, "Those 3 appraisers surely know Mingguxian will be participating, and they'll probably try to trip me up." Yiro nodded. "I've asked friends in the industry. These 3 people have already made over $1 billion from Qiao Huan. They won't let you rise up easily. Cutting off someone's money path is like killing their parents. They'll definitely come after you." After talking with Yiro, the secretary brought in a cup of tea. The secretary was a postgraduate from a prestigious university, 25 years old, elegant and refined, named Ming Yan. She was one that Zhang Dong had selected from many interns. From what he'd seen during her probation period, he was generally satisfied. "Mr. Zhang, Manager Lu Feng just came looking for you." Lu Feng was the manager of the investment department. If he was seeking the CEO, it must be something important. "Have him come in," Zhang Dong replied. "Understood." A few minutes later, Lu Feng knocked and entered the office, carrying a stack of documents. "Mr. Zhang," he said with a smile, "these are the investment projects we've recently finalized. Please review them at your convenience." As the company president now, that Yiro was absent, Zhang Dong held ultimate decision-making authority over all matters, both major and minor. He flipped through the materials and found unclear descriptions for 2 of the projects, then asked, "For this 150 million investment project in the Western Region Jade Mine, has Manager Lu conducted an on-site inspection?" Lu Feng replied, "I made 2 special trips there. The underground contains white jade reserves, with an initial estimate valuing them at no less than 500 million. I believe this investment is worthwhile." Zhang Dong said, "Put this project on hold for now. When I have time, I'll personally make a trip to the Western region." A hint of displeasure flashed in Lu Feng's eyes, but he still smiled and said, "All right. Should we continue advancing the other projects then?" Zhang Dong, "There's also this project, 85 million for purchasing a Song Dynasty painting. It has potential for appreciation. The value of this painting, in my opinion, doesn't reach 85 million. At most, 50 million. Lu Feng, "All right then, let's put these 2 projects on hold for now." Zhang Dong, "As for the other projects, prepare a detailed proposal and submit it to me later." Zhang Dong had studied many professional books and was committed to serious learning. When it came to antiques and jade artifacts, he had already developed expert-level judgment. Lu Feng understood. I'll get to it then. The moment he turned around, Lu Feng's eyes brimmed with resentment, even flashing with a dangerous glint. He had initially thought Zhang Dong was new and easy to fool, never expecting him to be so sharp-eyed as to spot the two problematic projects at a glance. In truth, Lu had pocketed hefty kickbacks from both projects Zhang Dong halted, 10 million from the Jade Mine acquisition and 6 million from the Song Dynasty painting purchase. With his appointment as an appraiser scheduled for tomorrow, Zhang Dong spent the entire afternoon cramming knowledge about antique appraisal. By 8 p.m., he was still buried in the library, having pored over hundreds of reference books. By evening, he even had someone open Minggu Pavilion's warehouse, where he studied various antiques and paintings to broaden his knowledge, continuing until 4 in the morning. Throughout the day, his gains were tremendous. The knowledge from books gradually formed a complete and rigorous intellectual framework in his mind. Now, his expertise surpassed that of scholars and experts who had studied antiques for decades. And this was precisely the reason he joined Minggu Pavilion. Even with the ability to see through objects, true achievement would be impossible without a solid foundation of knowledge. After resting for a few hours, it was about time. He changed into a Zhongshan suit, took along some equipment he probably wouldn't need, like a magnifying glass and a high-powered flashlight, and headed by car to the treasure appraisal venue. Today's treasure appraisal was being broadcast live, with a massive audience on site. Local authorities had to deploy police forces to maintain order. Arriving at the appraisal event venue, he found the other 4 appraisers had already gathered. Zhang Dong exchanged greetings with them before taking a seat in the back. The host was a tall, beautiful woman with a sweet voice who announced the official commencement of the treasure appraisal event. Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Xu Chong. The Treasure Hunt Across China program, exclusively sponsored by Shengda Group, officially begins now. Now, let's welcome our 5 treasure appraisal experts to take their seats. Zhang Dong and others stood up and entered in turn. Host Xu Chong introduced Zhang Dong as, please welcome Mr. Zhang Dong, Vice President of Jiangbei Minguxuan and Senior Antique Appraisal Expert. The other experts also had numerous impressive titles. They were all noticeably older than Zhang Dong, with the youngest being in his 40s. Next, let's welcome our first treasure presenter to the stage. All these treasure bearers appearing on stage have passed rigorous preliminary selections. Those without appeal or possessing items of little value would never make it to the authentication phase. This particular treasure bearer was a septuagenarian gentleman who brought an ancient painting onto the stage. With kind eyes and benevolent features, the elderly man introduced himself as a professor with a passion for collecting. According to him, he had purchased this painting for 500 yuan during his youth, at that time, equivalent to a full year's salary. Holding the scroll, the old scholar walked straight toward Zhang Dong and said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, could you examine this for me? I'd like to know if it's genuine. Nearby appraisers watched Zhang Dong with amused, knowing smiles. Zhang Dong nodded. He unrolled the scroll, and at first glance recognized the paper as being from the Ming Dynasty. The ink also Ming Dynasty made. Even the seals were authentic to the period. What's more, the painter was a true master. Their imitation captured both the spirit and form flawlessly, without a single discernible flaw. Undoubtedly, this was a super fake so convincing it could deceive even experts and pass for the real thing. The cost to produce such a forgery might even reach 20% of the genuine article's value. However, imitation remains imitation. Zhang Dong could tell from the overall aura of the painting that it was a recent creation. Keeping his composure, he said, judging by the style, this appears to be an ink-wash freehand painting resembling the works of Ming Dynasty talent Su Wei. The seal also bears Su Wei's mark. The old man smiled and replied, exactly so. Though you're young, your discernment is remarkable. Zhang Dong. The paper dates back to the Ming Dynasty, and so does the ink. Even the seals match the period. The only pity is this painting wasn't actually done by Su Wei himself. The old man's face darkened, and the three appraisers were stunned. He'd actually seen through it. They'd been waiting for Zhang Dong to make a mistake so they could correct him, undermining his credibility in Xiao Huayan's eyes. Never had they expected him to spot the flaw. Director Zhang, you claim this painting isn't by Su Wei. Do you have proof? The old man began questioning loudly. Chapter 45, 3 Autumn Cups. Zhang Dong smiled. While the paper and seal are indeed from that era, the actual painting was done quite recently. Normally, the degree to which ink penetrates ancient paper cannot compare to brushstrokes that have weathered over 4 centuries. So forgers use chemically treated inks to replicate the effect of antique paintings. At this point, he leaned in for a sniff and chuckled. Indeed, I could detect a faint trace of chemical reagents. The old man's face flushed red as he shouted, "Impossible! You're talking nonsense. This painting is absolutely genuine." Zhang Dong remained unperturbed and said, "Whether it's genuine or not, there's actually another authentication method. Host, please bring a bottle of baijiu over." Soon, a staff member brought a bottle of 50-proof white liquor. Zhang Dong said to the old man, "Identifying the authenticity is quite simple. Just drop a bit of white liquor onto the painting. If the painting is fake, the chemical reagents in the ink will react with the liquor and turn light blue. Once the alcohol dries, the blue color will disappear." This method of identification was something he had read about in a book written by a seasoned master of forgery, who later turned over a new leaf and became a nationally renowned artifact appraisal expert. The old man's face darkened, but he had no choice but to agree now, as refusing would make him appear guilty. Still, he nodded stiffly and muttered, "If nothing happens, you'll have to answer to me." Zhang Dong dipped his chopsticks to take a drop of liquor and gently dabbed it on the painting. A small damp circle appeared on the paper, and immediately, the area within the circle turned a pale blue. Then, Zhang Dong blew on it a few times, and the alcohol quickly evaporated, causing the pale blue to vanish instantly. The host exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, what a magical method of authentication. President Zhang, could you explain the principle behind this to everyone?" Zhang Dong then explained the principle, and the crowd quickly understood. Meanwhile, the elderly man remained silent, quietly rolling up the painting. Zhang Dong said, "Although the artifact is a counterfeit, the seal and paper are genuine. The production cost alone must be at least 1,000,000 yuan. You should hold on to it carefully." The old man snorted, turned away, and walked off the stage, ignoring even when the host called out to him. The host shook his head and said, "It seems the professor isn't ready to accept the truth just yet. I hope he encounters a better treasure in the future. Now, let's welcome the second treasure holder." Over the next dozen or so treasure holders, 3 of the items Zhang Dong appraised were authentic, though not particularly valuable or sensational. That was until a middle-aged man stepped forward holding an incense burner. At first glance, Zhang Dong recognized it as a Xuanda furnace, an official Ming dynasty artifact. The burner's surface had clearly been artificially aged with dye, which happened to conceal its original brilliance and noble bearing. Were it not for Zhang Dong's extraordinary discernment, even he might have mistaken it for a fake at first glance. Sure enough, one antique appraiser took the incense burner and examined it carefully before passing it to the others. After some discussion, he declared, "This piece shows clear signs of artificial aging. We believe it's not genuine. However, its overall craftsmanship is exquisite, so it still holds collectible value," he added. The other 2 appraisers also concurred, agreeing it was a counterfeit. Noticing Zhang Dong had yet to voice his opinion, the host inquired, "Mr. Zhang, what's your take?" Zhang Dong took the incense burner, flipped it over for a cursory glance, and chuckled, "Seems I'll need a bit of baijiu to confirm." He asked for some cotton, poured some liquor on it, and began rubbing the surface of the incense burner. After a few strokes, the surface dye was wiped away, revealing a glossy finish. When all the dye on the incense burner was completely cleaned off, the Xuanda censer appeared extraordinarily beautiful, exuding a simple yet solemn aesthetic. Even the host couldn't help but gasp in admiration. "It's stunning. Mr. Zhang, could you explain why such a fine incense burner was covered with dye?" Zhang Dong smiled and said, "I believe the owner must have thought this Schwanda censer looked inauthentic and cleverly decided to apply dye to it himself." Scratching his head, the owner then explained his reasoning. It turned out he had mixed the dye according to the coloration of genuine items in the catalog, hoping to make it appear more authentic. The audience burst into laughter upon hearing this, while the three antique appraisers looked grim. They hadn't expected to be fooled by this Schwanda censer after all. Another appraiser agreed with Zhang Dong's assessment, confirming it was indeed a genuine Schwanda censer. The atmosphere in the room instantly heated up. It's worth noting that genuine Schwanda incense burners from that era are exceedingly rare, and those deemed authentic are even fewer in number. The three men couldn't just sit back and do nothing. One of them spoke up. "I still hold to my view. This Schwanda burner is a later imitation." Authenticating Schwanda incense burners has always been controversial. Zhang Dong knew he had to take a decisive stance to convince the audience. So he dropped a bombshell on the spot and said with a smile, "Sir, this Schwanda burner is genuine. If you're willing to part with it, Minggu Pavilion would like to acquire your Schwanda censer." The middle-aged man's face lit up with excitement as he quickly asked, "President Zhang, then how much can this Schwanda censer of mine fetch?" Zhang Dong extended a single finger and said calmly, "At least 100 million. The man clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Thank you, President Zhang. You truly have piercing discernment. Far better than those three half-baked antiquities appraisers." The remark was too blunt. The three appraisers from Qiao Huayan's inner circle felt internally wounded, yet had to maintain an appearance of magnanimity, shaking their heads with forced smiles. The subsequent appraisals proceeded without much excitement, with no significant treasures appearing for quite some time. Just as the audience was beginning to doze off, a middle-aged woman stepped onto the stage holding a paper box. Xu Chang asked cheerfully, "Madam, what have you brought for us? Could you tell us about it?" The woman looked to be in her 40s, her face deeply tanned, clearly from years of working outdoors. She smiled and said, "I'm from the countryside. It took me a whole day on the train to get here. I just want to find out if the things my grandpa left for my dad back then are really valuable." She took out a tiny cup from a box. Its shape was delicate and graceful, the body as thin as a cicada's wing. The cup was adorned with floral and rock motifs, along with fluttering butterflies. Zhang Dong's heart skipped a beat. At a glance, he recognized the purple hue on the butterfly wings as the legendary violet glow, a shade so rich yet matte, unique to the Changhua Doucai porcelain. This cup, he realized, was the renowned Changhua Doucai Three Autumns Cup. There are only 3 in existence worldwide, housed in the National Museum, their value far surpassing that of the chicken cup. Several appraisers stood up, but the woman walked straight towards Zhang Dong, having observed from start to finish that he was the most reliable person present. Zhang Dong rose with a smile and asked, "Do you recognize this cup, madam?" The woman shook her head. "I don't understand these things, but my father once said this artifact is truly priceless. Back then, my grandfather was bayoneted to death by Japanese soldiers while protecting this cup. Yet he never revealed its whereabouts even in death." Visibly moved, Zhang Dong asked, "May I ask who your grandfather was?" The woman said with red eyes, "My grandfather was the principal of Boji County Middle School back then, and also a collector. After grandfather was killed, our whole family fled to the south and only returned to our hometown after the founding of the nation. But this cup has been preserved until today." Zhang Dong took the cup and gazed at it, countless images flashing through his eyes. He even saw an emperor raising the cup to drink. "Madam, this cup doesn't seem to be the treasure you previously registered," suddenly interjected the host Xu Chang. The woman smiled and said, "My father always said human hearts can't be trusted, so the cup I registered for appraisal was actually a Qing dynasty teacup. But this cup here is the one I truly wish to have appraised today. Mr. Zhang is someone dependable. That's why I dared bring out this treasure for his expert opinion. Chapter 46, Xiao Huan. Zhang Dong nodded and said, "Thank you, eldest sister, for placing your trust in me." He raised the cup in his right hand, his admiration growing with each examination. Smiling, he continued, "Let me tell you something, eldest sister. This cup is called the Sancho Cup. Apart from this one, only 3 others exist in the world today, all housed in museums. However, none of those 3 can compare to the beauty of yours. Yours was personally used by the emperor." The host grew excited too. "Mr. Zhang, does this mean the cup is genuine?" Zhang Dong nodded. "Indeed, this Changhua Dotsai Sancho cup is authentic." The woman let out a relieved sigh, wiping her tears as she said, "My grandfather didn't die in vain." The 3 appraisers could no longer remain seated. One of them took the cup to examine it and couldn't help exclaiming in amazement, "It's indeed genuine. Ma'am, would you be willing to sell this cup?" The woman shook her head and then asked Zhang Dong, "Mr. Zhang, how much is my cup worth?" Zhang Dong replied, 10 years ago, a chicken cup was auctioned for a staggering 200 million. The current price must certainly be higher. As for the 3 Autumn cup, it surpasses even the chicken cup in value. Some estimate it's worth over 5 billion, while others say over 7 billion. He smiled and said, "But I'd advise you to keep it well as a treasure collection, not to sell it." After a pause, he continued, "If you need funds, you could lease it to Minggu Xian. They'd pay an annual rent of 20 million. Of course, as the 3 Autumn cup appreciates in value, the rental fee could increase accordingly." The woman nodded. "Yes, I trust Mr. Zhang." Then, she took out from her bag an identical 3 Autumn cup, saying, "Actually, these cups are a pair. I didn't mention it earlier because I was afraid something might go wrong." Zhang Dong's eyes widened. He took the cup and examined it. It was indeed genuine. This was a pair of Changhua Dotsai 3 Autumn cups. The woman, "I'd like to lease both cups to your Minggu pavilion, with an annual rent of 40 million. Zhang Dong realized this seemingly simple and honest woman was actually very shrewd. No wonder she was a descendant of that era's school principal. He smiled and said, "Deal, 40 million it is." The entertainment value was instantly maxed out by this lady, with major video platforms quickly uploading the clip, causing viewer numbers to skyrocket in no time. Later, numerous other treasures took the stage, but none could surpass the 3 Autumn cups. Backstage, a middle-aged man appeared, accompanied by several attendants. "Chairman, Minggu Xian truly lives up to its reputation. There's still a significant gap between our 3 invited experts when compared." The man was none other than Xiao Huan, the helmsman of Shengda Group. He smiled and said, "We should meet with this general manager Zhang later." "Understood. I'll arrange it immediately." At 11:30, the event came to a temporary pause as everyone was invited to the hotel for a buffet lunch. However, Zhang Dong was invited to a luxurious private dining room where he met Xiao Huan. "President Zhang, I just witnessed your remarkable demeanor. I truly admire your erudition." Xiao Huan stood up and shook his hand. "You flatter me, Mr. Qiao. I'm truly grateful you'd consider me worthy of being your appraiser." Zhang Dong responded modestly. "Ha, I definitely hired the right man," came the hearty reply. After brief pleasantries, Xiao Huan smiled and asked, "President Zhang, I have a preliminary idea to invest 6 billion in art pieces within 5 years. If the results are promising, I'll follow up with an additional 10 billion in investment. But investments require professionals, so I hope President Zhang can collaborate with Shengda Group." Zhang Dong quickly replied, "It would be Mingguxuan's honor to provide services for Mr. Qiao." As they chatted amiably, when asked why he wanted to invest in art pieces, Xiao Huan explained, "There are several ancient families in Europa. With the recent conflicts in Eastern Europe, they've suffered heavy losses and are preparing to sell a batch of cultural relics they plundered from our country years ago. I think this is a perfect opportunity to make a purchase. So I need an expert with sharp eyes to help me evaluate the items and prevent me from being scammed." Zhang Dong responded, "So that's the reason. Please rest assured, Mr. Qiao, Mingguxuan will never let you suffer any losses." "Excellent. Let's sign the contract tomorrow. Then we'll arrange a time to go to Europe." With the signing settled, Zhang Dong didn't participate in the afternoon appraisal activities. Instead, he reported the matter to Yi Ro. Yi Ro was overjoyed to hear this and immediately called to congratulate him. For such a colossal deal, Zhang Dong, being the vice president, would receive an exceptionally high commission, potentially reaching 8% to 10%. Zhang Dong casually mentioned Lu Feng's investment projects, and Yi Ro told him to make his own judgment without needing to consult her. In the afternoon, with nothing else to do, Zhang Dong went to spar with Wu Taixian to practice boxing. His progress was astonishingly fast. Wu Taixian felt as though he had become a completely different person, requiring 70 to 80% of his strength just to keep up. In the evening, Qin Yin called. She spoke with Zhang Dong almost every day, with each call lasting at least half an hour. On the other end of the line, Qin Yin sounded downcast. She said, "President Zhang, when are you coming back to Yin City? I've been feeling really bored lately." Zhang Dong, "If you're bored, just work some overtime." "Hate you." Qin Yin pouted coquettishly. "It's the weekend tomorrow. Why don't you take me out to have some fun?" Zhang Dong, I'm planning to go back tomorrow. Wherever you want to go, I'll accompany you." Qin Yin was overjoyed. "Really? That's wonderful." After chatting with Qin Yin, he noticed a message from Su Ying saying there would be a gathering tonight with several university classmates in the provincial capital, and she hoped Zhang Dong could attend. After starting his job, Zhang Dong had almost no contact with his former classmates, maintaining only occasional messages with a few particularly close friends. Thus, he wasn't very interested in this reunion. Just as Su Ying mentioned Wu Kai would also be coming, he immediately dialed Wu Kai's number. Wu Kai was his closest friend during university. He got married last year, but Zhang Dong couldn't attend the wedding due to being abroad, though he still sent a gift. The call didn't go through at first. After a few minutes, Wu Kai called back. "Dongzi." Wu Kai's voice sounded somewhat subdued. "Zhang Dong." "Lao Kai, Su Ying said you're going to tonight's class reunion?" Wu Kai responded with a casual, "Oh, Su Ying did call me, but I wasn't interested, so I refused." Zhang Dong understood. Su Ying had said it deliberately to get him to go over. He said, "She asked me too, but I wasn't interested. What are you up to?" "I've been in the provincial capital for days now and was just about to reach out to you." "Wu Kai, you're in the provincial capital? Why only tell me now?" His tone was clearly displeased. Zhang Dong, "Been too busy, just got free today. Since neither of us are going to the gathering, why don't we grab some drinks?" Wu Kai chuckled. "Sure, how about our old spot? Fat Lou's Barbecue?" Zhang Dong and Wu Kai had studied at Jiangbei University back in the day. The school was located east of the provincial capital, where there were plenty of barbecue stalls. The two had frequented one particular eatery often during their college years. "Deal. I'm heading there now," Zhang Dong said. However, before he could get in the car, Wu Kai called again. His voice was hoarse as he said, "Dongzi, I think I'll go to the gathering after all." Zhang Dong frowned. "Why the sudden change of heart?" Wu Kai sighed. "Lu Qing is going too. I want to see her and have a proper talk." Zhang Dong narrowed his eyes. Lu Qing was Wu Kai's newlywed wife last year and their college classmate. Except the couple divorced 3 months ago, apparently because Lu Qing had found someone new, even aborting their unborn child over it. Worried Wu Kai might do something impulsive if he went alone, Zhang Dong said, "Since you're going, I'll come along too." Chapter 47. Small gathering. Su Ying sent Zhang Dong a location pin, Xinhai Restaurant. At that moment, 8 people had already gathered in a private room on the second floor of Xinhai Restaurant, men and women alike, with Su Ying among them. On Su Ying's left, a man wearing black-framed glasses chuckled. "Su Ying, I heard you're a financial supervisor at a big company now. Impressive." Su Ying glanced at the bespectacled man, barely remembering his name, so she simply smiled politely, just getting by. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and grinned. "Don't tell me you've forgotten me? I'm Jiang Wen. Used to sit right behind you in class." A vague memory surfaced. This Jiang Wen had seemed somewhat interested in her back then, but she'd quickly gotten together with Zhang Dong and had promptly forgotten about him. "Jiang Wen, where are you working these days?" She greeted him absent-mindedly, her eyes glued to her phone. Zhang Dong still hadn't replied. Would he even come today? Jiangwen smiled. I started my own company, and it's doing quite well. You should visit sometime. Su Ying gave a nonchalant and clearly disinterested. To her right sat a woman in a strapless black evening gown. With her meticulous makeup, she could be considered a solid 7 out of 10. She glanced around and asked, "Is everyone here? How many people are coming to the gathering today?" She was none other than Wu Kai's newlywed wife, Lu Qing. Su Ying replied, "We've confirmed 11 so far, plus a few maybes." Lu Qing and Su Ying had a fairly good relationship. They'd actually met through Wu Kai and Zhang Dong. "Su Ying, what made you suddenly want to throw a party? All these years we've been in the provincial capital, you've never shown this much enthusiasm before." Lu Qing was sharp enough to suspect Su Ying had an ulterior motive. Su Ying smiled. "Work hasn't been too busy lately, and I've been missing our classmates. Just wanted to gather everyone together." Lu Qing asked, "By the way, is Chongming coming too?" Chongming started his own business during college. 2 years ago, his company secured $50 million in venture capital, and it said he recently obtained another $150 million in funding. Despite his youth, he's already a billionaire. Lu Qing has always had her eye on him. Su Ying laughed. "Didn't you have a wealthy boyfriend? You even got divorced for him. Have you broken up now?" Lu Qing snorted. "What tycoon? He's been broke for a while now. I've already dumped him." Su Ying smiled without speaking, unconvinced by Lu Qing's words, thinking to herself that the man might also want to break up with her. At that moment, Wu Kai walked in, his gaze immediately falling on Lu Qing as he took a seat beside her. Seeing Wu Kai, Lu Qing's expression darkened, and she stared at Su Ying, demanding, "Su Ying, what do you mean by this? If Wu Kai is here, why did you still call me?" With that, she stood up to leave, but Wu Kai grabbed her arm firmly. His voice was solemn as he said, "Lu Qing, I want to have a proper talk with you." "Fuck off." Lu Qing shoved him away, her face twisted in disgust. After hooking up with that man, she started spending money like water, living the high life for half a year. Now she wouldn't even spare Wu Kai a second glance. Wu Kai suppressed his anger and said, "Lu Qing, I admit I shouldn't have argued with you back then. I heard you broke up with that person. I hope you'll come back so we can remarry." Lu Qing looked at the man with whom she had once shared countless sweet memories and shared a bed, her eyes filled with scorn as she said coldly, "Remarry you? Wu Kai, are you dreaming? Do you really think you're still worthy of me?" At that moment, Zhang Dong also entered. He had overheard Lu Qing's words from the doorway and sneered. "Sleeping with a few other men makes you think you're suddenly superior? Now others aren't good enough for you?" Hearing Zhang Dong's words, Lu Qing flew into a rage. "Zhang Dong, what's it to you? Shut your mouth." Zhang Dong sneered. "If it weren't for Wu Kai, do you think I'd bother with you? Back when your family was poor, living on just 500 yuan a month, wasn't it Wu Kai who supported you all along? Wu Kai's monthly 2,000 yuan allowance, and he gave at least half to you. Surely you haven't forgotten that?" Su Ying flushed with shame upon hearing Zhang Dong's words. In truth, she had also relied on Zhang Dong's money back then, and spent far more of it. Zhang Dong's words seemed to be directed at her as well. Lu Qing snorted coldly. "I did spend his money, but I also gave him my youth. It was mutual consent. Nothing more to say." Wu Kai was about to say something more when Zhang Dong pulled him to sit down opposite him and said, "Lao Kai, a smart horse doesn't turn back to graze on old pasture. You need to think this through." Wu Kai lowered his head and muttered, "Dongzi, I just got laid off. Am I really that incompetent?" Zhang Dong exclaimed, "Laid off? But your job was supposed to be steady." Wu Kai gave a bitter smile. "It was my fault. After the divorce, I was often late and even argued with my boss. Eventually, they fired me." Zhang Dong patted his shoulder. "Quitting is good too. Come work at my place." Su Ying quickly added, "Yeah, Wu Kai, let Zhang Dong arrange a job for you." Jiangwen chuckled and said, "Actually, my company is also an option. My company had revenue of 70 million this year with profits exceeding 10 million. I happen to need a driver. Wu Kai, feel free to come to me if you're interested." Su Ying was momentarily stunned. She never expected that this unremarkable Jiang Wen was actually an entrepreneur earning tens of millions a year. Lu Qing's eyes also lit up. Without hesitation, she promptly sat down beside Jiang Wen and said with a smile, "Jiang Wen, you're so impressive. What kind of business does your company do?" Jiang Wen couldn't help feeling smug. Adjusting his seat slightly, he replied with a grin, "Packaging business, product packaging." Lu Qing showered him with praise, and anyone with eyes could see she had designs on Jiang Wen. This scene made Wu Kai boil with rage, his teeth grinding audibly. Zhang Dong pressed his hand and said calmly, "After the divorce, there's no relationship anymore. Other people's affairs aren't worth getting angry over." After some thought, he added, "Lao Kai, I need a personal assistant right now to run errands and carry my bags. Monthly salary of 30,000 with social insurance and housing fund. Are you interested?" As a vice president, he indeed needed something like a personal assistant to handle various daily trivial matters. Jiang Wen curled his lips. "My personal assistant only earns 5,000 a month." "Zhang Dong, what company do you work for that dares to offer a 30,000 salary?" Suing said. Zhang Dong is the vice president of Minguxuan. Didn't you watch today's episode of Treasure Hunters? He also represented Minguxuan in appraising treasures worth billions, including the Sancho Cup. Jiang Wen was momentarily stunned. "So if it's Minguxuan, that's a major company." Lu Qing snorted. "Being a personal assistant is still working for someone else. Nothing like running your own company like you, Jiang Wen." Jiang Wen was visibly pleased. Adjusting his glasses, he smiled and said, "Could be better." Zhang Dong exchanged greetings with his fellow classmates and made some small talk when a woman in red entered the room. None other than Zhou Qingning. Upon seeing Zhang Dong, she winked playfully, pretending not to know him. Beside her walked a man in a suit, short in stature with a square face and thick eyebrows. The man was exceedingly deferential to Zhou Qingning, behaving almost like a servant. At the sight of him, many people stood up and exclaimed, "Boss Chong." Chapter 48, The Demon Face in the Tripod. The man was Chong Ming, who had just secured 150 million in funding and was at the peak of his confidence. With a laugh, he said, "My old classmates, we're in for a treat today. I've invited a distinguished guest." He then introduced Zhou Qingning. "This is Miss Zhou Qingning. The recent 150 million funding I secured was invested by her." The crowd was secretly astonished and hurriedly stood up. Zhang Dong shook his head inwardly, knowing Zhou Qingning must have heard from Chong Ming that he would be here, which was why she'd come. The male attendees quickly expressed their long-held admiration. Chong Ming added, "Miss Zhou's father is a renowned entrepreneur in Jiangbei, the chairman of Zhou Pharmaceutical Group." Zhou Qingning smiled and said, "Hello, everyone. I hope my presence as an outsider isn't disturbing you." The group quickly assured her it wasn't, though Zhang Dong shook his head before patting the seat beside him. "Miss Zhou," he said, "please sit here." Chong Ming raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself what status Miss Zhou held that she'd sit with a minor character like him. With a smile plastered on his face, he interjected, "Miss Zhou, perhaps you'd prefer to sit with." However, before he could finish speaking, Zhou Qingning had already nodded with a smile and taken a seat beside Zhang Dong, leaving everyone stunned. What was going on here? Chong Ming's face was full of embarrassment. He forced a laugh and said, "Then let me introduce Miss Zhou. This is Zhang Dong." Zhou Qingning smiled and replied, "No need for introductions. We know each other, high school classmates." Chong Ming suddenly understood and said, "Oh, I see." Suing had seen Zhou Qingning and Zhang Dong having a meal together before, so he wasn't surprised. Instead, he smiled and said, "Everyone please sit. Miss Zhou is Zhang Dong's classmate and Chong Ming's investor. Nobody here is an outsider." Jiang Wen suddenly stood up with an ingratiating smile and said to Zhou Qingning, "Miss Zhou, I'm Jiang Wen. We've collaborated before. Your company used the packaging boxes I manufactured." Zhou Qingning had no recollection of this. She nodded slightly before turning to Zhang Dong and asking, "Does your classmate's business require my assistance?" With just one word from Zhang Dong, Jiang Wen's packaging would undoubtedly secure a deal with Zhou Pharmaceutical. Yet Zhang Dong replied indifferently, "We're not close. I doubt he needs my help." Jiang Wen's face immediately fell, his mouth opening and closing as if he wanted to say something, yet no words came out. Then Zhang Dong thought of Wu Kai's situation and said, "Qingning, let me introduce you to my good friend, Wu Kai." "Wu Kai, Zhou Qingning, my friend." Wu Kai grinned cheekily. "Miss Zhou is truly beautiful. Our Dongzi here has impeccable taste and discernment," he said, giving Su Ying a meaningful look. Su Ying cursed inwardly, thinking, "Why the hell are you looking at me? You damned loser." Zhou Qingning shook hands with Wu Kai. "Hello, Zhang Dong. Wu Kai just resigned. I can arrange a job for him on my side. But working for others is still just being an employee. Qingning, do you have any connections to help Wu Kai get some business opportunities?" Zhou Qingning thought for a moment and said, "Wu Kai, can you handle construction work? The new factory is currently being built. We need people for the current electrical wiring, security systems, wall plastering, doors and windows, as well as future landscaping and road construction." Wu Kai's eyes immediately lit up as he smiled and replied, "Don't worry. I actually studied civil engineering and have been working in this field. I could definitely do it." Zhou Qingning nodded. "All right then. Go ahead and set up a proper company first, then we'll sign the contract." Wu Kai had always dreamed of running his own construction projects, but lacked connections and resources. Now, with immense wealth falling straight into his lap, he was overjoyed. "Zhang Dong, Wu Kai, you'll be taking over a project worth hundreds of millions. Do a good job." Wu Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry, you know me better than that." Lu Qing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her ex-husband was about to stage a miraculous comeback? She couldn't help asking, "Zhang Dong, how much money can these projects make?" Zhang Dong looked at this woman with disgust and said indifferently, "For the entire project, Wu Kai can easily make a small target profit. But what does that have to do with you? You're already divorced." Lu Qing snapped angrily. "How amusing. Just because we're divorced doesn't mean we can't remarry." Zhang Dong looked at Wu Kai, who suddenly had an epiphany. With money, what kind of woman couldn't he find? Dongzi is right. A good horse doesn't turn back to graze on old grass. He raised his glass with a grin and said, "Dongzi, I toast to you. Thanks for remembering your buddies after making it big." Zhang Dong clinked glasses with him and drained his drink, laughing as he said, "A man's ambitions stretch as far as the horizon. Whether you're rich or poor, never compromise yourself." Wu Kai nodded vigorously. "I understand." Lu Qing's face turned ashen. These words were clearly meant for her ears. She kept glancing at Wu Kai, trying desperately to catch his attention. But unfortunately, Wu Kai didn't even look her way. As for Jiang Wen, he kept his distance from her, not wanting to offend Zhang Dong over this woman. After all, offending Zhang Dong meant offending Zhou Qingning. Changming also caught on, realizing Zhou Qingning likely came for Zhang Dong. With a smile, he quickly added, "Zhang Dong, it's been years. You've climbed so high, becoming the vice president of a major company. As your old classmates, we couldn't be prouder. Here's a toast to you." Everyone raised their glasses in Zhang Dong's honor. Su Ying had initially hoped to use the reunion to get closer to Zhang Dong. But with Zhou Qingning showing up, she found herself without even a sliver of opportunity. The bitterness in her heart grew. At this moment, Zhou Qingning received a phone call, her expression changing slightly as she said to Zhang Dong, "Something strange has happened at the construction site again." Zhang Dong knew that such incidents needed immediate attention, otherwise problems could arise. He stood up and addressed the group. "Classmates, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Let's meet up another day." After bidding farewell to the others, Zhang Dong drove Zhou Qingning to the construction site. "What happened?" he asked. Zhou Qingning replied, "Not far from the previous location, they unearthed a bronze-ding vessel filled with human bones. The worker was frightened, worried that something might happen again, so he called my dad. Arriving at the construction site, he saw several workers gathered around, with Zhou Dingshan among them. At this moment, Zhou Dingshan kept wiping sweat from his brow. He was genuinely afraid something else might go wrong. When Zhang Dong finally arrived, Zhou urgently said, Xiao Zhang, take a look quickly. What in the world is this thing now? Zhang Dong's eyes were fixated on that cauldron. The vessel stood about 1.5 meters tall and slightly over a meter wide. With 4 legs and a perfectly square shape, its surface intricately carved with exquisite patterns. At this moment, the lid of the cauldron was lifted by someone, revealing 3 human skulls inside, along with some leg and arm bones. In his vision, an object within the cauldron emitted a violet-white radiance that shot straight up into the heavens. He glanced at the spot where the withered hand had been unearthed earlier, about 30 paces from where he stood. Putting on a pair of gloves, he walked over to the tripod cauldron, pushed aside the bones with his hand, and pulled out a bead from within. This bead emitted a violet-white glow, semi-transparent, with 6 rotating runes visible inside, faintly forming some kind of mystical formation. Yet to everyone else present, it appeared nothing more than an ordinary bead. No glow, no trace of the swirling runes. Zhang Dong pondered. The previous withered hand was meant to suppress whatever was inside the jar. But what about this cauldron? Chapter 49, the paraglider, he asked the worker, "Was there anything unusual when you unearthed the tripod?" A worker said, "Nothing unusual, just caught a whiff of fragrance, but it dissipated quickly." Fragrance? He had someone bring over a box and tossed all the bones into it. Nothing else unusual appeared in the ding. He had someone bury the bones in a random patch of land, then lifted the cauldron effortlessly with one hand. He estimated it weighed at least 400 pounds. "Uncle Zhou, I'm taking this cauldron with me." Zhou Dingshan had no intention of keeping it either, and hastily replied, "Sure, take it. Xiao Zhang, everything all right?" "Zhang Dong, everything's fine, don't worry." In truth, he suspected there had originally been something sinister inside the cauldron, which must have been purified by the pearl. That's why no harm came to him. He found a pickup truck at the construction site, and after bidding Zhou Qingning farewell, he hauled the bronze cauldron away, eventually storing it in the warehouse of Mingukshuan. He then took a few photos of the tripod and sent them to Tang Kegong. Tang was a heavyweight in the appraisal field and quickly called back. "Xiao Zhang, where did this tripod come from?" he asked, his tone somewhat grave. Zhang Dong replied, "It was just dug up at a construction site. There were quite a few bones inside." "Master Tang, with your vast experience, do you know what this is?" Master Tang said, "This is a ritual artifact from the Xiaoshang period. How many skulls did you see inside the tripod?" Zhang Dong answered, 3. Old Tang said, "The skeletal remains in the cauldron were likely dismembered hands before being cast inside. During the Xia and Shang dynasties, our ancestors believed this method could imprison the deceased soul." After chatting with Old Tang for a while, Zhang Dong stopped dwelling on it and prepared to return to his hotel to rest. Just as he turned around, the air around the bronze cauldron suddenly twisted, revealing a blurred human face that seemed to struggle against the vessel's restraints. Zhang Dong was startled. He took out the bead. Inside it, the 6 mysterious runes spun rapidly, and an unfathomable force flowed from the bead into his body. An idea struck him. He channeled this energy, gathered it in his palm, and then swiped at the face with a slap. This time, it felt as though he had struck something solid, the impact sending a sharp pain through his palm. Smack! The face finally fell silent and retreated back into the ding. Zhang Dong muttered in astonishment. "Is that the sealed soul?" After observing the cauldron for a while longer and seeing no reaction, he finally left. The next day was the weekend, so he didn't need to go to work at the company. He drove home early in the morning. Everything was fine at home. Tang Lan and Zhang Baoxing were fertilizing the fruit trees on the mountain, and the big yellow dog was also roaming around up there. He made a trip up the mountain, incidentally meeting with Master Wu to catch up on recent events. Qin Yin called at 10 o'clock. "Dong Ji, are you back?" "I'm at home. Let's have lunch together at noon, then figure out where to go have fun," he said. Qin Yin laughed. "Sounds good, come pick me up." The bayberries on the mountain had ripened, tart and refreshing. Tang Lan picked some of the larger ones, so Zhang Dong took a few pounds to share with Qin Yin. When he arrived at Qin Yin's place, he noticed a large car parked downstairs at the Qin residence, probably a guest vehicle. He got out of the car, carrying the waxberries, and pressed the doorbell. Hearing the chime, Qin Yin hurried out, her pretty face clearly displaying displeasure. Zhang Dong asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Qin Yin replied, "My mom has this boss whose son keeps coming to see me. He showed up again today. So annoying." Zhang Dong chuckled. "He likes you, doesn't he?" Qin Yin scrunched her nose in distaste. "Well, I don't like him." Just then, a guy in his early 20s with dyed blonde hair walked out, about 1.8 meters tall, dressed in hip-hop style. He grinned at Qin Yin and said, "Hey, Xiao Yin, some friends are gathering for lunch. Come with me, yeah? Our elders, your mother, and my father all work in the same system. Getting to know each other can't hurt." Qin Yin replied indifferently, "I have plans already. I won't go." He then turned to look at Zhang Dong, his expression slightly displeased, and asked, "Who is he?" Qin Yin hooked her arm with Zhang Dong's and said, "My boyfriend." The other party's face turned angry. "Qin Yin, I treated you so well, and you actually chose someone else." Qin Yin snorted, "Don't say that. You and I only ever exchanged greetings when we met. How can you say you treated me well?" The other party sneered, "If it weren't for me putting in a good word, would Aunt Zhu have gotten promoted to her current position?" Qin Yin frowned. "You're really overestimating yourself. That's my mother's exceptional ability. What does it have to do with you?" He pointed angrily and said through gritted teeth, "Fine. Qin Yin, just you wait. I'll make you regret this." Zhang Dong asked, "Could he make things difficult for your mom at work?" Qin Yin scoffed coldly. "Actually, my mother is highly capable. It's just that his father has been suppressing her all along, afraid she might replace him." Zhang Dong had heard Qin Yin mention that Zhu Min worked for a company called Changlu Group, an enterprise with over 200,000 employees and annual output valued at hundreds of billions. Their operations span metal processing, auto parts, glass products, chemicals, electrolytic aluminum, and other industries. However, the Changlu Group has been reporting consecutive losses over the past 2 years, 60 billion yuan last year and 40 billion just in the first quarter of this year. The projected annual loss is expected to exceed 200 billion yuan. The group held a shareholders meeting and had just replaced the group president. Zhu Min was the deputy general manager of a subsidiary under the group, and her subsidiary's performance was relatively good, remaining profitable these past 2 years. "Talented people shine wherever they go," Zhang Dong said. Qin Yin nodded. "Let's not dwell on that. I made up my mind. How about we go paragliding?" Zhang Dong always felt this kind of activity was too risky and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Qin Yin, "With you here, I'm not afraid." Zhang Dong had no choice but to drive her there immediately. Qin Yin had already booked tickets online. The two had a quick bite to eat before driving to a hillside. The hillside was crowded with people, many of whom were paragliding. Though Qin Yin claimed she wanted to try, her nerves got the better of her. In the end, Zhang Dong went first, accompanied by a professional paragliding instructor. After flying for a while, he learned the ropes and asked to operate it himself with professionals assisting from the side. It didn't take long before he flew so well that he was steadier than the professionals, earning thumbs up from his companions. After landing, Zhang Dong needed to take a car back to the hillside. Just as he was about to get in the car, a lone female glide rider in black landed right beside him. She was about to land smoothly when a sudden strong gust of wind blew from one side. In an instant, the gust lifted her again, sending her spiraling upward. Zhang Dong was nearby, and without a second thought, he rushed over and grabbed the woman, trying to pull her back to the ground. But this gust of wind was too strong, and the two were lifted up, soaring into the sky. The people below screamed in shock as they watched the two in the air. At this moment, Zhang Dong remained eerily calm, flipping over to sit atop the woman. Though the suit supported her, she still felt suffocated. Grabbing the control lines with both hands, he roared, "Hold on tight." The woman was already panicked and could only cling tightly to Zhang Dong. The air currents were strong and chaotic, but by observing them with his left eye, Zhang Dong continuously adjusted the control lines, gradually stabilizing the parachute. Chapter 50. Dongfang Lan. After a full 2 minutes, the strong winds passed, and the paraglider began to glide smoothly. The crowd on the ground, their hearts finally at ease, broke into applause and cheers. At that moment, he turned around behind her, wrapping his left arm around her waist and gripping the ropes with his right hand. The paraglider descended swiftly, landing smoothly on a grassy field. Once on the ground, staff members rushed over. Fortunately, neither Zhang Dong nor the woman were injured. The woman removed her helmet and hood, revealing flowing long hair. She was actually a stunning beauty with a fiery figure, slender waist, and ample hips. Tear streaks were visible at the corners of her eyes. She must have been frightened. Seeing that she was unharmed, Zhang Dong prepared to leave. "Wait," the woman suddenly spoke, her tone carrying a hint of authority, as if from habit, yet also laced with gentleness. Zhang Dong turned back to look at her. The woman suddenly stepped forward and tightly embraced him. "Thank you for saving my life." Zhang Dong didn't push her away because he could feel the woman was extremely agitated. Qin Yin also came running over. When she saw Zhang Dong being lifted by the paraglider earlier, she had been terrified to the point of tears, crying hysterically as she dashed down the slope, even falling several times in her haste. Fortunately, Zhang Dong landed safely. "Big bro Dong." Qin Yin stood nearby, looking aggrieved. The woman finally released her grip, allowing Qin Yin to rush over and embrace him. "You scared me to death." Zhang Dong patted her back and said with a smile, "I'm perfectly fine." The woman watched them with a smile. After Qin Yin had vented her emotions, she extended her slender hand. "Handsome guy, let me introduce myself. I'm Eastern Lawn." Zhang Dong shook her hand. "Zhang Dong," he replied. "Zhang Dong, I'll never forget your life-saving favor. Let's exchange contact information. When I have time, I'll treat you both to a meal." Taking her business card, Zhang Dong froze. Printed on it were the words, "Director of the Board, President of Changlu Group, Eastern Lawn." He showed the card to Qin Yin, who gasped in surprise. "You're the new president of Changlu Group?" Dongfang Lan laughed. "You know about the Changlu Group, beautiful?" Qin Yin replied, "Of course I do. My mother is a manager at one of Changlu Group's subsidiary companies." Dongfang Lan inquired in detail, and upon hearing it was Zhu Min, she smiled and said, "I've heard of her. Manager Zhu is highly capable. The company she manages hasn't reported any losses so far." After chatting for a while, Dongfang Lan took her leave first. Afterward, Zhang Dong personally took Qin Yin paragliding. Thanks to his extraordinary performance earlier, the staff readily agreed to accommodate their request. The parasail glided through the high skies as Zhang Dong steered the direction, while Qin Yin in front of him let out repeated shrieks. After flying for a while, she suddenly turned her head and planted a kiss on Zhang Dong's cheek. Zhang Dong grinned and tilted his head down to kiss her back. An indescribable emotion blossomed between them, wondrous and ineffable. After more than an hour of parasailing, the two rented camping gear nearby and grilled food on the grassy field. As evening fell, the two crawled into the camping tent, planning to enjoy themselves a while longer. However, Zhu Min soon called and asked, "Xiaoyan, why aren't you home yet? Are you with Zhang Dong?" Qin Yin replied, "Yes, Mom, we're camping. We'll be back later." Zhu Min cautioned, "Be safe. By the way, Xiaoyan, do you know the new CEO?" Qin Yin laughed. "Yes, Mom. How did you know?" Zhu Min responded with an "oh," casually saying, "It's nothing. She talked to me this afternoon and mentioned you and Zhang Dong. By the way, I've been promoted to general manager of the company now." Qin Yin beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Wow. Mom, you're amazing. There's nothing to be happy about. The higher the position, the greater the responsibility. I'll be busy from now on," she said lightly. After chatting for a few more words, Qin Yin hung up the phone and immediately shared the good news with Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong was also somewhat surprised. Was it just a coincidence? By 8 o'clock in the evening, he had escorted Qin Yin home before returning to cultivate in his own residence. Now, with parasitic worms inhabiting all 100 of his apertures, his cultivation speed had increased significantly. Thus, he continued practicing the 5th and 6th sets of movements. At around 1 in the morning, he had already mastered these 2 sets of movements thoroughly, So he began practicing the sequences from the first to the sixth set continuously. Once linked together, the vital energy within his body surged like a roaring river, erupting with the power of a dragon. After practicing twice, he started cultivating the bronze statue martial arts, training in the two martial techniques formed by the 7th to 12th bronze statues. After practicing these two moves, combined with what he'd learned before, he had now mastered 4 techniques. He immediately began executing them in sequence, coordinating with the footwork he'd studied. He continued training until past 5 o'clock before finally returning to his room to rest. At 7 sharp, he was already up. Just as he finished washing up, he heard a car horn blaring outside his gate. Stepping out, he saw Zhang, who driving a brand new BMW 5 Series, with a woman sitting beside him. The car crept deliberately slow as it passed his house. Spotting Zhang Dong standing outside, Zhang who stopped the car and grinned widely. "Morning, little Dong." He's shameless. Having just brawled with Zhang Dong, he immediately walks over to greet him. Zhang Dong wiped his face and said, "Nice new car." Zhang who replied, "Of course. It set me back nearly $500,000 as soon as it left the dealership." Then he glanced at Zhang Dong's Qian and said, "You're always driving other people's cars. They may not say it out loud, but deep down, they look down on you. Listen to me. Go buy your own car as soon as possible." Zhang Dong found it amusing and said, "You're right." At that moment, Zhang Hong pulled up in a Passat at the entrance. The car door swung open, and Yaya was the first to jump out, immediately rushing toward Zhang Dong. Yaya said, "Uncle, the car's air conditioning is broken, and Mom refuses to fix it. It's boiling in here." "Yaya, come ride in Uncle Zhang's car," Zhang Hu immediately said. "There's air conditioning inside, nice and cool." Yaya just rolled her eyes at him. Feeling snubbed, Zhang Hu stepped on the gas and drove off in a huff. "Sis, why don't you get the air conditioning fixed?" he asked. Zhang Hong replied, "I don't know how to fix it. I'll have your brother-in-law take care of it later." This Passat was originally driven by Zhang Hong's father-in-law years ago. After nearly 2 decades of use, the naturally aspirated manual transmission vehicle now has a dirty and worn-out interior, with countless parts replaced over the years. Zhang Dong said, "Sis, you should buy a new car." Zhang Hong replied, "Buy what? This one runs just fine. Your brother-in-law wants to have a second child. There'll be plenty of expenses coming up." Zhang Dong insisted, "It's too beat up. You should replace it. I'll chip in 200,000. Zhang Hong quickly waved her hand. "You should save that money properly. Aren't you getting married soon? Won't you need money for a house and car? Also, I've deposited the 100,000 you gave me. I'll return it all to you when the time comes." Zhang Dong felt helpless, knowing he couldn't win the argument. After handing Yaya over to Zhang Dong, Zhang Hong went up the mountain to work. While taking care of Yaya, he practiced his footwork techniques. Having mastered all 9 basic steps, he now focused on training combinations of them. It was nearly 11 o'clock when Qin Yin called, "Dongji, Dong Fong Lan has invited us to lunch. Should we go?" Knowing she wanted to thank him, Zhang Dong replied, "All right, I'll join you a bit later." At 11:30, Zhang Hong returned from the mountains, and only then did Zhang Dong drive to the restaurant. When he arrived, Dong Fong Lan and Qin Yin were chatting and laughing together. Dong Fong Lan wore a black dress, her skin radiant as snow. With delicate makeup enhancing her beauty, she possessed not only exquisite features, but also an extraordinary grace. At first glance of Dong Fong Lan, Zhang Dong noticed a swirling mass of black energy hovering above her head. Within that dark mist, a ghostly face faintly emerged, glaring at him with sinister malice.